Hello. Well, welcome to Mojave Podcast transmission number 60. It is almost 10 o'clock. It is 9:40 p.m. Cinco de Mayo, 2026, or the 5th of May. Anyway, so we have a few videos to look through today. Bill Gates vanishes as Congress closes in. Buffett does this next. I and this is Taku. I never seen him so mad. Uh, Cash Jordan's I declare total victory. Then Trump erases their world. Fox News Trump reverses Obama era youth policy. That's an hour long. We might not watch the full thing on that. We'll see what's going on because we might skip some of the questions. Thank God we have body cam. We might not watch that. I watched it. It's kind of out of it. But if I'm feeding the cats because I need to feed the cats, and that's at a different property, I need to do that. And there's about 15 cats. So yeah, if I need to do that right now or like within like the next 2 hours or so, that's why this is on there. So you guys can catch up with this and I can listen to it while I'm feeding the cats with you guys and comment on it in the chat. So anyway, thank you. Here's a couple more on the lineup. Wait for Anton Petrov. We have a third eye for real. Exactly. Studying on evolution of the eyes. So here we go. Founding feud. Or, yep. Rhode Island claims Boston stole credit for America's history. Excuse me. And then we have another Anton Petrov. Voyager 1 is about to hit a milestone no human object ever has. And that's a couple minutes, 12 minutes long. Asmongold TV scientists just dropped a nuke. I vaguely watched that one. It's got 1.1 million views and it's a day old. So we're going to catch up on that. Chicago legalizes retail theft, wiping 4,300 businesses off the map. Then we got family uses pool noodles to protect their car from hail. That was 6 years ago, but I saw a video the other day of some guy having hail hit their golf sized balls of hail. Um, Golf ball sized balls of hail. Gee, it's been a long day. Anyway, so this pool noodles, it's kind of funny how it actually, if it worked and how big they were. That's only a couple minutes long. We'll see it. That's from KD or KOAA5. Confirmed Elon Omar's panic grows after missing records sparked new fraud questions. Yeah, they're covering it up how much he even has like ever had. Anyway, they tried to kill Elon Musk. That's Taku. That's 4 hours ago. That's at 14,000 views only. Oh my God, Trump's Cinco de Mayo meme storm sent Schumer into a digital buzzsaw. Why? And we got Osmongold's clips. 1.4 million views. And then that's Disney. What you effing deserve. So that's. I actually did watch that. It's only like 3 minutes, but it's pretty easy to understand. Like by the time we get into there, I should be back from feeding the cats and stuff like that. If or and like because I need to eat, so I haven't eaten myself, and my girl's not home yet. So we got to do a few things, including that, which is obviously feed the cats and eat, and when she comes back, I got to make sure she eats and stuff like that too. So I got to be on call for that. So once that's all figured out and associated with, I'll turn the stream off. Like if I think it's going to take longer than this, which I don't think it will. But anyway, just bear with me, and I'll get through as many of these with you as I can, and I will talk with you as it transpires on. Thank you. Sorry for such a weird intro. I do not write any of this down, and I like to do it improv just to train myself into like being more you know comfortable talking, I guess, off the hinge in front of public speaking, such as this. I think consider it a public speaking exercise. And I don't know why there's the hum, but there we go. All right, so yeah, without any further ado, let's get this show on the road here.
Next news. Breaking news.
What happens when one of the world's richest men suddenly vanishes from a meeting where he was once a fixture, then gets called to Capitol Hill just weeks later? That's the question exploding tonight around Bill Gates. First, reports say that Warren Buffett is pulling away after ugly Epstein-related disclosures. Then comes word that Gates is expected to face House oversight on June 10th. And as that pressure builds, old fears about Gates-backed biotech projects are roaring back into public view. This is no longer cocktail party gossip among elites. This is moving into formal scrutiny. The only question now is, what exactly will Congress ask him under oath? Now, this matters because Americans are sick and tired of one set of rules for the billionaires and another for everybody else. If powerful men can move billions through foundations, shape public health debate, influence education, bankroll advanced science, and still dodge direct accountability for their associations, then public trust collapses. That hits every single
He's talking about Maslow's. There's so much. I don't understand what this hum is. I hear it in my headphones, and I can't tell if it's an artifact from my headphones or if it's because I'm using a USB-C to connect something that can like generate XLR quality. So there's something going on. Yeah, but we'll see. You know, it's always fun to hit curveballs every now and again. Or it could literally just be the power that I have isn't grounded, and that's terrifying me. So I'm kind of worried about that, to be honest.
family watching right now. It affects how people view medicine, philanthropy, government, and even the news itself. And politically, this lands in a very different America than the one that Gates once operated in so comfortably. Under President Trump, the era of automatic deference to globalist celebrity billionaires is over. Republicans in Congress are under pressure to do what the old establishment refused to do: ask hard questions, follow the facts, and stop treating elite power networks as untouchable. Add in the online discussion over Gates-backed biotech research, and you get a much bigger problem for the ruling class. Americans want transparency, not lectures. They want oversight, not image management. And right now, Gates is becoming a symbol of that entire broken system. Speaking of who actually puts America first, there's another major development tonight that the corporate media should be screaming about.
What is that?
It's breaking news directly from the White House. They just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's happening right now is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and out from foreign control. Ooh. And that's exactly why smart investors are watching Vizsla Copper so closely right now. Now pay attention because they're trading in the U.S. under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. This is the America First resource story of the moment. And check the exclusive briefing. It's only for Next News viewers. Link below before the crowd catches on. Now back to the story the elites would love to keep contained. Yes, here's the twist the legacy media can't spin away. It's not just about old photos or awkward headlines or a missing seat at Berkshire. It's about whether the shield around elite influence is finally cracking. When Buffett reportedly steps back, when Congress sets a date, and when public distrust keeps growing, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Gates is not just facing criticism from anonymous accounts online anymore. He's facing the one thing that powerful insiders fear the most: formal questions on the record with nowhere to hide. Stern Drew posts this. This is crazy. I had no idea. Bill Gates funds the first man-made synthetic bacteria that can destroy mankind. After 15 years and $40 million from Bill Gates, scientists have crossed the ultimate line. They created the first synthetic species A bacteria designed entirely on a computer with a synthetic chromosome built by humans and not nature. It's alive, it's self-replicating, it grows and makes copies of itself.
Bro, that reminds me of the synths from, yeah, what is it, Mass Effect? That's gnarly. We finally made them. I was wondering how long it would take. So it took like 15 years to actually get it to make them. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Ah.
Indefinitely. Venter called it the first baby step in a biological revolution where we
You have
can
no idea
custom
what this
design and
means.
reprogram bacteria. DNA is a software of life. That's what he said. This is allegedly a foundational milestone proving life can be engineered from scratch.
Yep.
While everyone was distracted by vaccines and climate scares, Gates poured millions into rewriting the code of existence itself. So why does the man obsessed with depopulation now get to play God and create new organisms?
Because he's Bill
listen to
Gates.
this.
So this is what all the fuss is about.
This is the first synthetic species.
And how long did it take you to make this?
Well, if you count the total time from the conception, about 15 years.
And how many millions?
About $40 million over that entire time period.
In practical terms, it's about as useful as the mold that grows in a bachelor's refrigerator. But scientifically, it's a milestone. The bacteria, which is similar to one found in the intestines of goats, was designed on a computer, manufactured in the laboratory, and gets its genetic instructions from a synthetic chromosome made by man, not nature.
And it's alive.
It's alive and self-replicating. It means it can indefinitely grow and make copies of itself.
Did you design this to do anything in particular?
No, we designed this just to see if we could do this whole experiment using synthetic DNA. And now that we know we can do it, it's worth the effort to now make the things that could be valuable.
Just how valuable remains to be seen.
What the fuck are you talking
But
about?
Venter believes this is the first baby step in a biological revolution.
What do you
One in
mean,
which it will be
things that's
possible
valuable?
to custom design and reprogram
What is
bacteria
this?
and other organisms to churn out new medicines, foods, and clean sources of energy.
Medicines and
What you're
foods
doing is
and energy.
programming cells, like somebody would program software.
DNA is the software of life. There's no question about it.
So
And
he
that's
says
key to
maybe
evolution of life
making
on this planet.
biogas.
And now the key to the future of life on this planet is understanding how to write that software.
So you see bioengineered fuel, for example.
I see in the future bioengineered almost everything you can imagine that we use.
How far off is some of this?
The first things will start to come out in the next few years. I think possibly next year's flu vaccine could come from these synthetic DNA processes. Instead of months to make a new vaccine each year, we could do it in 24 hours or less.
No, thank you. So after years of Gates-backed money going into synthetic biology, the next question is, who is standing with him? Now there's a new sign of trouble. Gates was nowhere to be found at the Berkshire annual meeting. Reports say Warren Buffett is pulling away. The fallout of Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. Bill Gates was missing from the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting held on the 2nd of May, 2026. The first time since many decades when Bill was not seen at the meeting. Let's look at the key events in Buffett and Gates' friendship and what happened after the Epstein files. The bond, they met in 91, bonded over business logic and bridge. Gates became a Berkshire board member until 2020 and Buffett closest advisor. The funding, since 2006, Buffett donated over $47 billion to the Gates Foundation, making him his largest contributor. $47 billion. The trigger, 2026 release of the Epstein files by the DOJ revealed Gates' association with Epstein persisted long after Epstein's 2008 conviction. The fallout. Buffett, a staunch defender of this front page of the newspaper reputation, distanced himself immediately. He reportedly hasn't spoken to Gates since the disclosure, citing a misalignment of values. The financial pivot, cutting ties. Buffett has halted his massive annual contributions to the Gates Foundation. The new legacy, he's revised his will to redirect his remaining $100 billion fortune into a new trust managed by his 3 children, Susie, Howard, and Peter, stripping the Gates Foundation of its future windfall. Buffett, being a staunch advocate of clean reputation, hopefully will cut ties with Gates permanently. So the Berkshire no-show fueled even more questions about who wants to distance from Gates, and now the pressure moves to Capitol Hill, where House Oversight is set to haul him in over a transcribed interview over his connection to the Epstein files. Bill Gates set to testify before the House Oversight on June 10th. Gates will sit for a transcribed interview with the committee over his deep ties to Epstein. Expect the same show as Wexner and the Clintons, a lot of talk and little action. So this is apparently a letter to Gates from Comer. We're going to be talking with him about the Epstein files. We're not going to get into that topic. But the real story is bigger than Bill Gates. It's the collapse of the old globalist formula. Pile up money, buy prestige, and fund foundations, shape policy, and expect the public to salute. The model worked for years, but under the Trump era, Americans are demanding the receipts. If Gates' past associations are serious enough to trigger a House Oversight interview, then every institution that protected his image deserves scrutiny as well. And when people also raise concerns about billionaire-backed biotech, the answer cannot be censorship or smug fact-check labels. The answer is sunlight. That is what the establishment hates the most. Not rumor, not debate, sunlight. Because once the questioning starts, it becomes much harder for elite networks to hide behind philanthropy, PR teams, and carefully managed headlines. So here's the bottom line tonight. Buffett's reported distancing from Gates and his absence from Berkshire and a June 10th date with House Oversight all point to one thing. Pressure is building, and this time the old protection racket may not hold. The American people deserve full transparency about elite influence, Epstein-linked associations, and the power billionaires that they wield over public life. President Trump's America First movement changed the mood of this country. People are done being talked down to by untouchable elites. Now I want to hear from you. Should Congress put Gates under oath in a fully public hearing? Yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments and share this report everywhere. Make sure you subscribe, and if you haven't done so yet, you need to. Hundreds and hundreds of patriots are signing up for this. They're getting the raw feed.
Okay, text that number for alerts.
You cannot trust them. You can't trust people that don't believe in thou shalt not murder as they abort their babies and try to assassinate the president, celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk and justify it. Just the same way you can never trust people who do not believe that thou shalt not steal is an inherent immoral premise. Because then they could just justify it. They could find ways to make believe it's actually good. I'm just taking a little bit of extra soda from the self-serve soda station at McDonald's. It's not really going to affect the multi-billionaires that own all the McDonald's around the country. It's not really.
Okay, we're going to recap on this because as you can tell, I already watched the majority of it.
You know, where it costs $30,000 a ticket while masked workers serve her. Isn't that nice? Look, socialism, ladies and gentlemen. So these guys are having a really bad time because the red wave that's hitting the country now is actually unprecedented. We cannot allow there to be an election that is conducted unconstitutionally simply for the convenience of the state legislators. If they have to vote twice, so be it. We should demand the state legislators to do what the Supreme Court says must be done. That is more important than the administrative convenience. The byproduct is that the Republicans will receive more than 20 House seats in the upcoming midterms. President Donald J. Trump. People don't realize how big this new Supreme Court ruling is. It's official. DeSantis just signed the Florida new congressional map into law. Republicans are expected to gain 4 seats. Now, just to understand what the actual new law is, the Supreme Court is like, hey, actually, you can't make districts by race. You can't make like these little retarded squiggly line districts that kind of look like they're little black person plantations in order to farm votes off these guys. You actually have to just make normal districts based on population, not based on race. Supreme Court tells the Democrats stop being racist, and immediately they lose so many seats in the country. It's insane. This red wave is unprecedented. It really is. Now, WAPO did a study projecting the impact of the proof of citizenship mandate for national elections. Just understand, Trump would have won New Mexico. All right? Just understand, man. Just understand the difference that we're dealing with, right? Basic things are going to change the demographics of this country. Not literally, but, you know, voting-wise, everything is about to change. Now, obviously, one of the major enemies of Donald Trump seems to be the Pope, which is heartbreaking. Pope Leo's pick to be Bishop of West Virginia is a formerly undocumented immigrant who was smuggled into the United States in a car trunk. Bishop Evilio Menyavar Ayala has called for Catholics to speak out against President Trump's treatment of immigrants. Just understand the level of psyop that the left is pulling. Trump is like, all right, we have the Supreme Court that is saying you're not allowed to make districts based on race. I'm pretty fucking straightforward. And then you got the left infiltrating the Catholic Church to get the Pope to get bishops elected that are illegal aliens in order to push propaganda and get Catholics to vote for Democrats. Like, do you understand?
I mean, that's pretty
Do you
hardcore,
understand
bro.
what we're
You
dealing with
popped
here?
out of a
This is
trunk,
insane,
bro.
man. The
Then I'll
psyop
pop
is
out
so
like the
obvious,
Pope, bro.
and it's on every
Pop
level,
that
bro.
again, look at me,
You
I'm
got
the Pope.
SPLC caught funding the KKK to manufacture right-wing violence in order to make believe that the right wing is bad, so you have to get Biden elected. And they're doing this shit everywhere. They're not playing fair at all. They also just lie to you. So this is Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg had a lot to say here.
But one thing that would make a huge difference is if we selected our president by letting the person who got the most votes actually take the office instead of the National Electoral College.
Trump won the fucking
Both.
vote, bro.
Trump won both.
Votes. He won the popular vote. Right? So, like, these people are, like, so delusional. Reality just doesn't matter to these people at all. It really doesn't matter to these people whatsoever. Now, of course, y'all are not ready for
They're
my
just acting
nuclear
hard,
take that
bro,
democracy
to like
is a
try to get
scam,
people to come on
and
their
we need
side,
to
and they'll never have
democratically
people.
vote out democracy immediately. Because I don't want subhuman
enough people.
retards getting the right to vote. In fact, I don't think any negative taxpayers should be voting at all. Why should someone who's not contributing to the well-being or future of the country vote for how I need to give them money? Sorry, I actually think that we need to immediately fix this
Repeal that
major
idea.
hole. Plug the gigantic hole. Universal suffrage was a mistake. It was a massive error, and we need to obliterate that shit. And it will happen. It will happen. Look, I'm not in a rush, actually. A lot of people think I'm in a rush. I'm not in a rush. It'll happen. It'll happen. It'll happen. We can vote out democracy. See, they call Donald Trump a fascist. They call him an authoritarian that's trying to destroy democracy. He's not. He's not. I am. No, I'm kidding. Of course I'm not. What are we talking about? Of course, obviously not. I want to democratically vote out democracy. So this is Chicago Alderman William Hall. Get ready for this. Wants to see Walgreens face charges for closing over a shoplifting crisis.
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our elders. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our families.
By not letting them steal. Right? Store closing permanently because there's too much stealing. There's too much stealing, so they're closing, and the people are so mad that it turns out that actually, without the good people that actually do work, the bad people that just want to take will have nothing to take from. It's like, oh my God, I don't understand why Africa became a shithole after colonialism ended. Yeah, really? You don't understand? Took out the enforcement and it became a PvP server and then shit just fell apart, obviously. You people are trying to degrade society into like this actual shithole so badly and you are not ready for what you're going to see in this video. So Ahmed Abdullah Osman beat a 77-year-old in Seattle. He's probably a straight white male, this Ahmed Abdullah. So he beat up a 77-year-old in Seattle. Police ID'd him thanks to street camera videos. And guess what Mayor Wilson had to say? Street cameras are racist.
This is legislation that will expand CCTV cameras, that could potentially be taken control of by the Trump administration. And this is legislation that was opposed by immigrants' rights groups, by civil liberties groups, and by the member of color caucus in the legislature. And I'll quote from
the Retard Alliance has gotten together to say that security footage is racist.
Their letter. This technology, and technology similar to it, has recently been in the news for its failure to be meaningfully and consistently secured, leading to breaches that could result in sensitive data being shared by ICE and putting our immigrant and refugee communities at risk.
God, I hope so. Anyway, so Ahmed actually gave a shout out to Mayor Wilson as he got arrested.
I work for the state. You work for the state? You know Katie? Yeah. Yeah, I know Katie.
The mayor.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's my last word.
Is there camera? Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm saying right there.
No, you're being.
Yeah, so the mayor is so fucking retarded, and the soft on crime policies of women, and a lot of leftists, mostly women, that are keep pushing infinite retards to keep getting out of jail forever. You got the immigrants. All right, Ahmed Abdullah Osman beats the shit out of a 77-year-old, gets arrested, and guess what? Immediately gives a shout out to the mayor. Who gives a shout out to the mayor because he knows that bro's just gonna get right back out on the streets, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Ahmed Abdullah is not long for the pound, and he knows that. Now, there was a violent stabbing that just happened in Times Square under Zoran Mamdani's communist fucking hellhole. New street art, ladies and gentlemen. How did that happen? Yeah, how did that happen? That's insane. Chaotic, disturbing scene unfolded tonight in New York Square Times area. New York's Times Square area, where one person was stabbed multiple times, leaving a large amount of blood at the scene. That's not good at all, actually. Wow, it's really good that the NYPD was there or something. Just understand that this is what's happening everywhere in America, by the way. All right, just get ready for it. This is the District 3 runoff election in Texas, all right, where we have 32% of the votes going to Tamam Alwan, 32% of the votes going to Kejal Patel, and 35% of the votes going to Abdul Khabir. All right, so it's a pretty close election between these three patriots in Texas right now. So just understand. Look at the United Kingdom. All right, that's a microcosm of what's happening everywhere. All right, just get it. All right, so Cowley Van Hare said she's in our country illegally, and she was just sworn in as the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. Isn't that nice?
Because his mother had died. My father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here.
How the fuck could you be proud of being illegal in the country? Like, we need her deported immediately. Why are we playing this game?
This country. Because his mother had died. My father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down.
Yeah, right. How I scammed the system. And now she's the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota.
And you wonder why there's millions and millions of dollars of money flowing out of suitcases and airports, and you wonder why you have people like this.
Guess what? Every single one of her votes is going to be for infinite migration and shutting down ICE and destroying our country and abolishing our borders and pro-crime and pro-immigrants raping you. And honestly, you should lube your butthole before going in public just to make it a little easier for the immigrants as they try to rape you. You know, and this is insane. Like, this is their policy. All right, so we got body cams, which they beg for, absolutely ending the BLM movement. All right, just look at how The Guardian reports the story. California officer shoots and kills boy 15 holding a gardening tool. Yeah, holding a gardening tool, man. Like again, this is crazy. Like, this would have been another George Floyd situation if we didn't have body cams. But this is what society wants. They want to turn it into a PvP server. This is literally the leftoid policy, which, you know, like, for example, all right, everyone's talking about how
To me, it looked like he was sprinting at him with an axe.
Zoran Mamdani won, and he's a beacon for Islam everywhere.
I don't know,
that's
but
right. That's right. We need to
that's
bring
what it looked like to
pedophile
me.
religion into every home, into America. All right, so Sneeko gets punched in the face in New York City. This happened like 2 weeks ago, but there's a reason why I'm showing this to you today.
And put your life force into
Right,
a
so this is Sneeko. He's a based right-wing streamer. He hates Israel because he's cool.
sock. Yeah, you deserve to be publicly executed. Yes. What are we talking about?
All right, so there he is.
You.
Bam! Bro gets obliterated in public. Now, just to be clear, I don't support this. I don't support the violence. But Sneeko does. So I find this pretty interesting in general. Now, just to understand, Sneeko decided that now, today, he made this tweet. Absolute joke at Zoran Mamdani. What did the detective say? Has not replied to my texts or calls. Because he's trying to find the guy that beat the shit out of him. I'll call again when I get home. Just got off work. I just called her again. I got sent a voicemail. I left a voicemail, so hopefully she'll call me back. Just got an update for the detective. They have identified the individual. There is the warrant for his arrest. He's homeless, so they haven't been able to find him. For the next incident he has, or in any capacity, he will be arrested. Absolute joke. You mean to tell me that the policy that you voted for isn't nice when they beat the shit out of you? All right, this is Sneeko campaigning for Zoran Mamdani. Based right-winger Sneeko, by the way, voting for Islamic communist extremist Zoran Mamdani, because Sneeko's allegiance is not to America, it's to Islam, it's to the nation.
So you don't have to like him. I don't like a lot of what he says, too, but I think the best option we have is to try to push him in the right direction.
That's right. I don't like what he says, like, you know, communism, infinite third world immigration. stuff like that, but attacks white people extra, you know. But we have to get him elected anyway, because at least he hates Jews or something.
Is he saying he's going to stay here and not focus on Israel? That's a.
There it is. It's about Israel. We need to elect this guy because of Israel.
Thanks for coming.
I would much rather let him be in fucking Africa and start here.
Wait, you much rather him be in Africa than here?
No, him. I would rather let him be in Africa rather than be here.
Yeah, I'd also rather if Zoran was in Africa. That's true based. Anyway, so he literally he can't.
Sorry, I'm trying to hear what he said.
It's to Islam. It's to the nation.
So you don't have to. To try to push him in the right direction.
That's right. I don't like what he says, like, communism, infinite third world immigration, stuff like that, but attacks white people extra, But we have to get him elected anyway, because at least he hates Jews or something.
Is he saying he's going to stay here and not focus on Israel? That's a.
There it is. It's about Israel. We need to elect this guy because of Israel.
By staying here, think about it. There's no
Thanks for coming.
staying here if he's trying to fuck it up. I would much rather let him be in fucking Africa and start here.
Wait, you much rather him be in Africa than here?
No, him. I would rather let him be in Africa rather than be here.
Yeah, I'd also rather if Zoran Mamdani was in Africa. That's true based. Anyway, so he literally, he campaigns to elect this guy, gets this guy elected. He ends up in the PvP server of life with infinite homeless people. They beat the shit out of him. They never arrest the guy. He's crashing out publicly. Why are they not arresting this guy? It's like literally just a taste of your own fucking medicine, dude. This is insane. Now, Zoran Mamdani, of course, has been, this has been truly tragic, heartbreaking for the Zoran Mamdani fan club. I am horrified and angered by the swastikas painted on the homes and synagogues in Queens, including on a plaque honoring the survivors of Kristallnacht. This is not just vandalism, it's a deliberate act of anti-Semitic hatred meant to instill fear. By the way, this sentence is ChatGPT. Which again implies that the entire tweet is ChatGPT. Just to understand, right? It has the M dash. Every time you see this dash in a post, it's ChatGPT. But also, it's not just this. It's this, right? Every time you see that, it's ChatGPT. Get used to it, all right? So a couple Jews get attacked. This is not just vandalism. It's a deliberate act of anti-Semitic hatred meant to instill fear. There's no place for anti-Semitism in Queens or anywhere in our city. I stand in solidarity with the Jewish neighbors. Anyway, anti-Semitic violence, as it's called, increased by like 150% ever since Zoran Mamdani was elected. On average, there is one Jew getting beaten up per day in New York these days. It's kind of wild how, like, they import Muslims into England. There's anti-Semitic violence. They import Muslims into New York. There's anti-Semitic violence. Now, I personally can't possibly figure out what could be causing this, but I do very much appreciate the nice ChatGPT post about it. That's pretty awesome. Zoran Mamdani, of course, cucks the NYPD wherever he goes to make sure the anti-Semitic violence can be as prevalent as possible.
As I've made very clear, that our laws leave no room for interpretation about the fact that our NYPD will not participate in civil immigration enforcement.
That's right. If there's a guy named Abdul Ibn Mohammed Ahmed trying to kill some Jews, we want the NYPD as far away as possible because that guy's not legal here, so we have to make sure that he's okay. Awesome. So Hassan says, Israel defenders keep writing the exact same article every week, and it goes nowhere, right? Opinion Democrats and the legacy media are right to call out Nick Fuentes. He deserves it. But that's no excuse to ignore Hassan Piker, right? So Hassan tweets this, saying, centrist, you're exactly the same. Nick Fuentes, we want to kill black people. Hassan Piker, we want civil rights. Now, the reason why this is funny is because this is the Democrat side, actually, and Hassan Piker supports terrorism. Nick Fuentes responds, you abuse animals and support terrorism. There is no moral equivalency. Completely true, by the way. Now, again, I want to make this clear. I have a privilege that most people don't. I have the privilege to get shit from like the far right and the far left. So I have to say, with absolute certainty,
Hold on, everyone.
the far left is the problem, not the far
I called
right.
my girl. Hold on.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes doesn't like the Jews, and he doesn't make that exactly a secret. But bro's not out there calling for violence every single day. He's not there endorsing terrorism and calling for violence and shit. It's like, oh my God, Nick Fuentes said the N-word, and then like Hassan Piker is like, we need to get terrorists to literally kill you. It's not the same actually at all. There really is no moral equivalency here whatsoever. When very devastated, he was crying like a baby. Van Jones of CNN came to me with a group of African American leaders are dead in getting criminal justice reform approved in Congress. Van Jones and these black reps have been unsuccessfully fighting to get reform for many years. He was just wasting everyone's time. Needed 5 conservative senators. There was no chance or even hope for a win. I liked some of the people who was with him, agreed with what he was saying, and quickly rounded up the votes and needed to get criminal justice reform approved. It was not easy. Nobody else, including Obungus, who tried for years, could have done this. He's gay, by the way. Now I watch the guy, Van Jones, every chance he gets, calling me a dictator, and far worse. He should be ashamed of himself. Again, because the left doesn't actually believe in anything. Obviously. Now, the craziest thing is, we live in such a fucking PvP server that we just have to accept this as our new reality.
So this is the big problem of the day. McDonald's, as always. McDonald's to eliminate self-serve soda stations nationwide by 2032, citing changing consumer habits.
Changing consumer habits means they keep stealing our shit. That's right, that's what it means. It means that in these actual shithole, Democrat-infested cesspools, they keep stealing our shit. And therefore, we will not be having self-serve because we cannot live in polite society with these animals. That's right, sorry. That's right. Absolutely. Now, again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There's a good moral that I was taught a long time ago. It's a Jewish parable, actually. All right? And I think it's pretty based. If you have a guy comes into town with a giant apple cart with 1,000 apples in it, and someone's like, well, I'll just steal one of those apples. It's not really going to make a difference. I'll just take one of those apples, and it's fine, right? It's not going to affect me. It's another 999 apples. It's not really going to affect anything. But what if everyone feels that way? Well, then that dude's going to have no fucking apples. The obvious moral here is that if you do some shit, you should expect everyone to do that shit. And if everyone does that shit, society will die. Now, that is, I think, the very basic moral here, but I think it goes even deeper to an extent that people don't want to actually engage with. The left doesn't believe in thou shalt not steal. Stealing is not just immoral because you're taking shit that belongs to someone else and it hurts them, because the left only believes in the basic policy of some sort of consent, right? If they consent or if it doesn't really affect them, who cares? They have completely flimsy, transient morality that they don't actually believe in anything, you'll notice. Again, that's the through line here is that leftists are immoral psychopaths. I'm really glad that people are picking up on the main on the messaging here. The real story is as follows. Stealing, yeah, it's bad because you're inflicting pain on other people, for sure. But stealing is immoral inherently. Even if you would be inflicting no pain, it would be immoral. Because stealing is inherently evil. And the left just can't comprehend this. Because they don't believe in any form of inherent morality. They don't believe in objective facts or objective morality at all. Therefore, you cannot trust them. You can't trust people that don't believe in thou shalt not murder as they abort their babies and try to assassinate the president, celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk and justify it. Just the same way you can never trust people who do not believe that thou shalt not steal is an inherent immoral premise. Because then they could just justify it. They could find ways to make believe it's actually good. I'm just taking a little bit of extra soda from the self-serve soda station at McDonald's. It's not really going to affect the multi-billionaires that own all the McDonald's around the country. It's not really going to affect those guys. It doesn't affect the workers because they get paid a salary. It doesn't affect the owners because they're billionaires, right? So it doesn't affect anybody if I just shoplift a little bit. Well, the actual answer is it does. It affects everybody. All of polite society falls apart because this shit is insane. Because thou shalt not steal is inherently immoral. It's not just immoral because of how it affects other people. And the left will never comprehend that because they don't believe in objective morality. Am I making my point?
Changing consumer I respond to this, right? And I say, we used to live in a country. Another aspect of public life that has been reduced to a low-trust, minimum security prison to accommodate impulse-driven, subhuman animals.
I can't believe he'd call black people that.
Who should be put in jail.
Oh my God, I can't believe he would just say that about the blacks. I'm kidding. It's a joke. That's a joke, obviously. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm kidding, obviously. Obvious joke. Obvious joke. Play the video.
That's what I think. Changing consumer habits could be here. I hate changing consumer habits. Oh my God. The same changing consumers that needed bulletproof glass at some locations. Isn't it crazy, bro? We are
changing consumer habits. That means that you have to actually call a manager at a Walmart to help you buy underwear because that shit is not accepted. You can't put that in your carriage anymore. They don't trust you.
Literally allowing our entire culture, our world, our lives to be run like a minimum security prison because we don't put 2% of people in maximum security prisons.
Yeah.
You know what? I know exactly what that sign is. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, because I read the tops of it. I said, that was a crazy movie. Wait a minute, boys. Somebody just found a leaked document from McDonald's Consumer Research Department. You go to McDonald's and ask for a water cup. What? I bet he's going to fill it up with soda. Bro, that's not water. What are you doing?
You mean he'll just steal?
Bullshit, they did it because we was stealing sodas every day. Sprite was my favorite to steal with the lemonade. Hey man, could I get a cup of water? Boom, still drink soda right in front of them.
Yep.
And they're so confident. They know that nothing's going to happen to them because, unfortunately, Democrat-run shitholes endorse this shit. Like, I'm just saying, and this isn't supposed to be... You're not supposed to draw any conclusions from what I'm about to say, but before colonialism, Zimbabwe was a shithole. During colonialism, Zimbabwe was a beautiful paradise. And after colonialism, Zimbabwe's a shithole. Now, I'm not trying... honestly, I have nothing... There's no reason why I brought that up at all. Yeah, that was just totally random. I brought that up for no reason.
That's why, bro, they admit it. They know what's going to happen. If you're wondering why McDonald's is removing their soda machines, what are you doing? Why you got an ice cube on the floor? Wait, that's just a bottle. Wait, he's filling up a Look at all. He made a Look at that. Oh my God. A future doctor. That's what they say. How many of your McDonald's are you not able to get ketchup by yourself anymore? You can't get ketchup. Because you know why? It's because people kept bringing in garbage bags and putting ketchup in the bag. We got people stealing ketchup. Like, who's stealing ketchup? What changed? Here's what changed. It's a bunch of liberal...
No law and order. No law and order. Listen, man. Our civilization was based on biblical doctrine. Law and order is a basic, fundamental part to society, and if you don't have it, society dies. Because you have these immoral fucking psychopaths that cannot be trusted to run their lives like civilized humans. And these slightly more intelligent apes are turning society into a shithole. I didn't mean that. That sounds like it came from a racist place, but I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that that these people are just immoral psychopaths. All of them. No matter who they are. Of whatever race they come from. They chimp around. All right, sorry.
White people that have invented this idea that if you crack down on public dysfunction, you're going to end up arresting a bunch of minorities.
That's right. That's right. We cannot arrest criminals because it'll be racist. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
So we can't crack down on it
The
because
raping continues.
in their mind, it's racist. Think about it. It's so fucking retarded. If you can get away with it, if you can do it, people are gonna do it. So yeah, I saw this. It made me very angry. It made me so angry and so upset.
It's just obvious, actually. It's just so obvious. Now, again, this is everywhere. These are trends. Free snack method. All right. Like, free snack method. Oh, we take a Doritos from the store and we open it in the store and then we put shit in the Doritos in the store and then we reseal up the Doritos bag after it's full of shit that we stole for free snacks. Then we go to the front of the store and if I was posting a TikTok like this, my dad would have beat the shit out of me as a kid. I'm not gonna lie. If I would have made this video, my dad would have beat the fucking shit out of me, and I would have never done it again. But these guys don't have dads. All right, listen, man. We know why this is happening. Democrats are building society to collapse because of empathy. Because they have so much empathy for the retards that are raping our civilization. It's so nice. Empathy for the cruel is cruelty to the innocent. And that's why we cannot have immoral psychopaths take power. Fuck them.
As we celebrate America's 250th birthday, a Rhode Island business owner is making the case for a rewrite on who started the American Revolution. What is this all about? Douglas Kennedy has the story. Hi, Douglas.
Yeah, Dana, we've all been taught the revolution began in Massachusetts. This man says what we've been taught is wrong. So forget Lexington and Concord. Forget the Boston Tea Party. You say this bay right here is where the American Revolution actually began.
This is the first shot in the Revolution. It's not up in Boston.
In June 1772, the British ship Gaspee ran aground just off the beach here in Warwick. Rhode Island patriots rowed out and burned it, taking the crew captive after shooting her captain. So the Gaspee was actually a tax collecting ship, and you recreated the tavern here where the rebels plotted this attack.
That's right. The first blow against taxation without representation.
Bob Burke runs Gaspee History Tours out of his restaurant in Providence. He says for 250 years, Rhode Island has been cheated of its national status as the true birthplace of the War for Independence by its larger and domineering New England neighbor.
They stole our identity, and we want it back.
Burke has now sent a cease and desist letter demanding Massachusetts recognize Rhode Island's rightful place in history. In the order, he points to this building up the street, where Rhode Island officially became the first colony to sever ties with the Crown on May 4th, 1776, months before other states signed the Declaration of Independence. But none of it's impressing officials in the Bay State.
With all due respect to my learned friend from the Ocean State, the claim is absurd.
Jonathan Lane is executive director of Revolution 250 in Massachusetts.
In no uncertain terms, all of the events that you find on the Declaration of Independence are based upon things that happened here in Massachusetts. We were the thought leaders, we were the political leaders, and we led the way in the war for American independence beginning at Lexington and Concord.
As usual, Boston's on beans. Rhode Island was first shot in the Revolution. We were first to declare independence.
He says he hopes our national Revolution 250 will finally correct the historic injustice. Back to you, Dana and Bill.
I love an academic fight. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on that one. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Iran appears to be launching their final offensive.
The fragile ceasefire is teetering as Iran launches new attacks. Iranian state media broadcasting these images, claiming they show rockets firing warning shots
That
at
doesn't
American
look like a
destroyers
ceasefire.
attempting to enter the Strait of Hormuz.
Hey guys, good morning.
Bad
Tension
idea,
continues
man.
to rise across the Middle East as Iran is firing on vessels in the Persian Gulf. This comes as the
Stupid.
United States is working to guide ships out of the Gulf through the
Yep.
Strait of Hormuz as part of Project Freedom. Overnight, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper described the U.S. firepower protecting the operation.
Firepower.
It's a defensive operation. We are employing U.S. ballistic missile defense-capable destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and then 15,000 service members.
Yeah,
to
good luck
extend
messing
this
with that.
defensive umbrella across the Strait of Hormuz. We have an enormous amount of capability and firepower concentrated in and around the strait, including A-864 Apache and M-860 Seahawk helicopters.
I spoke yesterday with President.
Yet we're supposed to believe Iran has a chance of turning the tide?
Today, the administration announced 2 U.S.-flagged commercial ships were able to make it through. But Iran responded with a defiant show of force.
Defiant.
Firing at American Navy vessels and a commercial South Korean ship. Trump says ships are moving through the strait and the war is going well.
It's working out very nicely.
But most Americans disagree.
Wow, so to some people, Iran's winning.
I spoke yesterday with President Trump, who told me that if Iran attacks U.S. vessels in this area, they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth. The president went on to say, we have more weapons and ammunition at a much higher grade than we had before. We have the best equipment. We have stuff all over the world. We have these bases all over the world. They're all stocked up with the equipment. Yeah. We can use all of that stuff, and we will if we need it. We do know early on Monday, 2 vessels were successfully escorted through the strait, but since then, Iran has ramped up attacks on the UAE, a U.S. ally in the Gulf.
This is
15
stupid
missiles
too,
and 4
man.
drones targeted the country with damage caused to a key oil facility. The bottom line here, the Iranians are testing this fragile ceasefire as the United States is preparing for the possibility of a return to combat operations.
And what some people are saying is this new Operation Freedom has a purpose that is a little bit different than what it looks like.
President Trump has directed U.S. Central Command to restart the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz under the umbrella of Project Freedom. To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope.
But by putting U.S. ships in this area and telling everybody else, hey, go ahead, break Iran's blockade, this is essentially the biggest double dog dare in the entire world to the Iranians to say, hey, look, we're opening this thing up, and if you try to stop us, there's going to be a problem.
And let it be known that we can protect you if you go through the strait. While it's good news the destroyers made it through, we destroyed 5 or 6 fast boats. The bad news is, as long as there's that type of fire and resistance, you're not going to have any tankers go through, correct?
But that's the purpose of this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be very challenging, and the president noted this in our conversation yesterday. There's a lot of oil right now on these vessels in the Persian Gulf. The Iranians miscalculated because they thought the United States would back down, but what the president has done is twofold. Not only block Iranian ports, but also Project Freedom, escorting these vessels out of the Persian Gulf and through the strait.
This takes away the only leverage Iran had left. They said, this is our strait, this is our leverage, and now it's gone.
Now, the Iranians so far have tried to test the American resolve in this area, but as the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, noted yesterday in that briefing, there are more than 15,000 U.S. soldiers, sailors, and Marines in this area that are helping to escort these vessels. They are not actively riding alongside the vessels, but they are overwatching them. And so they have the ability to shoot down the incoming Iranian fire. But again, Iran is not only targeting vessels in the Persian Gulf, but they've now turned to start attacking with ballistic missiles and drones these countries in the Gulf, including the United Arab Emirates.
And that's because what else are they going to attack if this whole thing is over in the next day or so? If there's a surrender, if they decide to stop fighting entirely and lay down their arms, this was their last chance to launch something. And it's sad that this is what they want to do, attacking people who aren't even involved.
So there will be tense days ahead and questions about if there will be any sort of response to these ongoing Iranian efforts to disrupt shipping in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, Trey, the UAE Defense Ministry has confirmed that their air defense systems did intercept the ballistic missiles. Iran is denying that it's coming from them. But this does mark escalation.
Where else
Isn't
is it
this a
coming from?
violation of the ceasefire?
Who else is launching ballistic missiles over there?
Yes, it is a violation of the ceasefire, and it's not the first time that Iran has violated the ceasefire. Despite the ongoing diplomatic efforts and the olive branch that President Trump has offered the Iranian regime, they continue to play games not only at the negotiating table, but also on the battlefield. And we've heard from top commanders in the U.S. military, and we'll hear later this morning, we are seeing a massive U.S. military buildup across the Middle East.
And there's a reason for that. Because while this new Operation Freedom is defensive in nature, the best defense is a good offense.
They've fired at U.S. ships several times in the last 24 hours. What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out, because I'll let you know. They know what to do, and they know what to do. They know what not to do, more importantly, actually. And you know, they fired them in little boats with pea shooters. You know, the pea shooter is a little boat with little, you know why? Because they don't have any boats anymore. The Navy is comprised of, they call them little boats, right?
Boats or little boats. Yeah.
And they're fast. Yeah, they're so fast.
Bass fishing boats.
That they had 8 of them and they're all gone.
Wow.
And they're fast, but they're not fast like a missile.
And this is the problem for Iran. By breaking the ceasefire and trying to be defiant and trying to scare the Trump administration into an all-out retreat here, trying to scare America with their speedboats, they've actually put themselves in a very precarious position because now that they've broken the ceasefire, a response could come suddenly without warning, and that's the last thing they want.
And this is because President Trump is prepared, understanding how the Iranians negotiate. He understands the Iranians want to drag out these negotiations, and ultimately, if they don't come to an agreement, we're likely looking at a scenario where combat operations resume. And that is why you see not only these tankers and these refueling aircraft that have basically spread out throughout the Middle East, but you also see these cargo planes, the C-17s that are arriving each and every day in the region to ensure that the U.S. military has the bombs and the ammunition if these combat operations do resume.
It sounds like they're going to.
Does it suggest that since Iran decided to attack UAE targets instead of attacking those 2 destroyers, that maybe the U.S. does have a better channel, that a more secure channel than we realize? And secondly, I would assume that every time we send a ship through that channel, we learn a whole lot more about their strategy and where their attacks are emanating from.
They have no strategy. Their attacks are emanating from whatever missile launcher they can mount on the back of a truck and bring out from some hiding place before it gets destroyed. But remember, this is all part of a propaganda campaign. Iran doesn't have to win on the battlefield if they can win in your mind and make you think this is all a terrible idea and that we've lost and that America should retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, the Iranians are under an immense amount of economic pressure as a result of the successful U.S. blockade of Iranian ports. They're reaching a point where they have no more oil storage facilities left to hold the oil.
What are they going to do?
Ultimately will put more pressure domestically on the Iranian regime, a regime that saw earlier this year people go to the streets despite the fact they were met with live ammunition and demonstrate against the economic conditions inside of Iran. But there's another major question here, and that's whether or not other countries around the world are going to get involved in helping to escort these vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, the United States is doing the majority of the work to ensure the safety of these merchant vessels, not only in the Strait, but also in the Persian Gulf. And we're talking about hundreds of vessels and more than 20,000 sailors that have been trapped there in the Persian Gulf. And the United States is basically the main actor behind the firepower that is ensuring these vessels now can get through.
It's a humanitarian crisis. This is the exact same thing that should unite the entire world against this regime. The Germans are paying $9.50 per gallon of gas. That should unite them behind us to get rid of this whole problem. And it looks like that's the plan of this little Operation Freedom. Watch this. But just before we continue, there's something most people do not realize. If you're on Medicare, the Medicare market is rigged by incentives and not in your favor. It's a total scam. And most of the agents you see on TV or you find on Google, they are essentially bounty hunters for big insurance. They push Medicare Advantage plans even when they're not right for you because they make more money doing it. But that's why I've partnered with Chapter. They have flipped the script. They don't just share the amazing benefits of Medicare Advantage. They explain the pros and cons of all your Medicare options. In fact, Chapter is the only Medicare advisor that searches every single plan nationwide to find the right one for you. If you're already on the right plan, they will tell you. If not, they'll help you switch. Just last year, Chapter saved the average senior over $1,100 a year by getting them on the best fitting plan. So if you are turning 65 or already on Medicare, call Chapter today right here, 731-437-2682. Again, that's 731-437-2682. Get a second opinion on your coverage to get real peace of mind. Now let's get back to the video.
To our partners, allies, and the rest of the world, this is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more
I would say
than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you.
Look at that.
To the incredible Americans executing this mission right now, simply thank you.
So, pretty soon, the rest of the world is going to have to come in here and take over. The U.S. has its hands on the steering wheel now, but pretty soon, this thing is either going to ghost ride itself or the Germans are going to get behind it.
High stock market today, despite that we're in a little skirmish, military. I call it a skirmish because Iran has no chance. They never did.
Never did.
They know it. They expressed it to me when I talked to them. Then they get on television. They say how well they're doing.
Yep.
And they have no Navy, totally wiped out. They have no Air Force, totally wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft capability, totally wiped out. No radar. They have no leaders.
And here's the other thing you got to remember. This news report that shows Iran launching these missiles, where did we get that? That came from their state television. Nobody knows how recent the footage of those missile launches actually is. That could have been from years ago during some sort of training exercise. All we know is there were missiles that were fired, and Iran is saying, this is what we did, but we don't know if the footage lines up with the real thing. All we know is this is what they said. And the reality is this Operation Freedom, the more you look at it, the more you understand that it is a secret way for the United States to resume full combat operations and claim its defensive when Iran invariably attacks us again.
Yes, well, this is a major priority here that's taken place, and President Trump's done, in my judgment, exactly the right thing. If we just go back in time, we know what happened. The Iranians closed down the Straits of Hormuz, and we began negotiations because it appeared like there was something tangible could come of the ceasefire and negotiations. Well, after 3+ weeks,
nothing.
It's pretty apparent to the administration that Iran is not going to present anything to the administration that's acceptable.
Nope.
And certainly one of the things on the table was to open up the Straits of Hormuz.
That's what they wanted.
In the meantime, during those 3 weeks, we put down a blockade, obviously to shut down all of Iran's exports, and that has been very, very successful. Exports, certainly by sea, land exports are still going out, but the overwhelming majority is shut down. And President Trump recognized full well that they're not going to voluntarily open up the Straits of Hormuz, so we're doing it by force, and it's a major comprehensive operation, as you just indicated.
So it's a rescue mission, but it's also a forceful military operation. You see what's going on here? Iran basically has to look at U.S. destroyers transiting the strait at will. They have to look at all these ships that they thought were their prisoners leaving, and they see their leverage going out the window with it.
Involving hundreds of airplanes, scores of ships involved in this, a layered defense that goes deep into Iran to detect any incoming missile, incoming drone, and then at the terminal defense right in the Straits of Hormuz, think of a dome being placed over ships that are passing through the Straits of Hormuz to defeat fast boats which have been defeated, drones that fly in that area, or anything that penetrates through the layered defense itself. Even a shoulder-fired weapon from Iran's land is a factor here.
Here is the ocean. You have tankers out here in the ocean, and then here is the land. Now, Iran, they can shoot a ballistic missile, which tries to land on the ship. They can fire some sort of shoulder-launched thing, but there's a dome protecting these vessels. In this terminal phase, these things will get knocked out before they strike anything.
The lane that's been opened, the mines have been cleared, is very close to Amman, in terms of its land base right there at the Straits of Hormuz. So we're not near the Iranian side, but it's only 20 miles away. So most drones and missiles obviously can reach it in any event. So what has happened here, 6 ships have gotten through. That's just a drop in the bucket in terms of the hundreds that are sitting in the Persian Gulf.
It's a humanitarian disaster.
The reason we're doing this is because those ships are sitting there and they need food, they need to get out of there. I mean, they're being held back by the Iranians. So that's the decision the president has made.
It's the right decision.
And I think it's the right decision. There are 2 things that will likely force us to go back into combat operations in addition to this priority mission. Fire on U.S. warships, that has happened, and also fire on our allies and partners in the region or U.S. bases.
Very interesting. So right now, Iran, what are they doing? They're launching these attacks at ships. They've already fired on U.S. ships. Those attacks were knocked down. They're firing on our allies. And if they're going to fire on a U.S. military base or fire on Israel, that could be the linchpin that turns everything back on in a way they don't want.
And that has happened as well. So it's likely that we will go back into combat operations, but the priority will be opening up the Straits of Hormuz and getting the traffic to flow.
And taking away all their leverage.
The resources we have involved in this thing is really quite significant, and you outlaid some of it, and I've just filled in some of the blanks here.
Now, let me ask you a question. If Iran is unable to stop this reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, this rescue mission, what leverage do they have over the world economy? Nothing. This is the last thing they have. They do not have their nuclear program. They do not have their ballistic program. Those things have been wiped out. They said they could strangle the world economy. For 3 weeks, the United States let them do it because, like the general said earlier, it looks like there might be something here. It looks like they might want to make a deal. They don't want to make a deal. They just want to drag things out. Now, with the U.S. blockade in place, their oil storage is totally blocked. Their storage facilities are filling up. They're about to blow up. And now, the one thing Iran said they had, their ability to control the seas, that's gone too.
That the president of Iran is fighting with and incredibly angry with the IRGC because they're going out and taking these attacks out into the seas, attacking our vessels without the government.
Yeah.
And they understand the economic pressure.
It's a mess.
The government understands the economic pressure that is about to befall
Some
or
rogue
is befalling
troops might
Iran.
trigger
But yet the
ceasefire to be
IRGC
broken.
is kind of operating in their own little universe, if you will. What does that mean?
That's why Trump hasn't said that, oh, they've officially broken the ceasefire. You've got these rogue elements of their military that are firing off the last few missiles they have before this whole thing wraps up.
Well, I think we know who's in power. It's certainly not the president. He's been sidelined some time ago.
Yep.
It's certainly not the foreign minister who's been sidelined some time ago. The IRGC is in charge. There's just no doubt about it. They've got the guns and they have the access to the supreme leader. Obviously, Mojtaba Khamenei, who's the son,
the guy we've never seen.
He doesn't have the power that his father had, and there's a power vacuum here being filled by the IRGC leadership, and they are calling the shots. So I don't think we should pay much attention to what the foreign minister says, or frankly to what the president of Iran said. The guys in charge here, as I met, and the principal person in charge is Ahmed Vahidi. And he and his cohorts, they are as hardline as anybody that has been in control of Iran. And we've got to understand that. No thought.
So the general says that we should be looking at this as if a military coup has taken place in Iran, and as if the military is just completely in charge of the country, and nobody answers to anybody except the guys with the guns. And he's probably right. But what we don't know is the military even united in these seemingly random attacks? Is there even coordination? Do you have different branches of the military that are just kind of doing their own thing while they have the opportunity to operate autonomously? And is that the real reason? Is Trump saying, look, I'm going to give you guys another chance to get it together before we have to go back to combat operations? Is he saying, look, make a deal now before it's too late, while your leverage goes out the window as we reopen the strait because you can't stop us? Let me know what you think. See you in the next video.
Great athletes with us today, and we have some young great athletes, some award-winning athletes, and it's an honor to have everybody. We're thrilled to have so many young athletes here at the White House in the Oval Office on this magnificent spring day, and it is indeed a beautiful day to celebrate America's athletic traditions and champions in physical fitness and all of those things that I work so hard at on a personal basis. I work out so much, like about 1 minute a day max, if I'm lucky. I want to thank Secretaries Pete Hegseth, who just gave a great news conference with General Raisin Kane, and that was really good, and you're doing very well, aren't you? They don't like playing games with us. They don't like it at all. You'll see that. As time goes by, you're going to see it. I think you've already seen it. We basically wiped out their military in about 2 weeks. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's done an incredible job. Scott Turner, that everybody knows, and a legend, Linda McMahon, head of education in our country, and she's doing a fantastic job. They all are. We're also pleased to be joined by respected sports leaders and members of the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. We really have some incredible people. It's like a who's who. Bryson, how many do we have on the council total?
Oh, it's got to be upwards of 30, actually.
Yeah, a lot, and
a lot of great athletes.
all top.
Yes, sir.
If they weren't really good, we don't allow them. You're going to be really good. Like Gary Player, as an example, he won 168 tournaments over a very average career. You know, think of it. He won 168 tournaments, 18 majors, 9 senior. He has more championships than anybody, national championships than anybody. And I played with him. He's very proud of it, actually. He played with him on his 90th birthday. He very easily, on a tough course, from 6,800 yards, he very easily shot a 70. And it was the easiest 70. And normally, if you shoot a 70 and you're 90, you'd run around so excited. Gary's like, all right, let's have a little lunch. He was the most unexcited human being I've ever seen. Because he's been doing it all his life. He's been winning top 3 in history, in my opinion. I don't think it's my opinion. Just based on the record, Gary is top 3. Jack and Tiger and Gary, greatest golfers. So thanks for being here. And as you know, we have the U.S. Open champion. And he won 2 U.S. Opens. But that last one was unbelievable. He hit I think Gary's one of the greatest shots ever hit to win a U.S. Open, certainly. One of the top, they say one of the top 3. I don't know what the other 2 are. But he hit an unbelievable sand shot, sank a 4.5-foot putt, and he won the U.S. Open. And he's been a great golfer from the day he was born, if you believe in genetics, because I do. But he won, he won the U.S. Amateur years ago, and he won it quite easily. But he's a great person and a great friend of mine, Bryson DeChambeau. And thank you, Bryson. And you're very much in charge of this whole operation
Yes, sir,
of sports. He's so much into physical fitness. All you have to do is take a look at him. And you say, why is he even doing this? Because I think if you didn't work out at all, you'd still look almost like you do right now. But you are doing great. And everybody respects Bryson. He's the longest hitter in golf. And he's straight. And frankly, maybe the best part of his game, Gary, is he's a great putter.
Absolutely.
You played with him, right?
And an asset to the game.
And he's a great asset, and he's a great person. And we have, along with the University of Florida's basketball coach, Todd Golden. Todd, where's Todd?
Right here.
Todd, hi, Todd.
Great to see you, brother.
And what a job, by the way, what a job you've done. I see that. I'm a little busy to watch the games, but I always see your team is right up there.
Yeah.
You're doing a fantastic job as a young guy. An American hockey hero, T.J. Oshie, who's one of the best hockey players in the world. T.J., good to be.
Thanks for having me.
How's your golf game? The hockey players, Bryson was saying, the hockey players seem to be the best, of the athletes seem to be the best golfers. You know?
It's the greatest game.
Yeah, it's great.
Fun to play.
And he's a good golfer. He's a 3 handicap, maybe better, right? That's very good.
Gotta work on the
But
putting.
stick,
Right, Gary?
right?
Yeah.
But stick to hockey.
Yeah.
Right? As a 3, he has to stick to hockey. That's great. What a career you've had too at a young age, and professional baseball pitcher Noah Syndergaard, sometimes referred to as Thor, and he looks like Thor to me. That's some. Where is he? It's very hard to miss. You look great. That is a man, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him, I can tell you. That would not be a good situation, Gary. This year we celebrate 250th anniversary of our country, and it's our nation's founding. It's a big deal. In addition, we have the World Cup, and which is just now started, and we have the Olympics. I got them both, and I was very proud of myself. I tried to say I got the 250th also, but that didn't work out too well. But I did get both the World Cup and I got the Olympics, and I was very proud of that. But I was very sad actually, because I got them in my first term, and I said, "Oh wow, I'm not going to be able to go as president because they were in 6 years, so I wouldn't be president." I thought I'd easily win the election, which, by the way, I did. And unfortunately, bad things happened. It was a rigged election, and I said, well, I'll do it again. I had the ultimate poll. I did so well. And I had the ultimate poll, and we won in a landslide. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything you can win. We won 87% of the counties in the United States. And I ended up with the Olympics, and I ended up with the World Cup. And very importantly, maybe the most important, is we have the 250th anniversary. And on June 14th, we're going to have the UFC, and the biggest fight they've ever done by far. It's the hardest ticket I've ever been involved with. And they're building a 5,000-seat stadium right by the front door of the White House, and then they're going to have anywhere from 75 to 100,000 people on the park right past the White House with 8 tremendous screens. And then we have Roger Penske. So that's Dana White's dream. What that is, it's going to be amazing. And then we have Roger Penske, who's going to have a big championship Indy around the Capitol, and the Indy racers, and he's been trying to get it here for 25 years. And he said, I came to Washington exactly 121 times, and I was never able to get it. I came once to see you, and we had it done in a half an hour. And he's fantastic. He's won 20 Indianapolis 500s. Can you believe that? Other countries, and I say it all the time, I gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, like I gave to Gary, too, because of his career. And then Roger, on his 18th, I called him. I said, come on, I want to give you the president. You won 18. Japan, Germany, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars, and they don't, it's very hard for them to win. They don't win very, very much. They spend all that money, and Roger just wins it all the time. So I gave it to him on the 18th win, and since then he's won, that was 4 years ago, since then he's won 2 more. So he's going to be here with the Indy cars, and it's going to be their biggest race maybe ever. and they're going to be circling the Capitol. We have Pennsylvania Avenue closed down, and I said, do you like the course? He said, I love the course. I said, pick the best course. We'll get it for you. Don't go the easy way. Pick the best roads. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And he picked he said it's as good as you can get. And unfortunately, he picked the most important roads in the city, which is a little tougher. But we got it done for him quickly, and that's going to be in August. So we have a lot of really exciting things happening. So today I signed a proclamation recognizing National Youth Sports and Fitness, and I'll also sign the very first copy of the new Revitalized Presidential Fitness Test Award, a certificate in recognition of achievement of the gold standard of physical fitness. And this is something that Bryson DeChambeau wanted to do very badly. Bryson's amazing. I mean, he's somebody that can put on 25, 30. At one point, I guess he put on almost 50 pounds. You remember, he looked like a linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he decided he didn't like himself at that weight. It was all muscle, guy. It was like crazy. He looked like a massive football player. He wouldn't want to play hockey. And he said he didn't like it. He developed too much speed. This is the problem with people. He had too much speed. He wanted to bring it down a little bit, so he lost. He can put on weight, like up and down like a yo-yo, and he doesn't take the shot, okay? He doesn't need the fat shot. I said, do you ever take this shot? He didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. What shot? No, he can put it on. He's a scientist. He's like a scientist with his body. He's a great guy, and he's an absolute champion, so I appreciate it. But Bryson really wanted to bring it back, because we are bringing it back. It's something that's a lot of people, the wrong people probably were involved, I don't know. But this is a group of people that physical fitness is everything. Gary Player, by the way, you talk about golf, but he was always considered in the best shape of anybody. He was long ahead of the rest of the world. Now you see all these guys have a 28-inch waist. They walk down, it's like robots, right? But Gary was always, he was way ahead of everybody else. From the late 1950s until 2013, grade schoolers across the country competed against each other in the presidential fitness test, but others. And then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful, wonderful person. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? We had the Obama administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness. Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job. And we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. My administration's working very hard to defend America's cherished athletic traditions and pass our values of excellence and competitiveness to the next generation. So important. We're working on historic reforms to save college sports, and we banned men from competing in women's sports. That was sort of an easy one. They say, you know, the radical left says, that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's 99-1. They say 80-20. Who are the 20%? I've never met anybody. Nobody's ever come up. So I've been president for 5 years, and nobody's ever come up to me and say, sir, you have to allow men to play in women's sports, you know. I've never had one person say it's really important that we allow women to be challenged by men in women's sports, and it doesn't work. So we did that, and with the help of Secretary Kennedy, who's with us, we're striving constantly to make America healthy again, and that's what we're doing. We have unbelievable numbers coming. Bobby will mention it. We have unbelievable numbers coming. So these next few years will be a golden age for American sports, just like it's a golden age for America. You know, we hit an all-time high stock market today, despite that we're in a little skirmish, military. I call it a skirmish because Iran has no chance. They never did. They know it. They express it to me when I talk to them. Then they get on television. They say how well they're doing. And they have no Navy, totally wiped out. They have no Air Force, totally wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft capability, totally wiped out. No radar. They have no leaders. The leaders are wiped out. The whole thing. And then I read the papers, and they say how well they're doing. They're not doing well. That's why you have no credibility. No credibility. The news, the fake news, has no credibility. But the President's Cup, it's going to be something, and we're going to have that. We're going to do very special presentations to Johnny, who, as you know, is the commissioner. He's fantastic person who runs the soccer. And if I don't know if you know this, but so more tickets have been sold earlier than at any World Cup they've ever had. And the numbers are more than double. They've never seen anything like it. So it's really soccer. I don't know if soccer is taken off or not taken off, but the World Cup is doing numbers like they've never done. They've never done anywhere close. And we have the Patriot Games in honor of our 250th anniversary this fall. It's going to be all on television. And with that, it's like the ones that we have here. We're going to continue to win, win, win. Our country is doing great. We're breaking records in every way. And I know it's too bad, but I had to do it. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You might be too young for this. I don't know if I want. They probably know. They probably know better than most people. But you can't let a bunch of lunatics have a nuclear weapon, or the world would be in trouble. The world would be in trouble. So we just hit records on the Dow. It was supposed to be done in 5 or 6 years. Somebody said it couldn't be possible to reach 50 on the Dow, and I reached 50 in the first year. And then I reached 7,000, and by the way, just set a new record. The S&P just set a new record, so much higher, 7,500. But they said even harder than 50 on the Dow is getting to 7,000 on the S&P. We did that by the end of the first year, all before the end of the first year. Gary, so think of that. They said we couldn't do it in 4 years, and we did it at the end of the first year. And then, you ever have this? And then I called all my people, and I said, we just set every record in the book. The economy is going great. I ended 8 wars. Nobody else ever ended a war. And the person that won the Nobel Prize, Maria, she's a good person. She said, I don't deserve this. This deserves to President Trump. There's never been a man that deserves a Nobel Prize. He ended 8 wars, including India, Pakistan, which would have been a nuclear war. 8 of them. And I called everybody in, Gary, and I said, you know what? We just broke every record. And now we're going to take a hit because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in, and we blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated, for those that are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it all the time. But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe first and then us, because they're sick people. These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is something I don't even want to talk about. It's not going to happen. And we have beaten them badly because they had a Navy of 159 ships. Every single ship in the first week was, right, Pete? Every single ship they had is resting underwater, right? At the bottom of the sea. They have no Navy. It's totally wiped out. Same thing with their Air Force. So we're doing well. But it's all about, having a great country. And one of the things I think that when they talk about physical fitness, one of the things I notice about friends of mine, all of the people, all of the great athletes here, is their mind is better than people that aren't fit. It's because I think a mind, once you hit a ball well, or you do whatever it is that you run well, or play hockey as great as you play it. But once you obviously have to have a certain physicality. You can't have somebody with a great mind and zero athletic talent, right? But when you get up to that league, it's all about the mind. The mind is so important. And these people express it, I think, better than anybody. So with that, I'd like to ask somebody that's done really an incredible job. He has got some group of people that love him, some big group of people. It was a big day when he endorsed me for president. Very unusual, because I happen to be a Republican. I would say that Republicans were not too big in the Kennedy family, but they're big now because he's the biggest in the group, and everybody respects him a lot. He's doing a fantastic job. So, Bobby, would you say a few words, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. When almost immediately after my uncle was elected in 1960, he came across some federal data that showed that 5% of American kids were obese. And that was more than double the European number. And he became very concerned that Americans were becoming soft. And he published an article before his inauguration called The Soft American, in which he said that there's a national security issue. It threatens our economy. We need a vigorous population that is in good shape spiritually, morally, physically, if we're going to continue to exercise leadership around the world. And he launched the physical fitness test, which became a milestone for my generation, for several generations after me. It was an enduring rite of passage for us that everybody in my generation remembers. It was a benchmark also because we did pull-ups, sit-ups, shuttle runs, and a number of other events, and it was a benchmark for measuring national physical fitness. Around that time, my uncle came across correspondence between Teddy Roosevelt and the head of the commandant of his Marine Corps. And Teddy Roosevelt asked him, what are the metrics? What are the physical requirements for a Marine? And Roosevelt, or the commandant, wrote him back saying that a Marine had to walk 50 miles in a single day with a 30-pound pack. My uncle wrote a letter to his commandant and said, can today's Marines do the same thing? The following day, he had a cabinet meeting. It was on a Friday, and he had private cabinet meetings, unlike the ones that we have to go through here. My uncle was, I'll just say this, my uncle was proud. He was the first president that did televised press conferences. And he was very proud. He did more press conferences than any president in history. He did 64 in his 1,000 days in office. This president does that every 2 months. He does a press conference every day. Our cabinet meetings, for better or for worse, are also televised. But it's the most transparent administration that we've ever seen, the most successful administration in history. And he went into that cabinet meeting, that private cabinet meeting that morning, and he said to the cabinet, one of you has to do a 50-mile hike this weekend to show the American people that we're in shape. And this cabinet could have done it. We have a bunch of thoroughbreds on this cabinet. Pete and Scott and Sean Duffy and Linda and Tulsi and Doug Burgum and Jameson and all the rest. There's a lot of people who could probably do a 50-mile hike.
What about me? You didn't mention mine.
This guy walks 9 miles a day on a golf course every weekend, so he could do it in the breeze.
When I'm not using the car. Go ahead.
My father was the only one who could do it. And he went into the Justice Department that night, and he had a bunch of guys in the Justice Department who were former Marines who had gone to Harvard on the GI Bill and played on the same football team, and he hired them all when he came into the Justice Department. He said, you guys are going on a 50-mile hike with me tomorrow. And they got up at 4 a.m. and they started on the C&O Canal towpath, which was frozen. It was the middle of winter. And they were going to walk to Camp David. One by one, they each dropped out. My father was the only one who made it. The last guy to drop out was his best friend, whose name was Dave Hackett. And Dave Hackett's legs had swollen up, and he said, I got to quit. And my father said, you're lucky your brother's not the president of the United States, because the press was following, and there was no way that my father could quit. And I was at Camp David that night, watched him come in. His feet were bleeding. They were covered with blisters. And it was part of the message that President Kennedy wanted to send the American people. That if we were going to maintain our national authority, our international leadership, our moral authority as a nation, that we had to pay attention to our physical condition. And the physical fitness test was a critical part of that. And I think it's very unfortunate that President Obama and President Biden abandoned it. They said competition is not good for kids, which is not true. If we're going to be competitive internationally, we need to be competitive with each other. We need to teach people how to win and how to lose and how to process victory and defeat. And today, since that time, the presidency has presided over the worst public health crisis in history. We're now the sickest nation in the world. We've gone from 5% of our kids being obese to 20%. 70% of adults are obese or overweight, and 77% of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for his leadership and his vision of reinstituting the physical fitness test and challenging Americans to compete with each other in a friendly, congenial way, and to help each other get in shape so that we can prepare for a great future that this administration is going to provide for this country.
That was great. Bobby, do you ever see a picture of Bobby working out? It's like, I said, you got to be kidding me. He's in great shape. I didn't know that about your father. That's very impressive, huh? Did he work out a lot, Bobby? He was a great guy.
He was an athlete, and he was always in good shape, and he played sports every weekend.
Was he, your uncle was a great athlete too, was he? A very good athlete.
My father was the only one of the brothers that lettered in football.
Oh.
Jack was a swimmer, which allowed him to save his crewmates when his ship went down off the Solomon Islands. So he was able to swim, drag one of his shipmates to shore because he'd been on the swim team.
It's a great story. Very interesting. Bobby, that was very good. It's quite interesting. Everybody was listening. You know, usually people are sort of wandering off as people speak, but not when Bryson speaks or when Gary speaks. Go ahead, why don't you start it?
Yeah, Secretary Kennedy, thank you for those inspiring words from your uncle, and thank you to the President of the United States for helping reestablish this presidential fitness test. It's been something that we've been looking forward to doing for a long time. Since 2013, I remember going through the presidential fitness test as a kid and getting that award, and it was quite an honor. So being up here and a part of that is quite instrumental and going to be amazing for our nation's future. Reestablishing the golden standard of the presidential fitness test has been a huge deal for me. Is that these kids now are going to have a healthy future. That's really an important thing for us to note here. Is that we want to make sure our kids have the best opportunity to succeed in life, and not only from their mind, but their health and their well-being. Their physical fitness is a huge priority to helping them become better human beings in general for our nation. And so what's quite honestly cool is Secretary Hegseth here has allowed us to be involved in over 160 schools, military bases with DOIA and institutionalizing this presidential fitness test in those schools. So I have to say thank you so much for helping establish that, and hopefully here soon we can do that across the nation, of which we believe will have a tremendous effect on these kids and their future. So I just wanted to say thank you to the President, thank you to the Cabinet members for everything you've done, and we're going to go out there and have a great day on the field and give these kids some fun things to go and play with, whether it's football, soccer, doing some pull-ups. Can you guys do pull-ups? No? We'll help you. We'll help you. But that's a part of the presidential fitness test, is aspiring to help these kids become a better version of themselves. And that's what I couldn't be more excited to be a part of. I want to say thank you to the athletes that are here today, and to Gary Player. He's always been an inspiration to me, and albeit I'll never get to your record, I thank you for giving me aspirations to hopefully get 1/8 of what you have. So thank you. And lastly, just want to say to the kids, most important thing you can do is always get 1% better a day. That's the most important thing I can give you guys. Try to be a better version of yourself every day, because one day you could be up here as well. You could be up here as well. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for everybody for being here, and I can't wait to see what we can do out there today.
Good. Thank you, Bryson. And this is really for Bryson, because he's worked so hard on this. He really put it together. He's got the best athletes in the world. I think it's actually 41 or 42. And all top people, all big names, top people, and they all want to do it. And Bryson, I was given a little idea by Bobby. He mentioned Camp David, and it's a special place. And I think we should have our next meeting, the full meeting at Camp David. Okay?
Sounds great.
So it's like a very special place. Amazing. So we'll do that. I'd love to have Gary say a few words. He's won 168 tournaments. Think of it. That means he won every weekend. I say, well, when did you not win? It's a record, I think, that will never be broken. And he won 18 majors, 9 senior and 9 regular, and many other things. And he is a very special guy. And you know, if you think about the power of positive thinking, I don't know if Gary has the time, but he is the youngest winner of the British Open, what they call now the Open Championship. And he won it when he was 23, I think, Gary, right? 23. Yeah. If you want, you could tell that story, because these are all people that love sports and they love golf. But the way you asked, you'd like to practice. My name's Gary Player. I'm from South Africa. You're not giving me the time to practice. I must practice on this course. And the people thought, who is this? He said, you don't understand. I'm going to win this tournament. They never heard of him. He came out of South Africa. He was winning everything. He won the South African Open like 14 times or something. It's incredible. But if you want to tell that story, I think it's a fabulous story. But as a man with a powerful, it's really the power of positive thinking. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you very much for having us and hosting this today. I've been around almost every president for the last 65 years. And I've never seen a president that loves this country as much. They all did, and they all did great works. But I've never seen a president that loves the country as much as you do. And I say thank you, because I've traveled more miles than any human being before, without being repetitive. And I've never seen a country like this. The freedom that exists, which is so important to all of us. And you know, sport can change the world. It can give people a chance that don't have any hope. It can give them hope, as we've seen. Many people with little education have become world champions. Only in America have you got that opportunity. And the other thing is, to Mr. Kennedy, who I have utmost respect for, you know, my great dream now, I'm finished with tournament golf, my great dream is for the youth of America. The youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. These are the people that are going to be the future champions. And when I talk, I always talk about the importance of fitness. It's so important. Please, can we bring it back in the schools? And as Senator Kennedy has so aptly said, to eat properly. This is so important, what you put in your body. And the big thing that I wish, and I pray every day, and wherever I talk, and I do a lot of talking, I say to the young people, just love this country, because you don't realize what's going on around the world. Even the students of the great universities of America really don't understand what's happening around the world today. There is a silent war taking place against America today. And what we've got to do is make these kids realize that freedom and exercise and education, start reading some books. Yes, keep your phone, but also read some good books. And listen to what Mr. Kennedy has said. What you put in your body is so important. What a wonderful job he's done, and all your cabinet members, of which I say thank you for maintaining this great word, this cherished word, freedom.
Thank you very much, Gary. And Gary is way ahead of his time, always. And how many Masters did you play in, Gary? It's a record, I think.
52.
52. Think of it, 52. And most of them you had to qualify. After you won it, how many times did you win it? 3. So when you win it 3, you get to play a little bit. But most of the time you had to qualify. But 52 Masters, it's amazing. And did well in every single one of them. Pete, could I ask you to say a few words?
Sure. Yes, sir.
You could maybe speak a little bit about a subject that they want to hear about also, if you want. But just say a few words if you want.
Absolutely, sir. Well, fitness, standards, competition, that's what we're all about at the War Department. So bringing those things to education is something I remember as a kid. I mean, the Presidential Physical Fitness Award was the pinnacle event at Forest Lake Elementary School every year, and I wanted to be the best. And I wasn't, but I worked my tail off every year to try to get there. Pull-ups, push-ups. I couldn't do the V-sit and reach. I could never beat that one. But I remember it because it was something my country clearly elevated as important. We should be in shape. We should compete. And there's winners and there's losers. That we need to infuse into our young people. And obviously it takes young people to run a military. And as the Secretary pointed out, almost 3/4 of American young people do not qualify for military service, and a lot of that has to do with their physical fitness. So we're proud at the War Department to put this first into Department of War education activity. Our schools, 161 of them, across 30 installations. It's going to be mandatory for the young kids of those service members who use those schools, and we hope that's a pilot for all of American education. We hope the rest of America follows. We need young, strong, healthy Americans, whether you serve in the military or any other aspect of your life. And I think this presidential fitness test, Mr. President, is a perfect thing to restore. That sets those standards high for young people and something for them to achieve. The idea that competition is bad is the beginning of decline of a nation. Competition is critical to who we are and ensuring America stays on top. And speaking of staying on top, Mr. President, we are, as we talked about this morning, Project Freedom is ongoing. We're ensuring that we have control of that strait, which we do. And ultimately, Iran has a choice to make, and they know we're in the strong position. We hope they make a wise choice, and nobody better to make that deal, Mr. President, than you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Doing a great job. A man who's in you talk about athletes. This is a very serious athlete. Happens to be in charge of a little thing called housing.
Yes, sir.
Say a few words, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the great athletes and ambassadors that are here and to the kids that are here. You know, that word competition, I made a living competing, and being in the top physical fitness that I could be in playing in the National Football League. And one thing I want to remind the kids and really our country is competition brings out the best in us, be it in sport, be it in business, be it in education. And you always want to be the best you can be, as Bryson said, every single day getting better. And I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to play in the National Football League, but it taught me how to be a good teammate. It taught me how to be humble in victory and to be steadfast, in defeat, as all these great athletes know. And Mr. President, thank you for just your leadership in our country, but also for this important issue of having physically healthy children and a physically healthy nation. And Bobby, thank you for reminding us of your uncle and your father, of how important it is for us to look at the man holistically, spiritually, morally, physically, mentally. And I think America historically has been the leader in all of those areas, but we are at a critical function in our nation. And so I would encourage everyone, this transcends politics. Physical fitness is good for every man and woman and child in the United States of America. So, Mr. President, I'm committed to this. I've seen the benefits of it in my own personal life. My family and my cabinet colleagues are 100% behind this. And so I would encourage all the young people of America, parents, teachers, educators, to take inventory and hear what these leaders are saying about the national security of our country, and make sure that we're encouraging our young people to get out, get your hands dirty, get your knees going, get on the monkey bars, start running and jumping and playing together. Because if you're a good teammate, the stronger team we are, the stronger country we are. So thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I have to just say we have a star named Linda McMahon, and she's made a tremendous amount of money on sports. At sport, they are great athletes, in my opinion. WWE, with her great husband. What they built is incredible. They sold it for a fortune. Billions and billions of dollars. You made more than Bryson and Gary played. If you add it up. Would you say a few words? And she's one of our great stars. She is a phenomenal person. Go ahead.
Well, that intro is a hard act to follow.
That's tough.
But I think what we've talked a lot about fitness, and I think that's incredibly important because that's what all this is about. But the Greeks had an axiom: sound mind and a sound body. So as Secretary of Education, clearly, I want all of our schools to be able to adopt these programs. We don't control curriculum from the Department of Education, but I sincerely hope the emphasis that is being refocused on kids and being fit and being able to compete. That's what you've said, Pete. All of us are saying the same thing, but let's not forget, it's about also a sound mind and a sound body. In order to have a sound mind, you do have to eat well, you do have to exercise, you do have to train, and you do have to be fit to do that. And if we all are, we are the best of who we can be. So I encourage all of you to enjoy playing and competing and being good sports, while you're doing, but don't forget you're studying, all of your academics, because it is all part of the total package.
Thank you, Linda. Great job. Appreciate it. So we have a couple of other guys. If you guys wanted to say anything, or we'll just take some questions. And if you'd like, you could ask the big guy, how fast did he throw it? He threw it very fast. It was very scary. Scary. You want to say something?
I guess I'll just reiterate the thanks, Mr. President. Thank you, the cabinet members, for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, Bryson, to allow me to be in this elite company of people. It's a pleasure to meet all you guys. And
Let me look at you. You're an embodiment of the physical fitness test, so I gotta get you on the
seriously, he is seriously a good physical specialist. And Coach, you've done great at Florida. Thank you very much.
No, incredible honor to be here. This is something that I'm passionate about, and I think it's imperative that we're doing this for our youth right now. Through experience, my wife and I have 2 young kids, 9 and 7. They're very active, very athletic, but I can see some of their classmates and some of their teammates, staring at screens all day. And again, as I said, it's really important that we do this now. And not only I think this will improve the overall physical health of our young people, but I think it'll also help the mental health of our young people as well.
And just in case you don't know, he is a coach who just came to a team and just took it right from the beginning here. Just unbelievable job you've done.
Thank you very much.
You're a very rich guy. She'll pay him anything. I want to represent him. She'll pay him anything. He comes in and it just boom, this way. Congratulations. Who's going to win in hockey?
It's a tough one. Colorado's a favorite. I like Minnesota, though.
All right, we're going to watch, okay?
Yeah, it'll be
We're
good.
going to watch. Great
It'll be
job.
good. Thank you.
Great job you've done. Thank you. And we're going to go outside. Did you want to ask a few questions of any of the people here? Please.
Can I ask you about Iran, Mr. President?
Yes.
They've fired at U.S. ships several times in the last 24 hours. What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out because I'll let you know. They know what to do and they know what to do. They know what not to do, more importantly, actually. And, they fired them in little boats with pea shooters, the pea shooters, little boat with little, why? Because they don't have any boats anymore. Their Navy is comprised of, they call them little boats.
Fast
right?
boats or little boats.
And they're fast, yeah. They're so fast that that they had 8 of them and they're all gone. And they're fast, but they're not fast like a missile. A missile is slightly faster. They're all gone, so they're looking around for little boats to try and compete with our great Navy. We have a Navy that's unbelievable. We set up a blockade, as you know very well. Not one ship. A couple tried, and they got their engine shut out. You remember? I think it was it was a great display. A ship wanted to go through, break the blockade. They were warned not to. And then they were warned again by a young Annapolis captain of the ship with a great look, central casting. These people are central casting, I'll tell you. And he said, don't do it. Then he said, evacuate your engine room with this unbelievable loudspeaker that goes over water. He said, you have 10 seconds. And then from 4 miles with one bullet, it went right into the engine. And Gary, the ship stopped very quickly. They hit the engine with one shot. It wasn't a missile. They don't want to waste a missile on it. It's too easy. And we had another one, a 2000, one of the biggest ships in the world. They were warned, and he said, go back now. Go back right now. You will be shot at within 10 seconds. Yes, I am going back to Iran. I am going back. And that was the end of that, right? He went. It took them 10 miles to turn. The ship was so big, but they respect us. They didn't used to respect us, but they respect us more than we've ever been respected. Our country now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country that was dead when we had that group of people that ran this country with their open borders, letting anybody come in from the Congo, from countries all over the world. They came in from prisons and mental institutions. We had a country that would have been a dead. If they won the election, this country would have been a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said recently that if Iranians were armed, they could take over their regime. Do you plan to arm them soon?
Well, I don't want to say that, but yeah, people say, why aren't they protesting? They want to protest, but they don't have any guns. So you could have 200,000 people protesting and have 5 or 6 sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between the eyes, and you see a guy fall and another one fall, and you have no guns, very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I understand it. I tell them not to. Don't forget, they killed 42,000 people last month. 42,000 unarmed protesters. They had no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd, and they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there, and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down, and somebody. That's what happened with the women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago, and everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread, and then there was panic, and then they ran, and so I don't want that to happen. We don't need that, we don't need it. But the only reason they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next week, you have a very important meeting with President Xi in Beijing. Secretary Bessent has said that a top priority on the agenda will be Iran. What do you hope to achieve with President Xi as it relates to Iran?
Well, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. I find him to be a tremendous guy, and we get along well, and you see how we do. We're doing a lot of business with China and making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money. It's different than it used to be. But I'll be talking about, that'll be one subject. But he's been very nice about this, In all fairness, he gets like 60% of his oil from Hormuz, and I think he's been very respectful. We haven't been challenged by China. They don't challenge us, and he wouldn't do that. I don't think he'd do that because of me. But I think he's been very respectful. And we've offered, if he wants to send the ships to the United States. I think one of the big things that's happened is I made a statement. Send your ships to Texas. It's not that much further. Send your ships to Louisiana. Send your ships to Alaska. Alaska is actually very close to a lot of the Asian countries. People don't realize it, Japan is back and forth. It's like, it doesn't seem it, but it's a very short route. 2 days shorter than almost any other route. We're making tremendous, big deals with South Korea and with Japan. But I said, send your ships. All of a sudden, I don't know if you saw the graph today, and this is Space Force, which I created. Space Force has, they just sent out some photos of the ships that are lined up all the way down the ocean like it's a highway. It looks like the Long Island Expressway for ships. And they're all heading to Texas, Louisiana. We've made up this list, and that's why. When I decided that I have to do this for the good of the world, not just the United States, in a way, we would have been in less trouble than a lot of other places. Certainly the Middle East would have been blown up. There wouldn't be a Middle East anymore. They would have taken over the Middle East. Now they're trying to survive, and they won't be successful unless they make a deal. Oh, if they don't make a deal, they won't be successful. It'll go very quickly and methodically. Believe me, it'll be very easy. But we have so many alternatives. It's amazing. And nobody knew this, because as an example, Japan got 90% of their oil, most of their energy, but most of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. South Korea got 43% of it. By the way, their ship was shot at. They were not in the cavalcade of ships. They decided to go it alone, and their ship got the hell knocked out of it yesterday. But they didn't shoot the ships that were guarded by us, I'll tell you that. We knocked down a lot of missiles. So what happens is that we have a situation where we have total control. As you know, the blockade's been amazing. It's like a piece of steel. Nobody's going to challenge the blockade. And I think it's working out very well. We're going to see. I can say this. Iran wants to make a deal. What I don't like about Iran is they'll talk to me with such great respect, and then they'll go on television. They'll say, we did not speak to the president. We did not. I just spoke to. We did not speak to the president. So they play games. But let me just tell you, they want to make a deal. And who wouldn't? When your military is totally gone, we could do anything we want to them. Who wouldn't? Please.
On the filibuster, Mr. President, you posted a lot about wanting to eliminate the filibuster. It hasn't happened. Are you disappointed in leadership?
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like. A couple of them I can't stand, actually, if you want to know the truth. Although I am at, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. That's better than your record, Gary. I'm at 100% approval. Did you see the CNN poll? Nobody talks about it. CNN, I think the people that did that poll probably got fired. But within the Republican Party and MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. You know, in all fairness to the Democrats, when you have men and women sports, when you have open borders, when you have transgender mutilization, don't listen to this, kids, of your children, transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. When you have policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they can win. And we shouldn't allow them to cheat. And we should terminate the filibuster, because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back.
Mr. President, thank you. When Iran is seeing 50% inflation, they've moved money from their sovereign
Their economy is crashing.
Would you allow their financial system then to fail?
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail, right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. If it it takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more. But in addition to that, it is failing. You know, we have sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. Scott Besant's done a great job. We have sanctions that nobody's ever seen before. No, they're failing. Their currency is worthless. Their inflation is probably 150%. The real number is 150%. They aren't paying their soldiers. They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, you know. They should do the smart thing, and because we don't want to go in and kill people. We really don't. I don't want to. It's too tough. Great people. I know the people. I have so many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those people.
Gas prices in the United States
shooting incident yesterday. Is it possible that you can talk about that?
Well, wait, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, gas prices in the United States are $1.48 cents a gallon.
Well,
You said they would come back down. Will Project
They'll
Freedom,
drop lower than they were before.
Will Project Freedom, supporting those ships, make that happen?
Well, it will, because so people don't realize some of these tankers hold 2 million barrels. One of them holds 4. I think it's the largest one in the world. That sucker is big. I've never seen anything like it. A ship, it's bigger than aircraft carriers, and it has a big impact. It's so much. You know, there are like 400 ships in there. 400. That in itself. Now, the best is when it ends and just neutralizes. But what's happening is people are learning to buy oil from the United States. I mean, they're making the trip, and they have safer. Probably it's a better product too, by the way. But they're learning to buy. They're changing their habits. So when I did this, I thought the market would go down 25%, and I thought that was a great deal if it did. If it went down 25%, I was satisfied. I said, because we cannot let these people have a nuclear weapon. They'll use it. We can't. I also thought oil would go up to 200, 250, maybe 300, and I knew it would be short term, but I thought it would go. I looked today; it's like at 102, and that's a very small price to pay for getting rid of a nuclear weapon from people that are really mentally deranged. Yeah.
President, just on politics.
The world is lucky. By the way, other presidents should have done this. 47 years they've been toying with these stupid people. In many cases, stupid people. This should have been done by Obama. He went the other way. He was giving them cash. He sent plane loads of Boeing 757, took the seats out, and put green cash, $1.7 billion in the plane. Every bank in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland was stripped of their cash. They took out all the cash from the banks. They put it into a plane, a Boeing 757 packed with cash, and they flew it to Iran, and they let these guys just, I don't know what the hell they did with it, but they took it and then gave them billions and billions of dollars and bribed them basically to be friends. And after giving them tens of billions of dollars, they screwed Obama, okay? That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they are. They should wave the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say, "Uncle," right? When are they gonna cry, "Uncle"? But And they have another expression. If this were a fight, they would stop it. But you know, we have to go out and we have to do it. And it's very sad to see. Even shooting those boats, they've got 3, 4 guys. They got a little machine gun in front. They're shooting at one of our ships that's meant for it. It bounces, they don't even know they're being shot at. And then they take it out with an Apache helicopter in about 2 seconds. They go, Apache, ship, northwest 10 degrees. Turns around, boom. I don't like that, you know? You lose people. All these people, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. One thing we have the greatest military in the world. I built it because I built it in my first term. I didn't think I'd be using it, at least so much in my second term. But we have the greatest military, the best equipment in the world. We had 111 missiles shot at one of our assets, one of the aircraft carriers, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Think of this, 111 sophisticated missiles shot at one of our aircraft carriers. And every single one of those missiles was shot down with no problem whatsoever. If you would have said that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have been an impossibility. You would have had to take those shots. Every single missile was laying in the water far away. I mean, they weren't even upset. And they're the coolest people. If you ever see them, you know, Pete, when they do the missile, right? They say, missile coming, and these guys go, it's like almost like, just, you know, they're very smart. These are extremely smart people. They go to very good schools, but they shot down, who would think they're like a needle in a haystack. 111 missiles shot, 111 missiles were knocked down into the water. Didn't even get close to the aircraft carrier. No, nobody has a military like us. Okay, a couple of more, and then I want to go out and watch these great athletes. I'm not talking about him and him and him. I'm talking about these kids, because I think you're going to be far better as an athlete than anybody behind you, okay? Do you agree? I think you're going to be a better athlete. What sport do you play?
I play football.
Oh, there you go. Do you think you're going to be better than him? You'll be faster than him. You're going to be so much faster than him. He's going to be like lightning. He was known for his speed, by the way. I don't know. I think pretty good. What sport do you play?
I don't play sport because my mom didn't sign me up, but I'm trying to play gymnastics.
Gymnastics? Oh, wow. That's a good sport. It's a great sport. What do you play?
I do dance, but I also do volleyball.
Oh, nice. Hey. Nice and tall to be a volleyball player. Amazing. What about you? Look at this guy, he's a big guy.
Me, I'm doing football right now, and next year I'm going to be trying to do powerlifting.
Oh, whoa.
Yes,
Whoa.
already, let's go.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting?
No, sir.
Did you see that they had a man powerlifter, and he decided to go the opposite direction? He took a record, stood for 18 years. He beat it by 119 pounds. Whoa. Okay? They put the little quarter of an ounce. For 18 years it stood. This guy he was a failed powerlifter. But he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports, and he broke the record by 118 pounds. Think that's fair? So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could. Hey, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. Wow. And with your height, do you smash the ball, the volleyball? Do you get up high? Can you jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better. I don't want to be. I'm just looking. I think she'd be a great soccer player. That's good. Good luck, okay? What about you?
Hockey and golf.
Well, and you know that guy, right?
Yes.
All right. You know that guy. Do you think you could be as good as him someday? Not easy.
Better.
Won't be better. And you play
President,
golf?
this young man today, of all the young men I've met, he had the best manners possible. He was a smile. I said, how are you? He looked me in the eye and he said, fine, thank you, sir. How are you? Not just good.
Are you a good golfer?
Yes.
So what's your handicap? Do you have a handicap?
15.
So This man is 90 years old. Do you think you could beat him? I'm betting on Gary. I'm betting on Gary.
You will.
Hey, you know what else? And he doesn't choke. It's a big deal. You know, a lot of guys can play, but the flag goes up and bad things happen. And I think being in good shape helps you in that respect too, Gary.
You see, if it wasn't a cherished table, this is very historic. I could get on this table and do 50 push-ups like that. Most people can't do that, even when they're going in the army, right?
Yes.
So you've got to keep in shape.
Yes, sir.
And you tell everybody how you love this country.
Yes.
Okay?
Good way to end. So we're going to go out. We're going to say hello to the athletes. We have young and great athletes. We also have some big superstars out there waiting for us. And thank you very much. And Bryson, thank you very much. You really took this and brought it to a level. And it's true. Biden and President Obama decided that it wasn't important, and they're so wrong. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody.
Entitled, what is this? I haven't seen one of these for a while. Maybe it's time to watch another one. This is insane. So yeah, it's been a little bit of time, right? They run it. Do they run it? They think they can assault the whole neighborhood for fun? What? What is this?
Who attacked? Which one was it?
Both of them.
Okay. For what reason?
Because I told them to quit beating on the girl.
Multiple times.
Who is you yelling at?
You.
You don't yell at me. I don't care.
Get on the ground right now. Get on the ground.
Settle down, fatty.
Get on the ground. On your face.
We already seen this? I haven't seen it.
Put your finger in my face. I can throw whatever I want to throw. You'll go right back to prison, buddy. No, I got no.
I
seen it earlier.
Right.
It's pretty nuts.
On May 2nd, 2023, officers rushed to a neighborhood after gunshots were heard off and on. One family was on a rampage, bringing the entire neighborhood to a standstill. And now, the neighborhood's last hope seemed to be the officers who had just arrived.
So they...
Excuse me.
You're good?
They jumped on that white man. They kicked him and beat out.
What the fuck?
The gentleman in the gray pants right there?
Yep. Going
He
wild.
had a gun, about 8 rounds or so. Then he knocked the female down. Then he knocked the male and the female down.
Where are those people?
Right there.
Is this Grand Theft Auto? Holy shit.
Greenhouse. Them two guys and the
The
white
fuck
people
is
right
wrong
there
with them?
in this house right here.
Did anyone get shot?
No.
Uh-huh.
But they shot it. They shot the damn gun. I seen them shooting it.
Uh-huh.
And then
Just
when I heard.
We're gonna be right.
I heard.
Uh-huh.
But I seen them when they beat that man up.
What kind of gun did he have?
It was a pistol. I don't know. Couldn't tell.
Uh-huh.
But I seen them boom, boom, boom. Them two right there. Them two guys. They beat that man up.
The two that are pushing?
Ma'am, I seen it. So the guy in the gray shorts shot the gun off. The other guy is kind of camouflage shorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. It's the guy in the gray that he's pushing him back. He's the one that shot off the rounds, knocked over the grill, and started smacking a woman who went this way.
What the fuck?
And then
How do you fuck up that bad?
He got it over here.
They got early
He
access to
popped that
GTA 6?
gentleman in the white shirt, the guy in the gray. And then when another man came out, the one that's up by the door now, that's when the other guy, I guess it's his brother, came over and started jumping him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they started kicking the man.
Where are you at? Because we're gonna.
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be back to talk to you in a minute. Okay.
And that's where the problem boys are at?
So I heard gunshots.
Okay.
I came outside.
Is anyone
Uh-huh.
shot or anything?
No.
What's that
attacked-
from?
Those two right there attacked me.
They attacked you?
They attacked him?
Why?
Because I was trying to defend a girl.
Okay. Do you
They're
medical attention?
No.
There's blood? Oh, wow.
All right. Just one sec.
No, they attacked.
Got two porkers over there. Oh, no.
Hey.
Look at him. Oh, no.
He's saying he was battered by these two
So
guys.
try it again.
All right.
So try it again.
Uh-huh.
Try it again. Mommy, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing not one thing.
Uh-huh.
Not one thing. On the house.
What are they doing?
Yeah. So far, he's saying he was battered by them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he's bleeding.
Okay.
Damn.
That's a hurt. No.
That's a hurt?
Yeah, dude in the gray had the gun. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Can you imagine this is your job, going to houses like this and micromanaging the retards that live in them? That's all you do, is you have to go and rearrange the makeup of this house again. Like, they know who it is. Like, it's the crack house. I know, it's adult daycare. That's crazy.
They're all trying to fight us.
They're trying to...
You don't tell us how this is gonna go.
What?
You don't get to tell us how this is gonna go. We're gonna figure all this out.
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
Don't approach him.
Why?
So that's how it's done. We're not taking your word for it. We're staying right here.
Do what you got to do then.
All right? That's what we're gonna do.
Do what you got to do. No, go in the house. Go in the house.
We'll lock the house.
How can all of them be so stupid? Like, none of them have, like, literally any level of, like, reasonability, impulse control, or anything. Like, the whole family, they're all fucking retarded. Holy shit.
No, we don't care. We'll lock the house down.
What you mean?
We'll surround it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened? I don't know if they talked to you yet. Let's step behind the car.
Yeah, the guy, I heard gunshots. And I heard gunshots, and he was holding the girl down. She left.
Which one was holding the girl down?
Jesus.
This guy?
Yeah. Okay. And he was gonna.
This one with the jean shorts?
Yeah, he says he's gonna kill her. And the
He's
other
gonna
guy
kill her.
comes up
Oh,
and said,
wow.
Just leave her alone. And then they attacked him.
Okay. You want paramedics?
No.
Okay. Who attacked? Which one was it?
Both of them.
Okay.
For what?
Both of them.
Because I told them to quit beating on the girl.
What was she wearing?
I have no idea. Okay.
It became clear that some suffered more from the chaos than others, like the bruised man whose only crime was telling the family behind the attacks to stop beating a little girl. For now, it was all just hearsay.
Smart.
But nothing was going to convince the officers faster than becoming victims themselves.
Okay, so let me tell you like this.
Oh, no.
Y'all, all of y'all, it's on. Y'all said it's public property.
Well, we're conducting investigations. They're really
For what?
Because there's shots fired. People are extremely uncooperative.
Huh?
Explain. For what? Explains it to her? Huh?
Extremely uncooperative.
Oh, God. Huh?
Look at all these police.
Yeah, because there was shots multiple times.
Who is you yelling at?
Who's?
You don't yell at me. I don't care who it is. That's one thing you're not gonna do. You're gonna respect me. You're gonna have some respect. I don't care. No, because I was talking to you like a calm person. And
I could see that.
you sit up here and you just raised your voice at me. I don't play that.
The thing is that there is like a group of people that think that, like, if you get disrespected, it's like reasonable to act this way.
Kill you.
You can't do that. You just can't. Like, that's not like, you can't have a world like this. This is crazy.
Voice at me. You were talking more calmly.
We had multiple calls for shots fired.
Oh, you know she's getting arrested. You know that.
We want to make sure nobody's hurt.
Nobody's hurt. Like I was trying to tell him before he started raising his voice at me. He said that I was like, okay. He said they're being uncooperative. But it's like all these police for what? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, anytime we get a call
No, I don't know what you're saying at all.
for possible shots fired, yeah, there's going to be a big response. You have to understand for everybody's protection here.
You're shooting off a gun.
So you have to understand it's not like a call where there's a lost cat or something. We'll get it. We get it.
Investigation?
Not yet. We're all just getting here, so we'll figure it out, sir, and we'll be out of here.
Okay, so y'all just okay.
Yep, absolutely. And you don't want paramedics or anything? If you want, they can come check you out right down the block.
Dad, they're stepping on you.
Oh, he's consciousness or anything?
A little bit.
Dad.
I'm cool.
No, you're not. You have cancer. Is it okay? It's not okay.
No.
No, I don't need
It's good to show this because, like, it shows the terror that people like this inflict on everybody else around them. It's good to show.
I didn't hear that earlier that he had cancer. Damn, that's pretty bad, man. I mean, I guess, how do we know that they knew that he had cancer? It's kind of one of those things you just don't know what he knows, right? But it's, I mean, he's an old man, man. I mean, most likely, our generation, if you're old, you have cancer. It's not good, but, yeah. We need to figure it out sooner or later. I mean, that's my idea on cancer.
It's really, it's not just like, this is the reason why I am so, like, aggressive with how I talk about these people.
And like, if we have the tools to bioengineer food, don't tell me that we don't have the tools to bioengineer a cure to cancer. I mean, this is insane.
It is. Like, this is the way I talk about it. Like, it's changed my perspective considerably. See, I told y'all, like, this is the reason why I do that.
Yes, you do that.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let anybody get a girl in front of me.
No, you did the right thing.
No, he didn't.
People are
He's trying to
animals.
help
They
you,
are.
so.
He didn't
Absolutely.
help at all. Now we're involved and they hate us.
Yeah.
He didn't help at all. I just. Maybe I'll call Daddy again.
And like, honestly, look at the house. It's a total shithole. It is massive shithole. Like, you got chairs, like fucking lawn chairs next to the TV. No trespassing. There's like a fucking, I don't know, like an AC unit. Like, there's a knocked over chair. Like, I mean, this is worse than my yard. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is the most ghetto shit that you can see. Really?
Yeah, do me a favor, sir. Just stay away from this area right here, okay? You can go over here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Get off my property, please. Thank you.
I'm not gonna right now, sir. I'm sorry.
Once y'all done, please get off my property.
Ma'am, don't walk through here, please. Just go around me.
This way my mama lives.
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm going this way. Don't touch me.
Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
Yeah. You on your way?
It's crazy because like you can tell that these are the low impulse control. I have to respond with aggression to every type of disrespect type people. Like, these types of people just can't exist in society. They and the thing is that like usually like people like this, I'm surprised they're this old. Cuz usually people like this get, they get sent to jail pretty fast.
You back up.
Hey,
Yep.
you don't need this.
You're not allowing me to.
That's a dog.
We don't need this.
Don't touch my
You
mom.
on your way?
Shut up. Y'all want us to back up? Y'all back up.
The son made a statement suggesting they were almost as lethal as the officers. It might have sounded like a bluff at first, but the moment those words left his mouth, the officers realized just how dangerous this family really was. That meant they might need a plan B if they hope to bring them down and make it out in one piece.
Yep.
So respect.
You got two more of them showing up too.
It's like 30 feet. I'm not walking up on you, but I need to get through here.
This is a crime scene.
It don't matter. You walking up. Don't walk up.
You see? Look at the guy run away. Look at him run away.
Walking up on you, but I need
What?
This is a crime scene.
Oh no!
Take him. Get on the ground right now. Get on the ground.
Why would you do this?
Get on the ground. On the ground. On the ground.
Why are you running? Yep. There's one right there.
Bad Leo, right there. Spit on my face. Bad Leo. Congratulations. Felony charge.
Congratulations, dude. How do you fuck your life up and get packed up this fast? Not harsh enough? Oh, I agree.
Battery on Leo. He just spit in my face.
Yep. Man.
Keep adding the charges,
They
bud.
just immediately, like, they extracted him in, like, what was that, like, 40 seconds? Jesus. He knows what he's saying. Just get him in the box.
Ma'am, can I tell you something? Ma'am, what are you doing?
What are they doing? Oh my God. What's this hog running to?
End of the line.
Oh my God.
Hey, Curcio.
Watch her.
Yeah?
Man, don't come over here. Don't touch my mama.
Uh-uh.
Don't touch my mama. Don't touch me.
Doesn't stay on the
I don't know
sidewalk.
what for. You ain't taking me no. Well, I'll tell you that, man.
You ain't taking me nowhere. I'll tell you that much. Please. Please.
You ain't gonna take me no.
Uh-huh.
Two bad Leos, got it.
That Leo threats the Leo. I hate y'all. Shooting a gun.
I hate y'all.
So what? I do it.
I hate y'all. Yeah, I bet you do. Cancer to society? I know, bro. Bring back police brutality. We gotta do that.
I ain't got no gun. You can't do that. Wait.
I mean, that's a little much. But let them do their job.
The officers were smart enough to set up an ambush and arrest the family member responsible for the gunshots.
Yeah, they got him.
During the arrest, he even managed to rack up 2 more counts of battery. By then, he was already pinned down. Still, subdued didn't mean the chaos was over. Now,
what a surprise.
Now the officers had to deal with a family who seemed desperate to get themselves arrested too.
It's so funny they tried to walk close to each other. They bounced off. Watch.
Desperate to get themselves arrested too.
I mean, you stared at me like a hey! Yeah, stare at me, your eyes follow me everywhere. Y'all can touch. I'm not going over there, but I am going to touch my son. You touch your all over my face. Yes, hey! Y'all stop. We're not doing this. No, we are not doing this. Come on, my face.
Please stop.
I'm not asking. No, I'm just telling you this. How you telling me to come down, but she walking all the way up in my face? I'm trying to make it a work tomorrow, but I don't need nobody all over my face.
Just trying to talk to you. Do you want to talk to me?
No. Okay. Absolutely not. I don't have nothing to say to you. What I do? Don't try to handle my son. Don't. I'm not going over there. Oh, okay, that's what you call it? You harassing people? I receive a paycheck. I receive a paycheck for what I do too. I call what you call it. It's
I receive a paycheck for what I do too. What do? You don't do anything. I guarantee you don't do anything.
Hey,
what do you mean?
Harassing. And, okay, so why all y'all is up on him like that?
Why all y'all is up in on him like? Oh my God.
Cooperating, ma'am. Hey, you're not. So I told y'all to get out of my face for one boy. Walk away.
Oh my God.
For one boy.
Jesus.
You walk away.
Write that one down. Yeah.
Y'all get off my son like that.
Keeps kicking them.
Maybe if they'll let him go.
They're just trying to get him in the car, but he's resisting the whole time. He ran from us.
Like this. Come on now. It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Don't run and spit at cops.
It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
It's what he did.
Yeah.
Y'all wrong too.
Spit on cops.
Y'all wrong too.
We got called here.
You wrong.
Okay.
You wrong.
Please arrest
We
her.
got called here. We didn't just show up.
Put your feet in the car. Put your feet.
Every step of the way, it's a problem. Every step of the way, there's friction.
It's like it is an ego thing. I don't understand why you can't cooperate at this point. You're already in handcuffs in the back of a car. Please put your feet in the car. I get it. You think like eventually like somebody's gonna see this like, okay, yeah, oh wow, like your only hope is what, a crook judge or something? I mean, and then it says that he gets out in like 31 months. So you went to jail for 31 months after doing all this crap. Is it worth it? No. And people
Our
are saying
problem
be in there
has
for
to
longer.
be, exaggerated. Every
I don't want
single
my tax
little
dollars paying
piece
for
of
another
every
day of this
problem
guy going to
has to be
rehabilitation.
made
If he still
as
wants to do this shit, he
painful,
should go to work camp.
annoying, just fucking
his work.
time-consuming, and
Pay for his
frustrating as
rehabilitation his own
possible.
way.
Holy fuck.
No
Just
longer
get
will
in
we
the
pay the
fucking
taxpayer
car.
money.
In the
We
car.
will fix you with
Put
your own
your
hands.
feet in the car. Put your
Please.
feet in the car.
Got him. Can you imagine, like, I bet there's probably no better feeling and no more satisfaction than finally shutting the door. Like, you think to yourself, got him. All right. It's over. Thank God. Yep.
I'm lost. Curcio.
He was handling himself in the same manner that. But it doesn't matter. He has no reason. He has the right to speak according to the law.
Took flight and ran.
So, ran well. What do you need to run for? Y'all had him on the ground. So where the f did he run?
From here to there.
Just before that, you idiot.
He was right up when y'all came up with tasers on with lights. So.
He ran from here to there.
Let me handle this. He was right up when y'all came up with tasers on with lights.
What? Oh my God!
So where the f did he run?
See, y'all expect for people to calm down, but y'all don't give them. Y'all wonder.
Let me handle this, son, please.
Let me handle this. No, don't worry. I can talk to him.
Listen to me.
Now, why y'all didn't
respect, but y'all don't want to give it?
I'm giving it to you.
Y'all still say, okay, then why did you put your hands on my son?
I didn't touch the rest of your son.
You just said y'all ran up on him with tasers and put my son on the ground.
Because there was a shooting. I am
protecting but they don't have nothing to do with no shooting.
How would he know that?
If you want to find out something, come up and ask. Don't pull guns and tasers on my children.
Yes. That's what happened.
Y'all we pull guns and tasers on y'all, then what?
You know, with this whole family, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. They might only get one or two of them today, but eventually they're going to get the full set. This is just like they need to have, you know what they do in jail? Maybe they should have like family cells in jail. And that way it's like you have a situation like this. You just, all right, guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's get them all. Let's get this out of here. Get the full set.
Don't put your finger in my face.
I can pull
the full house.
You'll go right back to prison, buddy. I got no problem putting your ass back in prison. I have no problem. I am the
Lieutenant.
You're gonna kill me? Now you're going to jail.
Unnecessary. Just go. We don't have permission to go inside the house.
These crackers smoking out.
I love how, like, it's the parents that are calming, it's the retarded parents calming down the somehow even more retarded kids. And then as soon as that stops, then they start crashing out too. This is unbelievable. How is this real? Roadhoggle? Yeah.
Just get on that corner right there. Hey, right there, that corner, so you can see all the way.
Can you imagine living next to them? And all them fatties crammed in that tiny ass little cracker box house. All them hogs sitting there. Sitting up in the house like sardines, bro. just revving each other up, getting each other even more mad. Oh my God. Man, imagine being in that house.
Now what is the problem? Y'all got my children all upset, and you can get me upset. Now what's going on? Now we ain't done talking. Now what's the problem? I want to know what the problem is. I wanted my son in there, but you say you're doing an investigation. The way you're doing an investigation comes with respect, not the manner of showing y'all authority trying to run over people.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
What the I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut the fuck up. What the fuck you mean you know what I'm talking about?
What do you mean you don't know what we're talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I tell you what,
this is a smart strategy. Just say, I don't know what you're saying.
all these end. Y'all want a war, eventually gonna be there. All this finna end. Y'all want a war, eventually gonna be there.
So true. So true.
You can't give me no affirmation. Why should I give you something? I'm trying to find out what's going on with my children. Y'all talking about bullshit. Y'all think y'all got a gun in your bag, y'all?
Okay, well, it's not even about that, bro. What it is that there was a shooting going on, and before they could even get anything figured out, he was saying you can't come on the property, this, and that, but this dude has already had proof that he was the one beating him up from witnesses' testimony. I'm done.
Yeah, we're just gonna collect the gun shell casings and that's it. Yep, 100%. 100%.
Get him and please go.
100%, sir. 100%.
Please, get him and go.
Yep, we're just collecting and then we're gonna go. Yep, I'm counting down the seconds, trust me.
Yeah.
Man, I wish we could move faster.
Make sure y'all catch him that shot in my yard.
Gotcha. I'm sure the neighborhood's gonna give us plenty of information for that, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Man, y'all please just get out of here.
We're as soon as we're doing it. Y'all have a great night. Take care. Nope.
Okay, catch you later.
That's the best part, bro. See you later. Yep, see you soon. They know. Yeah.
City clear. We're taking it today.
All right, everybody back in their cars, and we'll rendezvous somewhere else.
Try to get the victim out of next door. He doesn't want to be seen by the neighborhood.
That's fine. We've got.
So we got charges on which one?
We've got charges on.
It's already 10:15, and the guy with no shirt.
We don't have a victim next door.
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Do you have a phone number for it?
He's cooperative. He wants to go to FD, but he doesn't want to walk out in front of everybody. Just battery, yeah.
Just simple battery.
There's allegedly a female victim that he tried to intervene in some kind of domestic. They were beating the out of this girl. She ran off. So
we don't have her. We just have let's get a phone number for 1130 and see if he can call him.
Oh my God. Oh my.
It seemed the other son in the family had been to jail before and had
no way. No way.
No problem going back. He was only saved by a hair. His father holding him back from losing his temper. The officer, on the other hand, had no problem taking him in again. With all that settled, the arrested son was hit with a long list of charges. Felony battery, 4 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, 4 counts of threatening a law officer, improper exhibition of a weapon, resisting with violence, and resisting without violence. He was sentenced to 31...
Bro, they put his ass in double jeopardy? You resisted with violence and without... You just fucked, bro. Like... Is it all right? Why don't we just... Wait, 31 years, that what he said?
Resisting with violence and resisting without violence. He was sentenced to 31 months in prison. Couldn't...
31 months? That's nothing. That's like 2.5 years. Shit, bro, I thought I'd say years.
Help but wonder how the family and neighborhood would relate during that 31-month sentence.
Oh my God.
If you enjoy videos such as this, like, subscribe, and watch the next one.
it's crazy because you know these people are gonna be on another episode. You know that. Like whenever I can just tell. I can tell with some people, there are some people, they have the crime virus, bro. They do. And like when you look at it's the disrespect thing. Like that's actually the moment that like somebody can't let something go and they always have to be in control of a situation. That's when I know that person is not going, like you're not suitable for like civilized life. This not gonna work, right? Like you're gonna have some kind of a problem one way or another, right? Damn, I miss it. That shit was crazy.
Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some really intriguing discoveries in regards to our eyes. Something that technically we do take for granted, but something that actually represents one of the most distinctive and one of the most complex organs in the entire animal kingdom. But also something that's extremely successful in terms of evolution, because a lot of different animals seem to possess eyes, and quite a lot of them use it for survival. And so in this video we're going to discuss this recent study that actually discovered something we've never known before, and specifically answers the question of why human eyes, or technically mammalian eyes, are so different from everyone else. But first, let's start with the somewhat unusual evolutionary argument that even Darwin could not answer. And that's because for centuries, the idea of eyes was even used as an argument against evolution. Mostly because it just seemed to be too perfect to have happened by chance. And even Charles Darwin famously admitted that the idea of eye evolving naturally, or through natural selection, seemed kind of absurd and was very difficult to explain. However, in the last few decades, a lot of studies, including some of the major papers from the last few years, have finally pieced together the incredible journey of how pretty much most animals got their eyes. And it turns out that in terms of evolution, back in the days, our ancestors basically used to be a kind of a cyclops, or they essentially possessed just one eye in the middle. And that turns out to be extremely important in explaining why human eyes, or once again mammalian eyes, are just a little bit different from many other kingdoms. And so today we're going to take a look at this recent study and discuss some of the main discoveries in regards to the evolution of vision, but much more importantly, we're going to discuss the fact that, turns out, we do have a third eye inside of us. Not some kind of a metaphysical or symbolic eye, but instead a real one that technically still has the same function as it did 600 million years ago. And ironically, it's literally right here, right in the middle. And so let's discuss exactly what scientists recently discovered, and well, in some sense, this might unofficially blow your minds and stuff. At least it blew my mind when I read it. But in a nutshell, this entire study explains the unusual properties of human eyes as a result of a temporary lifestyle change of an ancient mammalian ancestor 600 million years ago. But to understand the recent breakthroughs, we first have to discuss what scientists have already known for quite a long time. Or basically, we have to discuss the evolution of eyes in general and how we think all of this started. And as you probably know, the evolution of the eye is not a single event. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of evidence that complex eyes and the idea of vision very likely evolved completely independently at least 40, but possibly up to 65 times across different animal groups. In other words, this was such a successful mechanism that it basically evolved in completely different animals, resulting in completely different eyes. But despite this diversity, almost all eyes share the same basic genetic master control. This is actually a gene referred to as PAX6, a master regulator for eye and brain development. And in case you're wondering, it looks kind of like this. And so this is something that pretty much all organisms that contain eyes seem to have as well, suggesting that this is something that's extremely ancient and something that very likely evolved nearly 1 billion years ago. And for pretty much all organisms that evolved vision, it very likely all started in an extremely similar way. It started with simple light-sensitive proteins referred to as opsins. And this basically was a kind of an eye spot that could not actually see shapes and could not detect motion, but could tell difference between light and dark. This is actually something that still exists in animals like planarians. And so pretty much most animals that have eyes very likely began as this. But then eventually, a lot of these flat patches of cells started to fall inwards and started to form a kind of a cup. And this was a massive upgrade because now it allowed animals to tell which direction light was coming from. So essentially it allowed for limited directional sensitivity. Once again, this is something that does exist in some of the more primitive worms. But it's really the next step that started to change everything. Here we had the pinhole eye. And so as this cup got deeper and deeper, the opening started to get smaller, and basically it started to act like a kind of a pinhole camera, which allowed for the first actual images to start forming, even though overall they were quite dim. But as this cavity then started to fill with liquids, this is when things started to evolve very quickly, and the vision became better and better. And so basically the last step was the lens, some kind of a transparent protective layer, most likely involving some kind of a transparent skin, that eventually evolved into a lens that started to focus light. And though by itself this might seem like some kind of a very long process, according to various evolutionary models and computer simulations, in order to evolve from a simple eye patch to a much more complex eye with a lens, animals would not actually need more than 400,000 years. So in theory this can be an extremely quick process, and seems to be so effective that it happened dozens of times and resulted in very similar eye structures. And so that's the general path for most animals that resulted in a variety of different eyes. And by the way, if you actually want to learn about the unusual eye shapes and some of the unusual eye properties animals contain, check out one of the previous videos here in the description. But there's always been this one question in regards to the eyes that we have. Because compared to a lot of other animals, our eyes are actually a little bit different. And one of the best comparisons here is basically between our eyes and the eyes of an octopus. Or technically not just an octopus, but basically any invertebrate with complex eyes, including cuttlefish and squid. And this is of course a classic example of convergent evolution. Both the eyes of a human and an octopus evolved a kind of a camera-type structure involving a lens, an iris, and a retina. But the internal wiring seems to be entirely different. Specifically because in humans and a lot of mammals, the eye is actually inverted, whereas octopuses have everted retina. Or just to rephrase this, in our eyes, the sensitive receptors that perceive the light seem to be located in the back of the eye, with the neurons connected to all of this being in front, whereas for the octopus, the cells are in front and the neurons are in the back. And because of this, human eye has what's known as a blind spot, where a lot of these neurons, or a lot of these nerve fibers, converge at a single point and form what's known as the optic nerve. And so because there's a kind of a hole inside the retina, this forms a blind spot. Octopuses and squid don't have any blind spots. Our eyes also differ in the way they seem to focus and use the lens. The human eye uses tiny muscles, referred to as ciliary muscles, to change the actual shape of the lens, whereas octopuses seem to focus very similar to a traditional camera lens and move the entire lens forward or backwards. And so in other words, even though the overall effect of vision seems to be the same, the structure is entirely different. And of course, on top of this, humans have a sophisticated system, usually involving at least 3 types of cone cells that allow us to see 3 different colors, whereas octopuses just have 1 photoreceptor. But they're sensitive to polarization of light, which we cannot see. And so here the obvious question was, okay, so why did our eyes evolve so differently? And why do vertebrate retina seem to have such a strange structure compared to everyone else? And well, that's basically the focus of this recent study on the evolution of vertebrate retina that explains most of this by looking back approximately 600 million years. Now, first in this study there's this incredible illustration that summarizes the main differences and main similarities between various eyes in various types of animals. So everything from insects to different types of worms to, of course, vertebrates. But turns out that our eyes, or vertebrate eyes, may have had a much stranger history. And so here scientists George Kafetzis and Dan Nilsson surveyed 36 major groups of living animals and discovered that the light-sensing cells seem to be always found in 2 places, either paired on the side of the head, kind of like I guess what we have, or sometimes in the middle of the head, so basically a kind of a middle eye. And well, apparently 600 million years ago, we kind of had this unusual worm-like ancestor that seems to have had both sets. In other words, it had the lateral eyes and the middle eye. It's obviously not entirely clear why this evolved, but it very likely served some kind of a purpose. But around this time, very likely because of various climatic changes, Instead of being active feeders and very likely moving around, they eventually became stationary and, just like so many other worms, became filter feeders, basically burrowed into seabeds and remained more or less motionless. And because they were no longer moving around, the eyes on the side of their head, or the steering eyes, were no longer necessary. And just like it usually happens with animals that don't use something, they eventually lose it. This actually happens to a lot of different fish that, for example, live in complete darkness and eventually lose their eyes. But because of their lifestyle, they very likely still had to be able to tell time, or specifically tell when it was daytime. And so they needed to have some kind of a simple way of detecting light. And so their light-sensing cells in the middle of the head seem to have remained, and eventually developed into some kind of a single midline eye that you can kind of see right here. And so, as I mentioned in the beginning, 600 million years ago, our ancestors were possibly a cyclops, a tiny, motionless worm cyclops. But then climate changed again, and our ancestors decided to change their lifestyle once again, and so they very likely returned to swimming. Which means that they needed to steer again, and which means that they needed to have these lateral eyes that were so successful before. And the evolution solved this by having that single midline eye grow cups on each side, with these cups eventually moving to the sides of the head and becoming the pairs of eyes that most vertebrates have today. So basically this was the beginning of some of the first fish, with that fish eventually making their way to the terrestrial surface and evolving into lizards, which then evolved into mammals and eventually us. And overall this kind of explains why the vertebrate eyes are so different from invertebrate eyes, once again including octopus and most of the insects. And so our eyes are essentially a repurposed version of that central midline eye. Okay, cool, that's I guess an interesting proposition and an interesting hypothesis. But first of all, is there any proof? And second of all, why did I actually mention in the beginning that we still seem to possess a third eye? Well, that's because this particular discovery actually explains so much about one specific gland right here in the middle, the pineal gland. It's actually this super tiny red spot you see right there in the middle. And based on a lot of neuroscience studies, we know that in humans, the pineal gland, or this unusual pine cone-shaped structure, seems to produce melatonin and regulate our sleep. In other words, it's critical in regulating biological rhythms. But we also know that it's somewhat sensitive to light, as in it usually receives signals from our two eyes right here via hypothalamus. And so when it's dark, melatonin production increases, which makes you sleepy, but when it's light, the production is stopped, and this allows you to stay alert. And that's of course the natural of the so-called circadian rhythm. But we know that obviously other vertebrates have this as well. And intriguingly, in many other vertebrates like certain lizards, frogs, and of course fish, the pineal gland is actually connected to a visible third eye on top of their head. This is known as the parietal eye. Here's for example one in a bullfrog, and here's one inside a lizard. And this is not just a dot, this is an actual eye with a cornea, a lens, and a retina. And even though our pineal gland is technically buried inside the skull and does not see the light directly, it still contains exactly the same structure and same cells referred to as pinealocytes. These are actually found in the retinas of our eyes as well. Or just to rephrase this, if you were to shine the light on the pineal gland somehow, you would probably sense it. And so, in a very real sense, it's actually not wrong to say that we have three eyes, and we do have a third eye right here in the middle. Although we don't really see much with it anymore, unlike these other vertebrates like frogs and fish. But more importantly, this confirms this unusual origin story, and confirms that the origin of vertebrate vision is still inside of us even today. As a matter of fact, it confirms that our eyes very likely started from that central eye in the middle, sometimes 600 million years ago. But in terms of the evolution of vision, one question still remains. Why do so many animals contain eyes? Or basically, why is vision so successful? And today it's believed that it was really because of the Cambrian explosion approximately 540 million years ago. This is based on the idea known as the light switch hypothesis that suggests that once some of the first complex eyes appeared, specifically in animals like trilobites, it basically sparked a kind of an evolutionary arms race. And this is because vision turned animals into active hunters and not just passive feeders. And that means that prey also had to evolve in order to survive. And so here we had a kind of a burst of evolutionary innovation that eventually led to massive diversity of life and massive diversity of eyes we see today. But without this first evolution of eyes, the complexity we see inside of us would never exist. So the eye evolution was actually extremely important. But once again, because of the way our eyes evolved, and because they were kind of a split off from the central eye, they essentially contain a kind of an evolutionary baggage. So basically it explains why our eyes seem to be built backwards and upside down compared to eyes of octopuses. But despite this backward design, our eyes seem to be still much more efficient and even seem to have much higher metabolism, which actually helps us see incredible detail that's almost impossible for many different invertebrates. In other words, despite this backward design, our eyes are still much more efficient. But overall, these types of studies take us just a little bit closer to helping us understand how complex life evolved and how our brains and our senses seem to be wired together. And so this basically shows us that evolution doesn't always find a perfect path, but sometimes just takes these unusual shortcuts or even repurposes something that we already have in order to create something unusual and something spectacular. But at least for now, that's all I wanted to mention. Once we discover something else, we'll come back and talk more about this in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and it's about time we'll discuss some of the updates about the Voyager program, and specifically Voyager 1, sometimes also referred to as the most distant human creation in the entire universe. And that's because, as we speak, this 49-year-old probe is currently over 25 billion kilometers away from us, and is continuously traveling farther and farther. As a matter of fact, this year, sometimes in November of 2026, there's going to be a major achievement, or technically a kind of a major symbolic milestone. At this point, Voyager 1 is projected to reach a distance of exactly 1 light day. 1 light day away from the planet, basically meaning that the communication in this case is going to take at least 2 days, because the signals have to travel to the probe and then back from the probe. And this is of course going to be the first time in history that a human-made object is so far away that the light itself takes 24 hours to reach the spaceship. In more scientific terms, this is going to be approximately 173 astronomical units away from the planet. But one of the main reasons I wanted to discuss Voyager 1 is because very recently we actually did have some updates about the mission, and NASA engineers once again had to do something quite extraordinary to essentially allow this probe to function for a few more years. And so here they basically performed a kind of a deep space surgery in order to prevent this probe from failing completely. And the thing is, in the last 2 years, since the last update, this particular probe has experienced a few cases when it basically almost failed, and when scientists almost completely lost communication with the entire mission. And so here we had at least a couple of computer failures, power shortages, and even the event that's now known as the Great Memory Crisis of 2023. Yet despite all of this, using some of the most impressive engineering hacks in history, NASA engineers made sure that it still works and is still communicating with us even right now. And so let's discuss some of these new updates and talk about some of these recent announcements, but I guess first, just for the context, why exactly do these probes matter, and why do NASA engineers care about them so much? Well, first, to understand this, we have to clarify where Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are currently located. Now, based on a lot of press releases, most people assume that both of these probes have actually left the solar system and are now traveling in the interstellar space. But that's actually not entirely correct because, in this case, everything depends on the exact definition of the solar system. And to be more exact, both of the probes have left the heliosphere, the protective bubble of particles and various magnetic fields created by the Sun, but technically they're still inside the solar system and have not even reached the Oort cloud. But the heliosphere border was officially crossed in 2012 by Voyager 1 and 2018 by Voyager 2. And so essentially they're traveling through the region where we normally find a lot of massive icy objects, but not the same objects that usually create comets. Comets usually come from the Oort cloud, and it will take Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 another 300 years to reach this region. And they will officially leave the solar system in approximately 30,000 years. And so they're going to stay in the solar system for quite some time. But nevertheless, these are very important probes for one simple reason. Voyagers are the only spacecraft currently providing direct measurements of the interstellar medium beyond heliosphere. And specifically, even right now, they're measuring the density of space, the temperature of interstellar plasma, and can even count cosmic rays that never really get inside the solar system and never reach planet Earth. Mostly because the Sun's bubble, heliosphere, blocks them. And so once both of these probes go silent, we're actually going to lose our only opportunity to study real space outside of our home. But because of these probes, in just the last few years, scientists have already learned so much about the heliosphere, with many discoveries basically rewriting our current understanding and helping us learn just a little bit more about what happens beyond the Sun. As a matter of fact, in one of the previous videos, we've discussed how this image of the heliosphere is not actually entirely correct. It does not seem to form this perfect cometary shape, and instead was surprisingly discovered to have a more cross-sun-like shape that you see right here, with a lot of these discoveries basically being made because of the Voyager mission. But as I mentioned, the last 2 or 3 years have actually been just a little bit stressful and involved some dramatic events. And the most dramatic event started on November 14th, 2023. This is when Voyager 1 suddenly stopped sending usable data and instead began transmitting unusual zeros and ones, basically gibberish. And this is when a lot of scientists thought that maybe this was the end of the mission. But NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory spent months investigating and eventually traced the problem to a single malfunctioning chip in the flight data subsystem, the computer responsible for packaging scientific data before it's sent to Earth. And so here this particular chip simply worn out because it was constantly hit by high energy particles. But to fix this actually involved something super complex. The engineers couldn't just replace the hardware, so they actually had to relocate the code stored on that broken chip to other parts of the computer memory inside Voyager 1. But the problem here is that the total memory is only 68 kilobytes. That's like basically the size of a tiny JPEG picture on your phone. And there was no single spot large enough to hold the code. So they actually had to slice it into sections and then restitch it across different parts of the remaining healthy memory. And by June 2024, the software relocation worked, and the Voyager 1 once again began sending back scientific data. So whatever magic they managed to do here, it actually sounds absolutely mind-blowing. But within just a few months after this, there was another problem. On October 2024, NASA actually sent a command to turn on one of the Voyager's heaters. And this somewhat normal request unfortunately triggered the spacecraft's fault protection system, because in this case the probe is running on a depleted energy source with its nuclear power battery barely functioning. And so here the automated system thought it was draining too much energy and automatically shut off the main X-band radio transmitter, preventing further communication, with Voyager 1 missing its scheduled calls and basically becoming inaudible. And so it actually took some time to realize that the probe was now communicating on a slightly different band. Specifically, it was using the S-band transmitter in order to save power. But the S-band is much weaker and actually has not communicated with Earth since 1981. It was basically only used in the inner solar system. And so at the current distance, the signal was just super faint. But thankfully, the Deep Space Network in Australia, specifically in Canberra, was able to hear this old frequency, and the engineers managed to switch on the older system by November of 2024, which once again sounds super complex and kind of mind-blowing, but that's just to show you how ridiculously smart some of those engineers are. And well, for the past couple of years, we haven't really heard much until now, April of 2026. And that's because unfortunately Voyager has now reached its next milestone. The power in this case is so low that NASA has to shut down another one of its instruments. In this case, they finally shut down the Low Energy Charged Particle instrument, responsible for measuring ions, electrons, and cosmic rays. And this instrument ran for almost 49 years and allowed scientists to analyze solar wind and planetary magnetospheres as the probe traveled across the solar system. But it's now officially off, which means that Voyager 1 is really only operating 2 instruments now and is going to be sending a lot less data. The only active instruments are the magnetometer and the plasma wave subsystem. As the name implies, the magnetometer measures the magnetic fields, and the plasma wave subsystem is crucial for studying the plasma waves in the interstellar space. But in the next few months, NASA is going to be doing something else that risks potentially shutting down the probe completely. Here, they are preparing for what's called a Big Bang maneuver, or basically a kind of a swap where a lot of the currently running devices are going to be switched for the lower power alternatives in order to keep the spacecraft's heaters running. And that's because if they don't do this, or if they don't switch to the low power devices, the Voyager's fuel lines are most likely going to freeze, which could be the end of this mission because it just does not have enough power left. And so despite all of these clever hacks and all of these solutions over the years, the end for this probe is definitely approaching. As a matter of fact, every single year it seems to lose approximately 4 watts of power because its nuclear battery is slowly being depleted, with most experts believing that by 2027 or 2028, the probe will no longer be able to power even a single scientific instrument. It's still going to be able to communicate, but it's just going to have nothing to say to us. And because it's moving away farther and farther, by 2036, it's going to be far enough from the Deep Space Network that none of the current telescopes will even be able to hear it. Which means that it's going to travel by itself, unable to hear us, and unable to communicate. Although, in contrast, Voyager 2 seems to be doing a lot better. Even though it's just a little bit closer to us, at 140 astronomical units, right now it still has 4 scientific instruments operating and reporting back to us, and unlike its partner, it seems to have just a little bit more energy, and seems to have just a few less problems. But eventually, both of these probes will fall silent. Their batteries will become depleted, and we'll no longer be able to hear them or communicate with them. And so both of these probes are going to be continuously drifting through outer space, with Voyager 1 possibly coming really close to the star known as Gliese 445 in approximately 40,000 years. But because of the constant interaction with the cosmic rays, and possibly even collisions with various micrometeorites, at this point both probes might be completely shredded apart and just resemble some kind of a metal scrap flying through space. Nevertheless, it's still really impressive that even after almost 50 years, both probes are still operating, still working, and still sending back data. In contrast, my phone from just 5 years ago barely functions. But we'll definitely come back and discuss this mission in a little bit more detail in some of the future videos, because at this point I think everyone's just really excited to see how far we can push this and how much data we can collect from this mission despite its age. And so until future updates from NASA, thank you for watching, check out previous videos in the description, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support
Ancient DNA has been very disruptive to conventional understanding of the past, because after the Second World War, there had been a reaction where people said this initial idea that people had in the beginning of the 20th century when people would see new types of pots. This is the arrival of a new people coming through invasion or 5%.
Volume. Sorry about this. Like I have a big volume problem. I apologize.
Been a reaction where people said this initial idea that people had in the beginning of the 20th century, when people would see new types of pots. This is the arrival of a new people coming through invasion or through movement. And that was used by, for example, the Nazis to argue that these were spreads of Aryans moving across the landscape. And the reaction after the Second World War was to say, we don't know this. And in fact, when you see the arrival of new types of material culture, pots, for example, or tools or ways of organizing life, what you might be seeing is more the spread of culture. You might be seeing, for example, something like people copying use of a cell phone or something like this. How could there be a big movement of people? You're looking at densely settled Europe with well-developed agriculture. How could it be that new people coming in from outside will unseat these people, disrupt these people? But then you look at the genetic data and there's a 50%, 70%, 90% population disruption. What happened when...
Man, he's saying that mass migration is causing a lot of these problems, like historically.
We had these findings was some of our archaeologist co-authors really just were very distressed by the implication.
Why? You're really surprised that, like, what did you think happened? Isn't it? Oh my God. It's an inconvenient... Dude, this is so sad.
One way or the other, you have some kind of people who expand demographically and displace people somehow, rapidly displace people over a period of well less than a century.
How do you think that large groups of people are displaced over such a short period of time? Well, I wonder. Magic? Yeah, it's magic, exactly.
Today in Colombia, 95% of the Y chromosomes are European, 95% of the mitochondrial DNAs are Native American. We know what happened there. It wasn't friendly, it wasn't peaceful, it wasn't nice.
That's right.
We really don't know what the past was like until we actually look at it and have hard data telling us.
I'll give you a little bit of a surprise. The past is exactly like that. Every single instance where one culture was interacting with another one and there was a massive power disparity, the other culture probably doesn't exist anymore. That because they killed them. That's what happened.
That's what it's like. Our guesses, our models are including many of mine, are likely to be wrong because we can see that, because when we have hard data, we're surprised.
History constantly repeats itself. Yeah. It's insane for me to see this. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't nice. Yeah, 11 million people have been talking about this, right? And full episode, the consensus was thinking completely artificial from the start. Ancient sources made it very clear what happened, but modern historians didn't like it because it didn't fit with their worldview. So they made up elaborate theories of peaceful assimilation. DNA proved them to be liars. And by the way, this is the reason why you don't get more research on things like IQ in the different countries in the world. This is the reason why you don't get more research about these other topics that are politically incorrect. It's not because people don't want to know the answer. It's because they already know the answer. That's the real reason. So much of the intellectual, and they don't want anybody else to find out about it. And it doesn't follow the narrative. Yes, exactly. Even the Old Testament tells about this. Yeah. Why does everyone want to conquer? Because it's fun, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, fuck. So much of the intellectual energy in Europe and the US was wasted by advancing comfortable lies rather than facing hard truths. Knowledge and understanding have been set back at least 100 years because of progressives taking over the academy, and we aren't free yet. That's true. Absolutely. Lawrence Keeley exposed what liars archaeologists are decades ago. These pieces of crap are more interested in their agendas than they are the truth. The peaceful savage has always been an obvious lie. The grant system has destroyed research. Absolutely. And, oh my God, did archaeology community actually think that early humans were peaceniks? It's really sad. Americans did this more humanely than one native tribe conquered another. What is this? Jesus. Holy. That's pretty fast. And that was over, like, what, 100 years? Wow. You're right for the wrong reason, not born stupid. It's lack of education and our culture. Well, I think that I don't think this has anything to do with like being stupid or not. It's an ideology, right? And so basically what they do, so this is the reasoning, and this is what people like this do. They create these false conclusions from data, and then they use the false conclusions as a reference point that they can use to push a narrative that what you're doing is not historically supported and this isn't what happened. So basically what they let me think of a better way to say that, because that wasn't a very good way of explaining it. So there's been an ongoing and a very common push to try to create a unique evil that is being ascribed to Europeans and Americans and, you know, basically just white people, anybody in Western culture, that we have a uniquely bloody history and the way that we approach things is problematic by default because we are these conquerors, we've killed bunches of groups of people, and, you know, like, we're this evil group of people. But what happens is that whenever you look at the archaeology, you'll see that actually everybody did this. This was very common because this is how people are. It's not like white people don't have a monopoly over this. Everybody did this. So whenever you have the geology, I guess not the archaeology that's unveiled and people see this to be true, then you realize that the white guilt original sin from colonialism or from some other form of control is actually just the same thing that everybody else did, but we're the only ones that are living in a culture that has to constantly apologize for it. And that's really what I think this is showing. And that's the reason why they find it unsettling. It's because it completely destroys the original sin narrative that they've tried to give every single person inside of Western culture. Hopefully that is that a better way for me to explain it? I think that's maybe a little bit better. And you know what, the Korean slave trade? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, of course the Koreans probably had slaves. I mean, no doubt. Every race has done awful atrocities. Exactly. And so that's the reason why you see so much of this happening. Now you know what current Germans feel like, the guilt thing? Well, yeah, of course, right? But I mean, like, what are you going to do about it? Like, the problem is that, and this is the issue, is that it's not enough. A lot of people like me are extremely good at identifying problems. But the issue is that whenever people like me want to solve these problems, these solutions are seen as unacceptable. That's the main issue. You have to accept radical solutions if you want to solve radical problems. This is a radical problem. This is a systematic radical problem that's been going on for 50 years. And again, Elon talked about this too. Ancient cultures were extremely violent, not the peace-loving ecologists at all. Duh, of course. And for decades, prehistorical evidence was forced through a left-wing theory filter. Exactly. People like this, what they do is they control data, and then they use data as a reference point to justify things. Let's say unethical, not unacceptable. Well, I don't even think what I advocate for is unethical. I think it's extremely ethical, but it's specifically used against white people because they're succeeding at the moment. Well, I think that it's stopping. I do think that, like, because what's happened is that you've reached kind of like an inflection point with how much like DEI, diversity, inclusion stuff has effectively disenfranchised a lot of people, right? And it's also, by the way, it's not just white men, it's men of other races as well. Like Asian men are the victims of this. I also even think black men in some cases are the victims of this. I think it's basically a system that's designed effectively to, you know, basically put men last and women first, and that's it. Or somebody who has some other sort of, you know, invented gender identity, right? And that's really what's happened more than anything. And it's happening to everybody. He goes on further from here. Well, let me look at, oh, there's more of it? Okay, let me see what that is. Are you cleaning right now? Yes, I am. I am. I don't know how you noticed that, but so basically, I accidentally spit something out a little bit, and it was on my table, and it was gross, and I was like, I don't want to look at that, and so I ended up cleaning my desk right there. You actually caught me. I figured just showing this might make people think something else, so I got the Windex too. But yeah, that's what it was. So I made sure my desk was clean. That's what it was. Yes, exactly. And it unfollowed. Well, I had to, right? I mean, like, it was gross. Yeah, it's disgusting. I don't want to have that. Okay, let me see this.
So the DNA results was extremely disruptive to people in archaeology who had made these arguments that change wasn't possible in this large-scale migration, large-scale disruption probably didn't occur in the past.
It did. It did, and what happened as a result from it. That's right. I love this.
So it was a real challenge. It was a real challenge to our understanding of prehistory. It was sort of a case example.
How could it be? Why is it a challenge? It's only a challenge because you don't like the conclusion. It's not a challenge. Like, any reasonable person could have come to this conclusion already.
Prime example that's been important for me in showing that we really don't know what the past was like until we actually look at it and have hard data.
Yeah, you do. Anybody could have told you this.
Telling us what it's like. Our guesses, our models are including many of mine, are likely to be wrong because we can see that, because when we have hard data, we're surprised. I'm sorry for that long preamble. So when what's happened in the last few years is there's been something of a reconciliation after the book. Archaeology is trying to reconcile itself with the DNA data, and it's arguing about the subtlety of these interaction events. So people talk about what's happened in Britain, for example. Well, maybe the arrival of the beaker phenomenon, which happens about 4,500 years ago, maybe it's not an invasion, maybe it's a kind of peaceful event, maybe the previous people the reason we're seeing such a disruption is the previous people, we know they cremated their dead and the beaker people buried their dead. So it looks like a much more abrupt change than it did. Maybe what happens in Iberia when there's a 40% arrival of these foreigners from the East and 60% local people, but the Y chromosomes are completely replaced. So the local men don't contribute their DNA to local later populations.
So a bunch of people from another foreign place came there and raped all the women and then took over, right? That's basically what you're saying?
It looks somehow like that must be extremely disruptive to the local male population. But people are saying, well, maybe this is female mate choice. Maybe this is...
It's female mate choice? Wait a minute. You think that female mate choice existed 4,500 years ago? Female mate choice barely existed 500 years ago. Are you fucking retarded? This is so pathetic. How can you possibly say this?
Somehow kind of not what you think it is. Maybe it's not what happened 4,000 years later amongst the descendants of the Iberians in the Americas, where today in Colombia, 95% of the Y chromosomes are European, 95% of the mitochondrial DNAs are Native American. We know what happened there. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't peaceful.
It was, so the one time, and this is what I think is so funny, is that the one time that you do know what happened, you automatically assume that it's the Europeans that were evil, that were raping and killing all of the Native American women. But in the other instances where you don't know, instead of just assuming that in every single one of the instances where this is understood, the same thing happened, no, actually something different happened.
Yeah. It wasn't nice. But maybe what happened in Iberia 4,000 years ago amongst these ancestors of people was much more peaceful, was much more calm.
How do we have these simps going around looking this shit up? This is so sad. Oh my God.
If you look at detail in Iberia, what you see is the period of this change is actually over 500 years. But if you look at a microscale, now that we have better data, it's immediate each place. So in southern Spain, it's very fast. And then in central Spain, it's a little later, but very fast. And so actually, there's these rapid changes occurring in one place or another. People thought in Britain, maybe this was actually a slow process. But we now have data not yet published from the Netherlands, which is clearly the same population of Beaker people that's spreading in Britain. And there it's very disruptive. And you actually have the whole series of people before and after. You see that earlier corded ware people are local, which is actually very unusual for corded ware.
This is literally one of the biggest lies in human history so far. I know, and it's been a lie that has been inflicted on Western populations for the last, I would say, 50 to 100 years. And it is an original sin, guilt lie that's been associated with our culture and the way that we've evolved. And it's meant to delegitimize, demoralize, and demonize us as a people. That's exactly what it is. And now it's finally being revealed.
There are actually local people adopting the religion of the corded ware, but mostly local ancestry. And then the Beaker arrival is incredible disruption. There's almost no continuity, very little continuity. So probably what's happening with the Beaker individuals is one way or the other, you have some kind of people who expand demographically and displace people somehow.
Somehow, how did this happen? Oh, wow, it's the magic. Oh, look at that. Why are all these piles of bones? What's this?
Rapidly displace people over a period of well less than a century.
And do we know whether
well less than a century? How do you, like, I mean, really, why are you not just immediately direct about this? Like, how do you displace people over less than half of a century? What motivates a person like this? Approval. Social approval.
Because more modern versions of this, when Cortez goes over the New World, he's like serving field.
Total fucking G. This guy, Hernan Cortez, was sailing back and forth with his wife and his mistress on the same boat. The same boat. He had a mutiny. He came back to squash the mutiny. They had died of disease. See? No more problem. Cortez was a lot fucking cooler than Justin Bieber, exactly. He actually strangled his wife? Why?
To the Emperor of Spain and so forth, or like, I don't know, the Mongols and Genghis Khan or something. In this case, I assume there wasn't enough hierarchy.
I'm sure that Genghis Khan, I'm sure that, like, I wonder what percentage of Mongolia is related to Genghis Khan. Like, I'm sure that was all consensual, right?
Hierarchical organization that something like that was available, but there was enough organized, maybe, I don't know if organized is the right word, but there was enough sort of like persistent invasion that like we're going to keep going town to town, settlement to settlement until we've reached the ends of Europe. And so was it just like the Yamnaya were just lots of different independent groups that were doing this at the same time, or was it like how organized was this basically is what I mean to ask?
So we don't know. And I think there's debates even about that. I think one example I've heard archaeologists I work with think about is the Comanche in the U.S. Southwest, where, you know, it's actually,
this is another thing, is that there's another white guilt original sin lie that we came to America and we started killing all of the Native Americans. No, we just joined in on the fun. We did. They were killing each other like crazy.
Horse-based expanding group, and they expand super dramatically, you know, in parallel to the Spanish expansion and alongside the U.S. expansion before encountering the U.S. Sort of militarized United States at some point. And, you know, it's local. There's local bands of people expanding. They go on campaigns. They expand to certain areas. It's the Beaker people and the corded-ware people, they're contemporary to ancient Sumer and to a lot of the...
You think we third-partied them? I think that we debuffed them. We debuffed them and then just kind of let it play out. That's kind of what happened.
Egyptians that we actually have written history from. It's not so...
My understanding, like, this is like a very limited historical understanding, and so like I'm not sure if this is really true, but I've read about this a little bit, is that my understanding is that they were already experiencing a rapid population decline before we even started arriving there in like large numbers. Like, this is already something that was happening based off of archaeological like findings, and I think that us being there obviously accelerated something that was already happening. And as far as I know, last time I looked into this is like, I was talking to this like friends of mine, like maybe like almost 10 years ago. So like they might have found more about this since then. And I don't know even really when we learned about it, like, when that was written. But like, yeah, no, this is like, I don't even think that they really entirely know why.
They weren't writing, but they were contemporaries of these people, not so much far to their south.
Right.
So we really don't know what was going on. But if you were part of a community where there is a culture where, say, the males, as we think from reconstructions from Indo-European myth, which is probably the class of cultural shared knowledge these people were operating from, because we think these people were the spreaders of Indo-European languages in this part of the world. If you think about this as a world where at a certain age, males would band together and go on raiding parties and so on, and that would...
Wait. If you think, you mean like what? So you're acting as if this isn't obviously what happened? Wait a minute.
Maybe settle down later in life. You can imagine a process where, built into the culture, you have a process of expansion, exploitation.
Duh, of course.
One thing that's really interesting that has actually emerged in the last years and was not really sort of strong at the time that I wrote my book was an understanding of the relationship between the Yamnaya and groups like the Corded-ware and the Beakers. So the Yamnaya are these groups that thrived between about 5,300 and 4,600 years ago in the steppes north of the Black and Caspian Seas. They're probably the first people to domesticate the horse, or that's arguable. And they use the horse and the cart, which was...
What the fuck is this, cognitive dissonance? Well, they just don't want to... The thing is that, again, it's an entire ideology built around this. I don't know how much more of this I'm going to look at. I was going to look at a couple more minutes.
Invented in the wheel to
I think this is something
exploit the open steppe lands and be able to economically expand much more rapidly. They're the world's first extreme mobile pastoralists, but they can't get further than the steppe. So they expand into Europe, they expand into the little island of the steppe that's in the Great Hungarian Plain in the Carpathian Basin, and they stop. They can't expand their way of life to...
I wonder why. Probably because they can't. That's how you get retard. This guy teaching made up history. Well, that's what they do, right? Is they make up fake history. They teach people the history, and then they say, well, look at the science, and then they make up the science, and then they say, you're stupid for not listening to their science, when it's not science at all. They just made it the fuck up. That's really what's been going on for a very, very long time.
Police are investigating a car fire that may have been set on purpose during a gathering on the city's south side. It happened early Sunday morning, and you can see people gathered around that car that's engulfed in flames.
So, gangs and criminals have decided that this is the year they make a new push to take over Chicago completely. And while crime has always been a problem in the Windy City, we're now seeing a surge in raids of restaurants, businesses, and even parking lots, which should alarm the city's very outspoken mayor, who seems so busy attacking America and our president that fixing Chicago isn't on the menu.
Surveillance video shows thieves struggling to drag a heavy ATM out of a grocery store overnight. Chicago police say this gang has been targeting city businesses and hit 3 stores just this morning alone.
Security footage shows the criminals using a dark-colored SUV to break through the building's glass window and exterior wall before gaining entry and taking an ATM.
We didn't have these problems when I started. We have cameras here, license plate recognition cameras.
He says morning, afternoon, or night, they're undeterred.
That's how bold and blatant they are. They will just walk right in front of a camera And sometimes they'll even look right in the camera.
Jails and incarceration and law enforcement is a sickness that has not led to safe communities. I'm going to work hard every single day to protect the people who are caught up in violence in the city.
I mean, this is the first time that I know where my car is and what they done did with it. But this is definitely the second time that they did it.
This is very frustrated. We're trying to make a living, try to survive the neighborhood.
So while crime is taking over Chicago, look at this, the schools are busy radicalizing the students. And what nobody's talking about is even though lawlessness here is through the roof, it's likely going to keep heading in that direction. And here's why. If you remember, a year ago, there was a massive ICE operation in Chicago, which did bring down crime numbers by getting criminals off the streets, but that was only temporary. And the criminal underworld is now back with the mayor and governor claiming this as some sort of a victory, something the radicalized populace here is very excited about because they've pulled one over on President Trump in their minds, which couldn't be further from the truth. Things in Chicago right now are completely out of control. Here it's not even safe if you want to park your car in an empty lot. But sadly, this is what happens when the folks running your town believe everything wrong is somebody else's fault. Ditto the electorate who keep putting people like this into office. And the result ends up being a revolving door system that protects a precious criminal element. Because you see, these folks aren't criminals at all. Instead, they're victims of an evil, unfair country which was founded just to exploit people in their minds, which is why they blame America for problems they could deal with but won't. And that brings us to the real reason Chicago is headed in the wrong direction and is gonna keep heading that way as a place becomes more and more lawless. What happens is the law-abiding, they don't like this, so they leave. And who stays? People that don't have a problem with it. The law-abiding will not put up with this. They don't want their cars stolen. They don't want their restaurants and businesses getting plundered. They don't want gang activity and fugitives taking over intersections. But after they're gone, the only people who are still here are the ones you see wreaking havoc all across town, because none of these criminals are ever faced with a law enforcement consequence for any of this behavior. I wonder why. I wonder why that is.
Jails and incarceration and law enforcement is a sickness that has not led to safe communities. I'm going to work hard every single day to protect the people who are caught up in violence in the city.
Right. So law enforcement, big sickness, huge problem. That's the reason Chicago's such a rotten place. We've got too much law enforcement. Meanwhile, these pesky journalists, they figured something out about the mayor that he didn't want anyone to know. Watch this.
Say that law enforcement is a sickness when you yourself have over 150 sworn police officers on your detail. What do you say to these people, and will you ask your 150 sworn police officer CPD detail to stand down if you and your wife Stacy are?
Here's what I've said. That the addiction on jails and incarceration and the addiction of militarism, it is an evil.
I guess the mayor is suffering from the sickness of law enforcement because he's got quite a few police officers on his detail. It's costing quite a lot of money. And now those police can't go out and stop any of the crimes we're about to witness.
Chicago police are warning about a spike in car thefts across the loop.
CBS News Chicago investigator Tara Molina caught up with a manager of some of the lots dealing with these thefts who say the problem is worse than what we're hearing.
She's bringing us those details and taking a closer look at the crime.
This is one of the lots hit recently and repeatedly. And even though there are cameras like this one covering this space, I'm told these thieves are so bold, they don't care.
Why would you care about a camera if there's no consequence if you're recorded committing a crime? This is very simple. If law enforcement is a sickness that has no place in Chicago, what good's a camera gonna do? There's no police on the other end of it who are gonna do anything if you break into a parking lot and start stealing cars. And here's why this is such a problem. You've got crimes like car theft. And what happens? People that are very progressive, the socialists, they look at this and they say, yeah, car gets stolen, but you know, that's your fault for buying a car people want to steal. And hey, you got insurance, so no big deal. Victimless crime. Meanwhile, the people that steal these cars, what do you think they're using them for? You've got crimes like car theft. And what happens? People that are very progressive, the socialists, they look at this and they say, yeah, car gets stolen, but you know, that's your fault for buying a car people want to steal. And hey, you got insurance, so no big deal. Victimless crime. Meanwhile, the people that steal these cars, what do you think they're using them for?
We didn't have these problems when I started. We have cameras here, license plate recognition cameras.
Mark Gallus has more than 25 years experience managing parking lots across the city. He says recently,
our lots do not have as much business as we used to because word gets around in the neighborhood that these lots get targeted.
Oh, I thought this was a victimless crime. I thought nobody was harmed by lawlessness. Yeah, right. Lawlessness, as you're about to see, is the linchpin of the unaffordability crisis places like Chicago are dealing with. If you want to park your car in this lot, it now costs more money. Why? Well, first of all, the car might get stolen and you're going to have an insane insurance deductible, and they got to hire more security to protect cars in places like this and make sure that the cars don't drive themselves away. But the real problem is that the people stealing these cars are the same people using them to do other things all over Chicago, which are even worse.
pictures like this one from surveillance cameras of these theft crews. He says morning, afternoon, or night,
wild.
They're undeterred.
That's how bold and blatant they are. They will just walk right in front of a camera.
What?
And sometimes they'll even look
at this.
Look right in the camera.
A few of his lots are listed in this recent alert
That's
from
wild.
Chicago
And
police,
here's what's really
warning
crazy.
of car thefts across the Loop and South
This
Loop.
guy right
car
here.
thefts reported the end of February through this past week.
That alert was maybe...
This guy right here, he's not even covered up. He doesn't even care if he gets spotted. He was spotted. Have we heard about him getting arrested? No. And I also love how the sign here says, don't be a victim of car theft, as if it's the fault of the victim for having their car get stolen. It's the fault of the criminals that these vehicles are getting stolen. It's not the fault of the law-abiding, that what they had was taken away from them suddenly without warning by people who should be in jail and aren't. That's the fault of the local government and the people voting for these politicians who see every single criminal out there as a victim. But now it's time that we ask ourselves, what do the actual victims of these crimes think about all this?
What appeared to be an overnight crime spree, crash and grab thieves appeared to have targeted at least 3 businesses around Chicago, including this gas station here at 71st and Ashland. It's where surveillance video shows the criminals in action.
So as I was going in the back, I heard a ram, boom.
It unfolded around 4:50 this morning in the city's Inglewood neighborhood. That's where thieves first broke into a BP Amoco gas station at 71st and Ashland.
Yeah, I was shocked because this is business slow right here and everything. People come in, different rates.
The security footage shows the criminals using a dark-colored SUV to break through the building's glass window and exterior wall before gaining entry and taking an ATM.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think these guys drove here in their personal vehicle that is registered and traceable back to them, or do you think they got here with one of the vehicles from that parking lot we were just at? I think we all know the answer to this question. And what you have here is a staircase of victimless crimes that just seem to have more and more victims. Look, here we've got a whole bunch of victims. We've got the owner of this business who now has to repair his store, lost all the money in his ATM. We've got a whole bunch of customers that were going to come here and try to buy gas, and the place is going to be shut down. And then the vehicle owner is going to wake up by the time these guys finish their crime and find out that their car's in the river somewhere. Yet all you got to do is lock people up who steal cars, and then you won't have people stealing ATMs or destroying businesses or destroying society or making life unaffordable for people who now have less places to go buy things, as well as the people who work at these places who now don't have a job while the place gets fixed, if it ever even reopens.
Did not want to be on camera, explains what happened next.
When I seen the guy bag back and do it again, I knew something wasn't right. He hit it like 45 times. When he hit it that 5th time, he knocked all of that out.
There's no way to stop
The guys
this.
got out so calm, and I mean, you could see that they knew what they was doing.
Oh,
Witnesses
they knew
say
what
the
they were
thieves
doing.
Picked up the ATM and put it in a waiting minivan and took off.
Wow, so they knew what they were doing. So they didn't get up one day, as we're told by many people, that, these criminals, they just made a wrong choice. They were going to put on their suit today and go do tax returns for people at their accounting firm, and they said, I'm going to go steal ATMs instead in a stolen vehicle. Like, we're supposed to believe that these are not people who have dedicated themselves to a life of crime and have been taught that that is a perfectly reasonable pursuit in life, because law enforcement's a sickness, because jails are bad, because if you have a jail and there's people in it, there must be something wrong, and we need to release those people because they all say they're innocent and we should just believe them. And look at this. As I'm filming this video, last night, another break-in at another, like this just...
This is the third time this business has been hit in 2 years. The co-owner says this time thieves broke through a tall glass window, causing tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage, and it was all caught on camera.
Tens of thousands of dollars. Look at this place.
Glass sent shattering as 4 people break into a South Loop cafe early Wednesday morning. This surveillance video shows that thieves taking sledgehammers to 2 game machines, grabbing the cash and taking off.
We're now looking at an epidemic of crime in Chicago. Every single day this stuff is happening. If you got a business, that place is a target. It is going to get annihilated by people who fear absolutely nothing. They've got an unlimited number of stolen vehicles that they can use as getaway cars. There are an unlimited number of businesses they can rob, at least there are for now, and once they're all gone, these criminals will probably move on to a place like New York or California. But what's the attitude of leaders about these robberies of businesses? Are these businesses, should they be protected? Are they assets to their communities, or are they something else?
Just watched an entire city council in transparency try to take wages away from the very people who are part of an industry that has its ties to slavery. Nobody's hiding from that. I am boldly declaring that we need reparations in this city, and that's why I'm funding it.
So the mayor is here fighting for wages of restaurant workers who he says are getting a bad deal and are part of a system of businesses that are connected to exploitation. Now, how can you make that argument when you've got criminals who are exploiting these various businesses, making it tougher for them to pay their workers because all the money they make is getting stolen from their registers, stolen from their tip jars, and when they get robbed, they've got to repair everything. We don't even have to tackle the insanity of the ideas we just heard. There's something else that's making it hard for these places to operate. If you want good paying jobs, you want companies to have more money to spend on their workers, well, stop having them spend their money on the criminals. Let's take those criminals who should be in jail and build a jail and put them there. Let's do that. But nobody's talking about that. Nobody wants to do that. Instead, people are just wondering why the same masked criminals who we can't identify, might be the same people, might not be the same people, are stealing cars and stealing from your business. But some people are going to say, oh, you can't identify these people. You can't prove that the same people stealing the cars are the same people robbing these stores. Really?
3 a.m., thieves hit another gas station in the 3300 block of North Kimball. They stole an ATM from there, too. Moments earlier, police say thieves unsuccessfully tried to rip off a business in the 4000 block of North Clark.
That's crazy.
That crew left behind a dark-colored SUV. Ayanna Davis says police told her SUV was used in one of the crimes after it was stolen off the street near 68th and Normal. Despite the damage to her Jeep, she's just happy to get her vehicle back.
Terrible. This is the second time it happened. The second time it happened. I mean, this is the first time that I know where my car is.
That's terrible. This is the second time her car's been stolen and then used to commit crime. We have come full circle. And we've got proof that the same people stealing these vehicles are the same ones using them to do this stuff. And now, think about the affordability implications of this. This is her vehicle right now. It either needs to be repaired or it needs to be, I don't know if you could drive it like this. This is going to cost money. She, at a minimum, if she does not repair the damage, has just lost tons of money on the resale value of this thing. And you want to talk about how lawlessness makes the lives of everybody living in a place like this unaffordable? This is it. At the same time, remember, this is also a sanctuary city. Remember that we've got criminals living in Chicago, living in apartments, committing crime, who shouldn't even be in America to begin with. And there is resistance, eternal resistance on behalf of local leaders for doing something about this. And what we're learning is that if you increase the number of criminals anywhere and you do absolutely nothing to hold them accountable, everybody else pays the price for that.
That alert was maybe had 13 different dates on it. There's way more incidents than that.
We took a closer look at the crimes overall,
They're hiding
honing
the
in on
stats.
District 1, which includes the Loop and South Loop, and found car thefts are up from this same time frame last year. 166 compared to 138 thefts.
It's a lot of thefts.
But we've seen higher numbers in years past. 223 in this time frame back in 2024. Police recommending people who park in lots like this one install a security or anti-theft system and make sure it's marked on the car. Gallus pointing out these are often more than car thefts. The stolen cars used in other crimes.
And the same guy they interviewed says that the reports that you hear aren't everything. So somebody's doing something to sweep this under the rug. And what does the city tell people to do? Oh, you should put an anti-theft device on your car, and you should have a sign on your car that tells criminals that you have an anti-theft device, which is just going to tell them which anti-theft device they have to defeat if they want your car. Because again, the police apparently aren't going to get here fast enough to do anything about this, aren't going to hold these people accountable, aren't going to put them in jail. And the sad thing about this is that we've seen what happens in Chicago when criminals are held accountable. Crime drops. This is good news for the law-abiding. The only problem is the law-abiding have already left Chicago. The only people left are the people who don't seem to have a problem with criminal activity, which is why criminal activity is now defended and law enforcement is demonized at all levels.
The stolen cars used in other crimes.
Just as recently as 2 days ago, an FBI officer called us up about
FBI?
a stolen vehicle being used down in one of the south suburbs.
Chicago police tell me they're still investigating all of these recent thefts, and so far no one has been arrested.
No one has been arrested. And you know what? If people do get arrested, what do you think's going to happen? All of these progressive cities, they are doing every single thing they can to pad their crime statistics. Here we've got evidence that certain politicians are skewing crime statistics ahead of the midterm elections. And look whose picture we have here. J.B. Pritzker. The number of felonies in Chicago, not to mention New York, Los Angeles, and Portland, is declining only because woke prosecutors are knocking down felonies to something less severe for political reasons. And they're also pointing out that Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, that his recent talking points are part of a concerted effort by the Democrat Party to hide the various forms of blight created by handicapping police and telling them that they can't do their jobs and releasing violent offenders. But this is how you make crime stats go away. You have a bunch of felons who have been caught red-handed. They're on security camera. They're not wearing masks. And you know what? They come before a judge, and the judge says, you know what? First of all, I look at these people, and I don't think they've done anything wrong. I think they're victims of an unfair world and that they should be released. So then that becomes the goal of the judicial system, is to get them out the door and get them back on the streets. So what do? They look at the evidence, and the police say, well, we have my body cam, we have my security camera, we found a weapon, and then they look at all the evidence, they say, you know what? I don't think we have enough. I don't think we have enough evidence to 100% guarantee a felony conviction, and that costs us money. We don't have a lot of money, so we're not going to prosecute the felony conviction. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go after him for a misdemeanor charge, perhaps something less that we know, that we really feel we can get a conviction on and really bring justice to bear again, which is our mission. What do you think about that? We'll see you in the next video.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Rob Quirk. Elizabeth off this week. Another day of violent weather across parts of southern Colorado, and when hail is in the forecast, one southern Colorado community takes particular notice. News 5's Zach Faxton live in Fountain tonight, where some people do nearly anything to protect their cars from nature's wrath. Zach.
Yeah, a single storm here last summer cost $169 million in damage. Most were unprepared, and countless cars were totaled. That's inspired some people to invest in pricey protections for their prized possessions.
Supposedly it's going to protect my vehicle from hail.
The inflatable hail protector is becoming a common sight around Fountain. Running up to $500 depending on the size of your car, the device provides a protective bubble around your car.
Normally takes around about 3 minutes to totally inflate.
People here will go to almost any length to protect their cars after tough lessons learned last summer.
Well, last year I was in the hospital. I got a phone call that the car I just bought, 3 months old, totaled.
While for some, dropping a couple hundred for inflatable protection is preferred, others like to improvise.
We bought them at Walmart for 94 cents each.
Sean Deepavane says his wife came up with the idea of using pool noodles to protect their car. It's a look that certainly stands out.
I almost did that myself until I saw this one online. That's a good idea.
I've seen people use the welcome mats that they use on the front door.
I got blankets and tarps, and I covered the car. It still got damaged.
I've seen them use mattresses, bubble wrap.
Whatever it takes to preserve an investment from the worst Mother Nature can dish out in a community that's bore the brunt.
It's still perfectly drivable, but to save it from getting any more damage.
And I do need to correct myself. I said the top price for those inflatable bubbles was $500. Actually, $300 is the top price. Folks here say there really is an element of post-traumatic stress with each hailstorm. They've been through so many of these traumatic hailstorms that there is a natural fear factor that is involved. Always watching out for you, Fountain. Zach Thaxton, News 5.
Next news, breaking news.
Tonight, the smiling photo op is colliding head-on with a document deadline that just came and went. While Ilhan Omar posted cheerful videos from Minneapolis, a print shop there for National Small Business Week, investigators and lawmakers were asking a very different question. Where are the records tied to a $250 million fraud scandal? Now the pressure is exploding. State investigators want answers, critics want federal involvement, and Omar's office is not giving the story any oxygen. That silence is now the story. So why? At the exact moment scrutiny is getting hotter, are key documents still missing from one of Minnesota's ugliest scandals? See, this matters because the money at the center of the case was not monopoly money, it was taxpayer money, emergency money, money meant to feed children during a national crisis. See, Americans were told that COVID relief had to move fast, fine. But when guardrails come off and politically connected players circle the cash, the people who get burned are the families, the workers, and every honest small business owner trying to play by the rules. And that's why this story hits so hard. Politically, this is bigger than one member of Congress. If a sitting lawmaker can ignore document requests tied to a massive fraud case and just wait out the clock, what message does that send? Under President Trump, the era of shrugging off accountability is supposed to be over. The America First position is simple. If public officials, consultants, nonprofits, or insiders touched money meant for hungry kids, every dollar should be traced, every communication reviewed, and every excuse rejected. The public deserves facts, not PR videos and carefully staged distractions. And while we're talking about accountability and protecting America's future, here's one area where the Trump administration is delivering a major win. This, just from the White House, they've announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. But what's happening right now in Alaska is bigger than most people realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault. It's a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong, secure, and independent from foreign adversaries. That makes companies positioned in this space worth watching very closely, including Vizsla Copper, trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. If you want the details on why this matters right now, check the exclusive briefing, but it's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below to see what America First resource security actually looks like. Now back to Minnesota, where the questions are getting sharper and the excuses are getting thinner. See, here's the twist the establishment would love for you to ignore. This is no longer just social media noise or partisan chatter. This moved into formal requests, committee attention, and documented deadlines. See, that changes everything. Add in reports that Omar's name appeared multiple times in case-related material, plus allegations about communications tied to people around the Feeding Our Future network, and suddenly the wall of silence looks a lot less like confidence and a lot more like damage control. And yes, people are noticing. Like Mia Joy. Don't let this fade. Keep the pressure on Ilhan Omar and Ahmed Nur Saeed Imal, Omar's brother, marriage certificate. Yeah. She writes, this incestuous sicko married her full-blood brother to skirt immigration laws, denaturalize and deport her. Yeah, here's the marriage license. If you haven't seen it yet, put it up nice and big so everyone can see. There it is, the marriage license. Even President Trump has acknowledged. So those allegations are not going away, no matter how badly the media want them buried. And while Omar tries to look harmless with a polished small business photo op, the questions around her record are still hanging. This is what she published today on the deadline that her documents were due to be handed over. It's National Small Business Week. To celebrate, we're highlighting different small businesses from across the 5th District. Are you highlighting the daycare centers too? What about the autism centers? Are those considered small businesses, Ilhan? Oh no, I'm sorry. The feds just raided and shut them all down. That's why you couldn't go there and highlight their small businesses. I'm sorry.
Really delighted to do
Ilhan
on the hijab at Minuteman Press here in North Minneapolis. Really excited that Frank and his team allowed us to be part of the team for a short period of time. We were able to print a brochure for our official office, a translation into Spanish of all the incredible work that we do on behalf of our constituents in ways that they can be in touch with us. I really enjoyed getting to see the staff, getting a tour, and ultimately doing the print job myself.
Ilhan Omar.
Oh, I'm Frank Brown. I'm the owner here of Minuteman Press Uptown. We are the largest black-owned printer in the state of Minnesota. We are also the only BIPOC union printer in the upper Midwest. I've owned the company for over 9 years. And I tell you, it's really been an honor to see Congresswoman Ilhan Omar come in my shop.
Oh, yeah, because she couldn't go to the autism centers, buddy. At least the brochures are printed in Spanish, though. So after that cheerful district promo, here's the part her PR team doesn't want front and center. This clip lays out the whistleblower claims that campaign money, her husband's firm, and Minnesota fraud network may all connect. It's getting ugly fast. Multiple whistleblowers alleging a political operation connected to Omar routed major campaign money into her husband's consulting firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis were facing charges over massive COVID relief fraud. Campaign money, family business, fraud rings, taxpayer cash meant for Americans. These allegations hold up. It was not community work. It looks like a protection pipeline. And now the panic is starting. Reporters getting calls. Lawyers are getting busy. People are backing away and deals are being cut. Funny how fast everyone moves when rumors start turning into receipts.
Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds.
$12 million in COVID funds. That's the pattern critics keep pointing to. Political ties, insider money, taxpayer dollars gone missing. Now it gets more serious because the next report says Omar hit today's deadline and still refused to turn over the documents in the $250 million fraud probe. She's refusing to turn over the documents to the Minnesota Fraud Committee regarding her involvement in the $250 million scandal, despite today being the deadline. Ilhan Omar's name appeared in the chain with the fraudster who led the scheme multiple times. The title of one chain was Ilhan's Office. Omar is hiding, refusing to respond or appear. This demands federal involvement. The Somali pirate needs to face criminal investigation.
Squad Democrat Ilhan Omar closing in on a deadline set by Minnesota Republicans to turn over documents about potential ties to a state fraud ring after she dodged a hearing last month. Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the latest details for us. Hey, Mike.
And Sandra, that deadline is today for Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents and communication tied to defendants in that massive Feeding Our Future scandal. The Minnesota House Committee on Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight is holding its last meeting of the legislative session today. However, the committee does not have enough votes to subpoena the Congresswoman, so the committee doesn't have a legal mechanism to compel Omar to cooperate. The chair of the committee has sent Omar multiple invitations and requests for documents. Omar does not respond. Omar now sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which removed the guardrails on COVID relief money and helped the fraud run up to $250 million. Despite that, the chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee does not anticipate the Minnesota congressman will respond by the deadline.
It shows her continued disdain for the taxpayers. She feels like she's above having to answer for her involvement in the fraud and her responsibility as a member of Congress who, she passed the bill that took the guardrails off the school nutrition program that led to the conditions that enabled Feeding Our Future.
Now, Amy Bach was convicted as the mastermind of the Feeding Our Future scandal. Defendants billed the government never provided through existing restaurants and sham companies. Now, in Bach's trial, Omar's name appeared in an email chain with Bach. Trial evidence showed text communication with Bach and Omar. Trial evidence also showed Bach exchanged emails with one of the defendants who fled the country. The title of that email chain was Ilhan's Office. Now, back in January, our Alexis McAdams interviewed Amy Bach. She said she never spoke directly with Representative Omar, only people in her office. And the conversation, she said, were never substantive. Sandra, back to you.
So you saw the key point. Deadline day came, and Omar still didn't comply. Time's up. Ilhan Omar has refused to hand over communications to Minnesota House Fraud and Oversight Committee for today's deadline. What is she hiding? And that's the pressure point. No documents, no answers, and a lot of heat. Next, Mario Nafal recaps the deadline and the committee's demand for records tied to the Feeding Our Future scheme. Ilhan Omar has until today to hand over documents to the committee investigating the $250 million Feeding Our Future scheme. She's been tied to the nonprofit's founder, accused of pocketing federal funds meant to feed poor kids. Will this be her end?
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents to Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention Committee. The state is seeking communications tied to defendants in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The nonprofit falsely claimed to serve millions of meals to children while pocketing federal funds. Omar's name appeared 6 times in court documents from the case as she reportedly communicated with the founder of Feeding Our Future. Omar's office has not responded to Fox News' multiple requests for comment.
Doesn't it just make you sick? It makes you so sick. They just keep slithering away, right? See, the issue is not whether critics can post the angriest clip online. The issue is whether a member of Congress tied by reports and allegations to people around a giant fraud scheme will finally cooperate when asked for documents. The answer is no, and the problem is no longer optics, it's accountability. That's why calls for deeper federal involvement are getting louder. Not because the internet is loud, but because deadlines matter and records matter and taxpayer money matters. If Omar has clean hands, release the documents and clear the air. If not, then the scandal may expose something Americans are sick of watching. A protected political class that thinks rules are for everyone else. So here's the bottom line. Ilhan Omar can cut all the small business promo videos as she wants, but the real headline is very simple. The deadline passed, the documents were not produced, and the scrutiny just intensified. Americans have every right to ask what's being hidden, who benefited, and why it takes this much pressure to get basic transparency. Under President Trump, voters sent a message that the era of excuses is over. Clean government should not be optional. So let me ask you a straight yes or no question. Should Congress and federal investigators subpoena every relevant document tied to this case, yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments, share this report everywhere, and make sure you subscribe. And to beat the censorship machine, we set up this secret telephone number just for you. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's how you get direct updates from me to your phone when it matters most. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay loud, stay fearless, and keep demanding the truth.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
J.K. Rowling starts off, she gets radicalized on the obvious reality that men can't be women. Then she gets radicalized on the obvious reality that people that have some sort of psychopathic death cult that wants to talk about subjugating your entire country actually makes it seem like they're going to do that. The next radicalization process that's going to need to happen for society is women. That's right, the true protected class. I'm sorry, man. The true protected class. Everyone says you can't criticize the Jews. Yes, you can. You can't criticize the Muslims. Yes, you can. But, you know, you really can't criticize the Wabbit. And that is until now. Elon Musk is even getting involved in the obvious psyoping of young women heartbreakingly throughout society. But this one video explains the entire gender pay gap very well. So this is the guy that tried to assassinate Donald Trump a week ago. All right, as you can see, he runs through the metal detector with his gun, and then you see immediately the gender pay gap explained in 1 second. In 1 second, it's insane. Now, it gets even worse, ironically. But you are not ready for the deep dive I'm about to show you in this video, because they want to kill Elon Musk for this shit. It's gotten really bad. So I'm gonna show you the dumbest criminal of all time.
This lady tried to do an armed robbery on a gas station. The hell?
Yeah, you're not ready for this, man. You're not ready, because, and I don't say this as a criticism towards women, there are obvious biological differences between men and women, and for some reason, just like people want to make believe that men could be women, people want to make believe that that all cultures are equal, right? These are obvious untruths, but they also want to make believe that men and women are absolutely identical, and they're not.
This is a robbery.
It's a robbery?
Okay.
Put the gun down!
Okay.
This is crazy. And she like sort of listens.
There's a robbery.
Then she picks it up again.
I'm telling you right now. There's a robbery.
There's a robbery.
Oh my!
That's right.
What are you doing?
My God, he yells at her, and she immediately cowers before him. Remember how they said that men and women have an equal monopoly on force now because women actually have guns, and guns were the great equalizer, and now men and women have a complete and equal monopoly on force in society? Remember how they tried to lie to you like that?
Uh-oh.
What?
What are you doing? The owner in the back room.
The robbery. The robbery. The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room.
Back room.
The owner in the back room.
Back room.
What the fuck?
Goes to the back room to...
What the hell is going on? She gonna shoot the camera out?
Nah, she can't hit. She'd miss. That's it. That's
That woman
the video.
robber's going viral. They interviewed the store worker. Oh no.
The man substituting for a friend behind the counter had talked.
He wasn't even supposed to be there?
To putting the gun down once, and like a Jedi convincing stormtroopers these are not the droids you're looking for, tricked her into making a run at the empty office.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Like a Jedi. Not like a masculine, dominant male.
So I tried to let her to be calm, and I saw her mentality is not awake.
I knew that bitch was retarded, so I just need to tell her something.
I told her to leave the gun on the table. She did. So I know if I'm gonna tell her to go out, the cops here, run. She gonna run.
The 42-year-old woman did.
And she shot. I told her, listen, the owner in the back, he has the mic, go shot him. And I called the cops directly because she started shooting in the back room. Yeah, that's actually what happened.
What was she shooting at? The monsters? She's shooting all the white monster cops.
Called the cops, and finally they got here, and I'm still alive.
Kanawha County deputies caught her not far from the scene on Corridor G.
What a surprise.
Peterson faces multiple charges in connection with the armed robbery attempt.
What a fucking moron,
That's
bro.
right.
People not know how cameras work? No, you don't understand. See, like, you didn't raid in Classic WoW. I raided in Classic WoW. I understand the depths of the human mind. You can just tell them, put the gun down, go walk in the back room, that's where all the money's at, and they'll just do it.
Something like that. Now, the UN decided they were going to go on their valiant crusade defending women while they represent Islamic countries that literally have sex slaves. Online abuse against women journalists is often deliberate, designed to silence them. No, don't do online abuse to women. Online abuse to women just means free speech, by the way. You're never allowed to criticize women online. That's what the UN is saying while they are representing Islamic countries that, have sex slaves and child brides. All right? This is what that means. Woman journalist takes opinions, hurls them onto the internet hurls the shit back. Help, misogyny! Literally. And the UN kept going. No one should be afraid to be themselves in public, including those who don't conform to gender norms. Clothes have no gender. Right? This is the United Nations. I'm black. No, you're racist. I'm a woman. You're literally a hero. We love you. We love you. Now, just to be clear, the people that you never expect keep doing it. Canadian Pride leader convicted for sex trafficking. Again, comes from the places you least expect it. And just understand the level of delusion that we're dealing with. There are trans-identifying men who freeze tomato sauce into cylinders to shove up their backsides so when it melts, they can pretend they're having periods. That's not a fetish, guys. It's totally not a mental health issue. This is just normal people living their way. Bro, this is fucking insanity, dude. So the UN tried again. You know, any job is a woman's job. Any job is a woman's job. Any job is a woman's job. We'll keep repeating it. Yeah! As you can see, 3,000 likes, 4,000 replies, 7 million views. This did not go over well, obviously, because it's retarded. You know, stop doing these jobs then. Top 20 most dangerous U.S. occupations and percent male. Logging workers. Fatality rate is 132 out of 100,000. Percent male, 97. Fishing workers, 99% male. Aircraft pilots, 91% male. Roofers, 97% male. Iron steel workers, 97%. You get the idea? You get the idea. Any job is a woman's job except for the ones that actually are risky at all, right? They'll post this slop, but they won't say a word about the de facto slavery of women in Islamic countries. Of course not. They love those. Well, they love those guys. They love those guys, actually. So it's pretty insane watching this happen. And the cope is wild. Last year, Saudi Arabia was chair for the UN Commission on Status of Women. You guys could shut up forever. And people are like not into this at all. By these standards, women should be required to register for the draft. True! Any job is a woman's job. Am I right? Am I right, guys? I'm also delusional. You know, and people are really tired of this because people are waking up to the reality that no, actually, men and women are different. That's not a bad thing. That's just an inherent reality. And y'all could stop with your bullshit.
Women in general don't do maintenance jobs. They don't maintain infrastructure. They're not interested in it. That's fine. Just understand that someone needs to do it. Offshore oil rigs. 96% of rig workers are men. 96%. Where are the women signing up? Well, let me show you what it looks like.
Then, disaster struck. Thankfully, everyone involved walked away unharmed.
Oh no, how did this happen? How did this happen? I can't believe this.
Things going down pretty quick.
Yeah.
A spark
suck them
suddenly
down
ignites the escaping gas.
Oh no.
And an explosion rips through the rig.
That's crazy. How did this happen?
Confronted by 700-degree flames, most of the 226-strong crew are now either dead or severely injured.
That's
a total
awful.
of 167 men lost their lives that night.
Wow.
Just 61 survived.
Heartbreaking. You mean to tell me there were no women? That's crazy. Where are the women?
Found the wage gap.
Yeah, can't be on your period
There it
there.
is.
No.
Oh.
And this is another thing
Because the
too.
sharks,
we-
very true. Sharks that smell blood in the water.
That's
You know,
right.
we just
That's right. Any job is a women's job. So why is there a wage gap? Well, yeah. So anyway, well. So, and the thing is, people are actually waking up to this. Women are even waking up to this because, you know, women also know. Women also are very aware that men and women are not identical, all right? And, you know, nothing changes your perspective on that, like the trans person leaving the toilet seat up, you know what I'm saying?
I used to believe I was owed reparations due to slavery. I believe that I couldn't be
That's
racist
right.
towards
They psyop you towards things that are so obviously fake. All right, like the institutionalized racism, and men and women could be whatever gender they want, and they're identical, and they psyop you into this. All right, this is groomed. This isn't natural, because any boy or girl that grows up in society without having this indoctrinizing grooming cult will totally and completely and utterly understand that men and women are fundamentally different. Obviously, that men can't be women, that women can't be men, all right, that transgenderism is a mental illness, all right, you ask anyone that grows up normally in normal civilization, they'd all say this. Every single one of them would say this. Because, duh, it's observable truth. But the PSYOP is convincing you that it's not.
white people because I didn't have systemic power. I believe
and that is what, by the way, that is why these people all vote for this shit. The majority of leftist voters are women everywhere because that is the PSYOP party. It's the party of infinite lies and PSYOPs. Yes, we should import infinite rapists into our countries, and it's good actually. And then they'll all be like, oh, it's good actually, and they'll all vote for that shit.
Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, all that stuff. I believed in transgenderism, feminism, pretty much everything
That's
that
right.
was backwards.
You believe in all that shit when you grow up on the PSYOP.
Now,
Did you say blackwards?
yeah, that was actually a Freudian slip, but yeah, backwards.
Okay.
And now I'm pretty much the opposite of everything. I'm not for the feminism. I'm not for the stuff. I'm not for Black Lives Matter or reparations.
What happened?
Well, I had a situation back in Chicago where I moved in an apartment, and they originally told me I'd be assigned a roommate of the same gender to share a bathroom. They actually ended up assigning me a transgender as a roommate, and
You know what nothing radicalizes you like reality showing up and slapping you across the face with their dick.
Only found out it was a transgender because the toilet seat was being left up consistently. And when I reached out to my black housing manager, she told me they weren't allowed to discriminate and I could move down the hallway to another room if I had a problem. And when she used the word discriminate, it made me think about politics. So I started looking up just what in politics made it legal for a man to be in a woman's space. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing all the evil, racist, Republican white people are the ones with common sense who don't want this weirdness going on.
Weird.
So I found myself voting for Trump.
And you became a wife at 23?
Yes.
I did.
After being a feminist your whole life.
That's right. Just understand what this means, bro. They tragically psyop these women. And I say tragically because I mean it. They tragically take these women and from birth, they psyop them and groom them into becoming these leftists that are supposed to hate babies and supposed to not want a man in their life. Right, grooming them into this position where they will be miserable forever and import and vote for the destruction of our civilization. And then the ones that wake up are the ones that get radicalized by something that actually strikes them across the face. That is what radicalizes them, you know, and it's heartbreaking because it shouldn't need to get to that point. It shouldn't need, we shouldn't need society to exist in a way that, well, after the woman gets abused, she'll realize that society's bad. After the trans person makes a move on her in her private space, after the immigrant decides to actually sexually assault her, then she'll be like, hold up, that shit's crazy. All right, nothing radicalizes women more than real life. Or getting married or having children, being like, wait a second, I actually do want a strong man with a firearm to protect our house in case something happens. Because I really love my baby and I don't want something to happen to my baby. You know, nothing radicalizes you more than reality. So they have to live in this anti-reality bubble, psyoping and convincing and grooming you into thinking that this is what's going on. And heartbreakingly, most of the propaganda is targeted towards women, which is why most leftists are women. And objectively, that's a statistical fact that most people that vote for the leftist policies are women. Now, Elon Musk has been calling this out. Oh my God, dude. Charlie Kirk's talking about assassination culture spreading on the left. He tweeted this before he died. 48% of liberals say it would be somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. All right, why do they want to kill Elon Musk? All right, well, because he supported Trump. He supported Trump, and now 48% of them think he could die. Well, Elon Musk has made an enemy of a lot of people. He posted this on Twitter. As you can see, it has 40 million views because Elon Musk is the guy. He's the GOAT, as they say. And he posted this, just ripping feminism to absolute shreds on Twitter.
Rachel, the average American woman is the most educated, most financially independent, and most free woman in human history. She's also the loneliest, most depressed, and least likely to have kids. Why do you think women are so unhappy in 2026?
Just a fundamental, awesome question. Just a great question. Because, again, they don't even want to engage with this reality. That's right. Women were happier when they had less rights. Am I saying we should take rights from women? Well, no, I'm not saying anything like that right now. I'll say that later, but I'm not saying anything like that right now. What are we talking about? What I am saying is that this is a very, very obvious issue. And if freedom and rights and girl bossing didn't help, all right, by any form of measurable metric, then what are we doing? Like, this is so obviously true. If you, like, speak to people in the real world, you watch these deeply unhappy people, mostly women, running around, screaming and shit. And how did this happen? Why does this happen? Why are they convinced that this is the best lifestyle if this is making them so miserable?
That's the million-dollar question. There's actually been two large-scale studies done trying to answer that question. I think the first came out in 2009. It was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. And in this study, the authors in their summary said that women have reported, this is based on women's surveys when you're asking women their opinion on how they...
That was the first mistake. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I actually have a lot of respect for women. I vote to try and make sure that they don't get raped as much as I can. I want them to live happy, successful lives. with a husband that loves them, with children that they could raise, with a partner in their house, with a father figure that exists as well. You know, I'm the most pro-woman commentator out there by being real about it.
Are doing in life, how they feel about things. They're reporting higher levels of unhappiness, like you said, loneliness, depression, than ever before. So if we go back to the 70s, which is arguably kind of the tipping point where feminism became the dominant ethos. If you go back to the early 70s where they asked women these questions, they largely reported being pretty content. And now in the 2000s, we have 26% of all American women on at least one psychiatric drug.
What changed?
We have higher rates of fetal alcohol syndrome and alcoholism among women than we've ever recorded before. And women just overall reporting dissatisfaction, unhappiness, a feeling of being really torn, trying to have it all, trying to have a career and be a career woman and also have a family and do all of that. Women don't know what to do with relationships because on the one hand, they want men who make more than they do. They want men who are higher achieving than they are, yet this creates a paradox, whereas women have become the #1 earners of college degrees. They have now got salaries that compete with men, and they've got more equality than ever before. They're finding that the men are not suitable to marry.
That's
They're finding
crazy.
that, they
And
just...
also, they're entitled. Their entire value system is shifted, right? Like when they want someone to look up to, right? They want someone to look up to that will be there to give you, and that she could receive his love, etc. So at that point, if society has groomed you to the perspective that actually college degrees is what gives people value, then the absolute Giga Chad based, incredibly loving, protective guy who doesn't have a college degree is somehow lesser than you, and therefore can't be a correct giver. How can you receive from this person who is so beneath you? And this psyop has ruined these people, and it's heartbreaking. It really is.
Can't find a guy who's on their level or higher, which is what they really want. So we've created like a paradox where by giving women everything that at least feminism told us they wanted, which was full equality, independence from men so that we could choose a husband based on, who we love and not who we need, that this would make women happier. And we're finding ourselves in a position where women are reporting the highest levels of unhappiness ever. They're actually even 3 times more likely than men now to have common mental health issues.
That's crazy.
Women have always been more prone to mental health issues than men since we started tracking that, but it's gone up. It's gotten worse.
True. Women have hormonal imbalances in their bodies.
The disparity has grown. Women are finding themselves in a conundrum where they've got all the things that they were told would make them happy, and they're finding that they're more dissatisfied than ever. And what often happens, you'll see these viral clips on the internet of women in their 30s and 40s, sitting alone in their car crying, saying, I did all the things I was supposed to do. I followed the prescription.
Why am I miserable and alone? Look, man, if you have never seen this before in your life, you won't understand what I'm saying. But I have seen it, and therefore you have to believe me. When your baby wakes up and you take that baby out of the crib and you bring that baby to your wife and the baby smiles to see the baby's mommy, the wife is literally in heaven. Heaven. There is nothing better than that in the world. And at that moment, that wife is sublimely happy. And the left just doesn't want that to exist. In fact, they push so much propaganda in media, in movies. The baby's always crying. The baby's always pooping. The baby's always sad. The mommy's never happy. The mommy's tired and overworked and needs a job and has a deadbeat husband. That is Hollywood. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that the beautiful parts of society and life are just lost because they convince you that actually it's bad.
And I'm unhappy. I'm stressed out. I'm alone. I can't find a husband. I won't have a family. Am I going to die by myself? What did I do? I can't go back. So for me, it's a really tragic thing for women.
So you would boil it down to women are unhappy because they're lonely, because they're not getting married and they're not having kids.
I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's also, we put so much pressure and responsibility on women to do it all, be it all, and have it all. I really experienced a lot of that myself in my early 20s. So after I got through K through 12 high school, I was always a smart kid. I was always in like advanced classes preparing for college. I was given the message that you're definitely going to college. You've got to go. You're too smart. You can't waste your intellectual capacity
Can't waste it.
by not going to
By
school and
having
having an
kids?
important job. That's what you're going to do, like from kindergarten on. And by the time I got done with 12th grade, I thought, I think I just want to get married and have kids. Like, I really just want to marry my boyfriend, start a family, and be a mom. Like, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, well, society says, though, no, that's actually bad, for some reason. And Elon Musk posted this. Now, the funny thing about this is Elon Musk is like, he's an atheist guy for the most part. He's starting to come around on some things, but, he's an atheist guy. And the funny thing is, it's observable that feminism made women less happy. It's observable that it ruined a generation of women and caused a third of Gen Z to get aborted. But during the early stages, when it's not necessarily observable, everyone's super on that horse immediately, fighting for the rights of equality and stuff like this, which is what they claim to be fighting for. But the craziest part is, if you are a complete and utter utilitarian, and you're only about what's absolute best materially, following the Bible will give you the best lifestyle and create the best society. Isn't that funny? Probably a coincidence.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Forget hearings, forget the usual talking points. Washington just got dragged into a full-blown Cinco de Mayo meme war, and the internet showed absolutely zero mercy. It started with a simple White House post wishing Americans a happy Cinco de Mayo. That should have been harmless. Instead, within minutes, social media turned into total chaos. Trump is a mariachi king, Pelosi getting roasted over margaritas, and Chuck Schumer posting a cheerful greeting only to get smacked with ugly reminders from his own past. This was not politics as usual today. This was a digital street fight, and one side clearly came ready because the left just can't meme. See, the question is who actually controls the culture now, right? See, this matters more than some people want to admit, because politics today is not just speeches, bills, and cable hits. It's culture. It's speed. It's who lands the punch first and who gets laughed out of the room. And on a day that should have been a simple holiday post, the internet reminded everyone that legacy media no longer runs a scoreboard. Regular Americans do. Meme makers do. The people with phones do. And when they smell weakness, phoniness, or that classic Washington plastic smile, they swarm. And that's exactly what happened here. The Trump White House putting out a clean, upbeat Cinco de Mayo greeting. Then the online right, the meme crowd, and everyday Americans took over the entire conversation. Meanwhile, Democrats once again proved they still do not understand the internet. Pelosi gets turned into a punchline. Schumer tries to be festive and instantly gets ratioed with reminders about donations tied to Jeffrey Epstein years after his conviction as a registered sex offender. That's the danger for the establishment. Once the narrative escapes, they cannot pull it back. And while Washington is busy losing a meme war, President Trump is racking up real-world wins that matter far more than any trending hashtag. This just from the White House. They've announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. But what's happening right now is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong against foreign supply shocks. Vizsla Copper is now getting serious attention as investors look at domestic resource plays. If you want to understand why this matters, check the exclusive briefing, but it's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below. See, Vizsla Copper, they trade in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. This is exactly the kind of America First move that we need. Now let's get back to the Cinco de Mayo chaos, because the contrast could not be more clear. Trump is governing, and the internet is roasting the people who still think they can fake authenticity. Now, here's where it gets even better. It didn't stay confined to a joke or an account. The whole thing snowballed into a cultural pile-on. Buzz Patterson joked that Trump put Marco in charge of the margarita bar. The Republican account took a shot at Pelosi and basically turned into a patron saint of the party hour politics. And then Schumer wandered in with a cheerful Happy Cinco de Mayo White House and walked straight into a digital buzzsaw. That's not bad luck. That is a sign Democrats still can't read the room. I mean, look at this post right here. Trump put Marco in charge of the margarita bar for the Cinco de Mayo parties. Oh my goodness, the memes were just flying today. I mean, this this picture of Marco Rubio in the Oval Office just keeps getting better and better. This is probably one of my favorite memes. I mean, there's just one after another. So that sets the tone. And now the Republicans put out this on Nancy Pelosi. We know how Nancy will be celebrating Cinco de Mayo tonight. Oh my goodness, Nancy Pelosi. You know, she just loves to have her cocktails. After the Pelosi dig, the online pile moves to Chuck Schumer. This next post drags up his Epstein-linked donation history while mocking his Cinco de Mayo message. Chuck Schumer took donations from Epstein years after his conviction as a registered sex offender. Imagine that. Schumer got thousands in donations from Jeffrey Epstein. And of course, that was the quote tweet on this. This is the receipt, the actual post that he sent to the White House that kicked off the backlash. Chuck Schumer, Happy Cinco de Mayo. And they're, of course, taking that old tired photo of Trump and Epstein and putting the sombrero on his head. So that was Schumer trying to sound festive. Up next, parody accounts torched the fake history, and Clueless Holiday posting with a wild Cinco de Mayo joke. I thought this was funny. 205 years ago today, 3 brave Americans defeated El Guapo at the Battle of Santopoco to give Mexico its independence. Happy Cinco de Mayo to all who celebrate. We will never forget the sacrifice of the 3 amigos. Never forget what they did. Yes. What is it? Rusty, Dusty? What were their names again? Oh man, after the fake history gag, the memes get even rougher. This is full-on Cinco de Maga with liberals as the punchline and Marco back in the mix.
Orale, ¿qué pasó, mi amigos? Happy Cinco de Mayo, or as I like to call it, Cinco de Maga. Come with me to have some fun with these pinche liberal putos. Come, amigos. We have the best meat. Come. Come meet our cook, Marco. Look at this pinche puto news come. Let's see what he's filled with, this ugly cabron. Pink soft cotton candy, of course. Look at these ugly cabrones. Fuck them. Vamos a romper las piñatas. Toma eso. Miren el algodón de azúcar. Una más. Perfecto, ahora a probarlo. Qué dulce recompensa.
Oh my God, I love AI videos, man. They just bring our imagination to life, don't they?
Oh man, and it's only going to get worse as AI gets better and better. That was the raw over-the-top internet warfare. Next, another meme account keeps the theme rolling with a quick shot tying Cinco de Mayo to Taco Tuesday. Oh, God. Oh, Chuck Schumer takes a hit. Hakeem. Who's next? Oh, the Krasenstein brothers. Hey, it's Taco Tuesday. Hey. From the meme machine, we go back to the source. Here's the White House post that Democrats and their media friends tried to pass off as harmless holiday messaging. Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo to all who celebrate. And of course, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in their sombreros. Oh, you gotta love it, right? Oh, the real story is not the sombreros, the fake mustaches, or even the hilarious nonsense about the Battle of Santo Poco, defeating El Guapo for Mexico's independence. The real story is power, cultural power. The online right has figured out something the establishment still refuses to accept. Humor beats lectures, speed beats spin, and authenticity crushes consultant-crafted messaging every single time. This is why a simple White House holiday greeting became Cinco de Mayo, with Trump styled like he just closed a taco trade deal and won the room while Democrats got turned into side characters in someone else's joke. This is what digital dominance looks like. The people making the memes are not waiting for permission from CNN, the networks, or the old gatekeepers. They're setting the tone themselves. So here is the takeaway on Cinco de Mayo 2026. It was not really about history. It was not about some carefully managed political message. It became a test of who can still connect with the public, who can laugh, who can take a hit, and who gets completely buried when the internet decides it's go time. Today, in Trump world and the online right, owned the energy. Democrats look stiff and slow and painfully out of touch, and that's why this matters. If you agree that the meme war exposed who really controls the culture now, share this video, leave a comment, and subscribe right now. And answer this simple yes or no question in the comments. Did Schumer's post make things worse for Democrats today? Also, text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's the number on the screen. That's how you bypass the algorithm suppression of our work and get notifications that YouTube never sends. But you'll get a direct message from me when it matters most right to your phone. Make sure you check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay loud, stay free, and keep winning, America.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
People are crashing out on Mandalorian, new movie and clips. It's the biggest flop by Disney by far. I haven't seen this at all. New clip from Mandalorian and Grogu.
What are you waiting for? Hop on.
Yeah?
Hang on.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Did we get him? Not yet, sir, but we will. We missed him! He's under us!
Oh, and this is another one, too. So they're making a movie out of it? Is that right?
Grogu, I need you to go to the control panel. Remember the buttons I told you
Yeah?
to touch?
Okay.
I'm gonna need you to touch them. Look for the ignition relay cutoff. It's next to the fuel differential readout, which is between the pump compression gauge and the primary reserve. No, don't touch the missile battery switch.
So
that's why there's a safety guard on it. Do you see the fuel readout display? Remember I showed you that one? It's on the other side of the manual control surface calibration.
Oh.
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
That is the Mandalorian and Grogu.
Is that it? I mean, how many Star Wars movies are announced and killed this past decade? And the one they finally make is Mandalorian and Grogu. Tough focus group on Star Wars as 5, 17, and 18-year-olds show no interest. How are you feeling about Star Wars? I like the old stuff, but the new stuff, nah, I'm not too excited for The Mandalorian. I've never watched it. Anything that came out after I was born isn't that. They're so based. Anything that came out after I was born isn't that great. Star Wars has been quiet lately, but I liked Andor a lot. A lot of people liked Andor. Baby Yoda is creepy. Oh, wow. Disney has reportedly tempered expectations for Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu, which is currently tracking to open lower in the box office and bomb Solo: A Star Wars Story. Holy shit, that is embarrassing. Mandalorian and Grogu are now tracking at $65 million, which would set the record for the lowest Disney. Wait a minute. So this is even worse than the previous flops. It's a tax write-off? I guess so. This is insane. Is Disney's Star Wars brand beyond repair? I think that it is. Really, now what is this? This movie is a commercial. It's a commercial for the Baby Yodas. Other than that, why would anybody else care about it? Let me see what this is. Disney to remove Star Wars sequel trilogy from timeline and refocus on the original characters. Wait, they're just gonna say never mind? If this were true, it'd be one of the most dramatic franchise shifts in modern Hollywood history. They're just gonna delete it? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, they're just gonna retcon the entire thing? So what do I think about the movie? I think this is just, it looks like another mediocre Star Wars movie. Like, this is like basically an AI generated battle scene. There's nothing really interesting or compelling about this at all. It just looks like your typical run-of-the-mill, like, consumer slop. I just think that it's just stupid, really. Like, yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Secret Service rushes reporters into White House briefing room after nearby popping. They don't seem to be very concerned, but again, they don't really know what it is. It could be something that's happening very far away. They confirms a man was hit by law enforcement, causing the White House to be locked down. Details not currently available. Maybe we'll try to find an update on it as well. Which is sad because this is yet another incident. DC's a bad area, but they just keep on going after our president. It's sad.
And now we got cars trying to back up out of there so that they can move, but
I think it's AI and CGI. I mean, I wish it was, but I'm thinking this is real.
To someone else, they thought they heard something that sounded like gunshots. I can't say that for 100% reason, but something's definitely going on down there by 15th and Independence.
Yeah, all very preliminary, but the sad part is, it's like, we kind of see this and we don't even question that it's happening because it's become so commonplace. Like, if something like this happened around first term Trump, Biden, Obama, like, people would be, like, freaking out, like, oh my god, why is violence reaching a new all-time high? But this would be the fifth instance where someone tried to do this to Trump, because we just saw this over here from CNN saying, like, you know, Scott Jennings talking about, hey, there's a left-wing violence problem in America. 3 attempts on Trump, Charlie Kirk, oh no, not attempts on Charlie Kirk, they got Charlie Kirk, Justice Kavanaugh, Rob Scalise? I forget his name, but it's like, yeah, this is happening all the time, but they constantly deny that this is like strictly a Democrat issue.
Doing this, and the right does just as much online.
You can understand why we're on edge as conservatives.
Steve Scalise,
3 times the president, Steve Scalise, Brett Kavanaugh, Charlie Kirk. Heck, there was even a plot against Russ Volk the other day, who's the head of the Office of Management and Budget. I mean, conservatives are, I think, rightfully on edge because this keeps happening over and over and over again, and people keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi, and they keep calling him a fascist, and they keep repeating lies about him. Because
they want it. It's sad. It's like, this has officially become part of the Democrat agenda. They know they can't beat him in the voting booth. He's not going to run anymore. They know they can't beat him in regular politics in winning the hearts and minds of the American people. They know that they don't have anybody on the roster, so they're like a rat cornered in a cage. They're gonna start acting out, and it's like, they want this. They want the next person to be successful, and it's disgusting.
That are not true, yet they keep getting repeated regarding Epstein and other things. I'm just telling you, as a conservative...
Yeah, so Vestige says, we keep getting hunted, and the sad part is, it's like, it would be a little bit too much to say, oh my god, they're hunting us, but it's like, but they are. It's not just Trump. It's Charlie Kirk. It's Steve Scalise. It's Tim Pool, the quartering. I think Officer Tatum too. Like, conservative commentators get doxxed. Nick Shirley, not even like a diehard Republican. It's just, hey, if you have an opinion that we don't like, we're gonna try to get you to be ended. Like, what is this? Savannah Hernandez, the journalist, a whole family and like men in the family attacking her, and it's like, why can't you just have a differing opinion from the left, because the left wants to paint you as a literal Nazi to get your life be ended? And it's sad where it's like, there was like this local law enforcement event near my home, and I was like, do I need to go up to them and talk to them and say, hey, look, I'm a live streamer. I think the quartering talked about how like you let them know of like the swatting risk, and they get like more information about you or something. B Sayin says Nuxanor gets threats and he's a cartoon. Exactly. He's a VTuber cartoon person. For all you know, he's AI generated, never been a real person. He's just saying controversial things. I don't think that's the truth, but it's just the fact that the left is so insane they gotta go after the cartoons. This is nuts.
Who lives in this every day. My friend was murdered last year. My president's had 3 assassination attempts. Yes. I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
The left is not the only people doing this, and
the left is not. That's the thing. I think even Hassan said something about like every time they go after Trump, it's a Republican Trump supporter that does it. And it's like, no, that's just a narrative you guys made up. Your audience is too stupid to actually figure out that it was just a fake narrative, but they're constantly going to go running with it because they are the side that promotes this. And they just think, if you're dumb enough to not think we're the violent party that promotes this, kind of like, a wink and a nod whenever they do it, they're dumb enough to just believe the first narrative they put out there, like, oh, these are Trump supporters that are taking shots at him. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, they say Pelosi saying Trump's words of violence, Pelosi after Kirk's murder. We can't be responsible for what we say.
This is violence against women. He may not know that, but when he says things like, I want to protect women whether they like it or not, that is violence against women.
What? Wait, I don't think I've ever heard this quote. I want to protect women unless whether they like it or not. And what he's probably referring to is sometimes bleeding heart liberals have something called self-ending empathy. It's the other word, but it's just self-ending. They're so empathetic that they can literally be Ard in the United Kingdom. And they say, you know what? Even though this guy assaulted me, if I report it to the authorities, they're going to deport him to his home country, and then his life is in danger. So you know what? I'm willing to sacrifice my body and my psyche and be a victim, and I'm willing to sacrifice the next victim because I don't want to have that guilt on my conscience. Self-ending empathy. It happens all the time, and that's why they say, like, strong men, law enforcement, or a president like Trump saying, hey, I'm going to protect you guys when you can't protect yourself. You don't want to compare it to when you have a puppy and they see a skunk and all they see is a kitten and they run up, they want to go smell the skunk, and then they get sprayed by it. But it's like, sometimes you know better than somebody and you gotta yank them away, not because you want to harm them, but because they don't understand the danger they're in. What is it? They don't know what they don't know. Again, you don't want to look down on these people, but if you have self-ending empathy, we kind of are looking down on you.
Protect women whether they like it or not. That is violence against women. Would you want your son to say that to anyone? Would you want your daughter?
Kinda, yeah, I would. Do I have the chart up somewhere? This is exactly it. People who can't defend themselves physically, women and low-T men, parse information through a consensus filter as a safety mechanism. They literally do not ask, is this true? They ask, will others be okay with me thinking this is true? This makes them very malleable to brute force manufactured consensus. If every screen they look at says the same thing, they will adopt the position because their brain interprets it as everyone in the tribe believing it. Only high-T alpha males, you can parse new information and say, is this true? That's why Republic of high status male is best for decision making. Okay, the rest of that. But it's the whole thing of they live by general consensus. They cannot buck from common knowledge. Common knowledge meaning everybody says Trump's a Nazi and MAGAs are fascists. They can't parse through information and saying, hey, secure borders isn't fascism. And saying go back to Mexico when Mexico, in fact, enforces their border. And saying, you're not seeking asylum if you passed 20 countries and an ocean to get here. Maybe that isn't fascism to say this isn't a good thing for Americans. It's not even a good thing for their population either. Only independent thinking people can do that. And that's essentially what you're asking. Like, oh yeah, I'm trying to protect you for your own good. We want our sons to be like that. We don't want our sons to say, hey, look, Nancy Pelosi, you've been in office forever. It looks like you're insider trading, and also none of America has become greater underneath your leadership. Maybe you're not the answer. Yeah, would you rather have Biden or Trump protecting women? I don't know. All I know is if I had a kid and I was like at the White House, let's say I won the World Series and I had my kid and it's Donald Trump in front of me saying, hey, you want to take a picture with me and my family? I'd be okay with that. If it was Joe Biden, absolutely not.
In order to be told that, would you want your husband to say that to you, whether you like it or not? Violence against women.
This is words of violence. Again, you being safe is violence. Words are violence. Silence is violence. In fact, this old dinosaur says, safety is violence. Good Lord, the Democrats have lost the plot.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it. This is violence against women.
Yeah. They know they're stoking the flames. They know they're pushing it. And even when they are successful in getting violence to happen, like when they let off rounds on Trump again, they legit think it's a good thing. Hey, they took shots at him again. or they rushed in the White House press correspondence dinner. Here's a good thing, because now they know what gun violence is, despite the fact that it literally took a part of his ear off.
But you know, now that that room was full of some of the most important political leaders in the country right now.
Right.
Now they know, they've lived it in their own flesh, the fear that our school children go through.
Yes.
Now they know what it's like to have to.
And here's the thing, there's a solution to not have our school children be in that danger. One, when the parents, teachers, and faculty report on someone that is a bit unhinged, maybe they look into it more, and they don't just kind of sweep it under the rug like, hey, we can't do anything about it. The school district can't do. We need the students in class because we need the money. Two, you treat the schools just like you would the bank. I worked for a company where you handled large amounts of cash. Everybody was transporting cash was armed, and also when you're under the room that has all the cash, there's like multiple video angles of recording you, and it can be pulled up any part of the company any given time. Treat the schools like that, where any parent of the classroom can get a live stream feed of what's happening to their kid, and also you secure the school like you would a bank, like you would the White House. It's like, how would you say the bank's cash is more valuable than actually our students in classrooms? They need to start prioritizing protecting them with more weapons. If it's gotta be a parent, if it's gotta be the teachers, whatever it may be, like, figure it out. They're so against weapons that they don't want to protect anybody with them except for themselves. And then also, whenever they're used, it's like, it's another reason that we should have nobody on the good guy side to be armed. It's ridiculous.
To jump under a table the way that school children jump under a
What
desk.
happened to this guy?
And we are a country.
Wait, I wonder if this guy is the
way
one.
that school children.
If this guy is the one controlling what camera has what, and he just cut it to himself so it could be like a reaction GIF. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yes. Jump under a desk. And we are a country that is vulnerable to this. We have now seen shootings in malls, in churches, in temples, and Walmart.
And how many times were those weapons not allowed in those areas? If the laws haven't stopped it before, what are more laws going to do to stop it again?
In baseball
with the
fields,
Republicans.
and so you know, I still don't understand how Congress took no action after Sandy Hook, after 20 children between the ages of 6 and 7 were killed. But maybe now that they have felt the fear themselves, they will do something.
But what I
on
don't
gun
understand
reform.
And I'm telling you right now, if you personally, nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. But if somebody went out there and either targeted them on stage or targeted them outside of it, like them personally, nobody do this. No, we don't want this. But the thing is, though, I'm almost certain if they got victimized like the way they're saying Congress and Donald Trump had, they wouldn't be yelling out there saying, more gun laws, everybody outlaw. They're getting weapons for themselves. They're bolstering their security. They're hiring a security detail. They're getting something for themselves to protect themselves. They're not getting, like, let more people out of prison, soften border laws, bring in a whole bunch of people that are unvetted, and, make it harder for me, a law-abiding citizen, to carry. They're not doing that. They just want it for you because this is an agenda that they're pushing. Constantly pushing it. I actually even wanted to play this video right here of just, what is it, Maze Moore showing us all the different late night hosts advocating for violence against Trump and violence against conservatives or whatever, but it's like, oh no, this isn't the censorship one. I pulled up the wrong thing. But there's a montage of a whole bunch of people advocating for the violence against Trump, the Republicans, and I don't even think I could play it on some of these platforms because it will sound like I'm saying it, and it's like, you'll get banned on social media for saying it, but if late night talk show hosts say it, that's part of the agenda. It's kind of sad. But yeah, you see this, too many incidents. Actually, let's see if there's an update on it. On the shooting over there, because I'm sure there is. Officer-involved shooting. Oh, here it is. U.S. Secret Service personnel on the scene of an officer-involved shooting on 15th Street and Independence Avenue in Washington, D.C. One individual was shot by law enforcement. Their condition is currently unknown. Please avoid the area as emergency crews are responding. Honestly, that might just be D.C. being a violent, scary place. Might not even be Trump involved, but it is sad that whenever we look into what's happening around Trump, we're not surprised. Like, a lot of the times, I think it would be news cycle stopping levels of attention if this happened during the Biden administration. Oh my God, they popped off rounds when he was there. It's like we would be worried about it. But now it's just like another day, another instance of Democrat violence on Trump, because that's just officially been part of their agenda to try to be violent towards him. And it's sad. Yeah, just a normal everyday shooting, and we don't have to live like this. We really don't. All the nutcases promote it, and I think it's sad because they have become a party that attracts nutcases. They want more nutcases inside their party because they're easier and more emotionally driven to commit violence on their behalf. It isn't that scary that it's like, we don't want think for themselves, high value people that won't just fall for every single bout of hysteria we put on the television. We only want mentally ill people in our party because then we can get them to become our literal brown shirts.
China looks at America's Starlink, and honestly, it's hard not to feel envious. The US Starlink is already attached to the backs of airplanes. United Airlines says over 300 regional jets are equipped with Starlink, and by the end of 2026, over 500 mainline jets will have it installed. Passengers can board, open their phones, and connect to Wi-Fi for free. China is of course trying to catch up, but here's the thing. No Chinese airline has yet provided Wi-Fi on commercial flights based on China's low Earth orbit satellites, like Qianfan or Guowang. Why? Because the satellite network for low Earth orbit hasn't even been completed yet. So, what is the current state of China's version of Starlink? Qianfan has 126 satellites. Guowang has 168, totaling less than 300 satellites. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's Starlink networks has over 10,000 satellites. What can less than 300 low Earth orbit satellites actually do? These satellites aren't like traditional ones. They zip through space at 7 kilometers per second. If you want an airplane below to stay connected, there has to be a tight relay team in the sky. One satellite moves ahead while the next picks up right after it. With fewer than 300 satellites, the network can't even be formed. It's full of holes. With so few satellites, the quality is awful. Take the much-hyped Qianfan constellation, for example. They were boasting that they'd launch 648 satellites by the end of next year, but by mid-year, only 90 were in orbit. Out of those 90, 17 satellites became space debris and were seen tumbling uncontrollably. That's a failure rate of nearly 20%. Launch 5 satellites, one becomes junk. What happened after that? They got so scared they stopped launches. From March to October last year, the Qianfan constellation was grounded to check for faults. Meanwhile, Musk's team launched over 1,000 satellites during those same 7 months. Now, China's official propaganda is claiming that by 2030, they'll catch up to Starlink. Everyone can do the math and see how absurd this claim is. China's 3 satellite constellations plan to launch 38,000 satellites. So to match Starlink, they need to launch 9,000 satellites every year for the next 4 years. But last year, they only managed to launch 180. To go from 180 satellites per year to 9,000 is a 50-fold increase, which is highly unlikely. The real problem for the Communist Party isn't that they can't make satellites, it's that they don't even have reusable rockets. For low Earth orbit constellations, the key is low-cost launches, and Musk is way ahead. In the first 4 months of this year alone, he launched 1,000 satellites. The Falcon 9's booster has flown 34 times. It lands, gets cleaned up, refueled, and then flies again. What about China's rockets? Last year, the Zhuque-3 rocket was supposed to be reusable, but when it was just 40 meters above the ground, the engine caught fire and exploded. Then, in February this year, state media made a big deal about the CZ-10A's first sea recovery. Everyone watching the video had a good laugh. It was more like dropping a capsule with a parachute into the sea than sending a boat to pick it up. Picking up from the sea is more about collecting data and verifying the process. It's nothing like SpaceX's low-cost reuse, where the rocket lands, gets checked, and flies again. Because China doesn't have reusable rockets like SpaceX does, each launch costs tens of millions of dollars, and the government can't afford that. This led to one of the most ridiculous situations in China's aerospace industry last year. The Qianfan constellation had a budget of 616 million RMB for launch services, but the bid failed twice twice. They couldn't even find 3 companies to meet the requirements. Why is Starlink spreading so fast? Because SpaceX has its own reusable space delivery vehicle. SpaceX itself says the point of reuse is to bring back the most expensive part of the rocket and fly it again to lower the cost of space access. Here's how the Falcon 9 works. It flies up. The first stage separates, turns around, fires its engines, slows down, and lands either on a sea platform or a land recovery site. It's checked, cleaned up, refueled, and ready for the next flight. That's China's biggest challenge. Someone might ask, Elon Musk got the design out there. Everyone can see the videos. Isn't China the master of reverse engineering? Can't they just copy it? The issue is, rocket recovery isn't just about copying the design. It's not as simple as seeing what the rockets look like and welding up a shell to make it land. The real challenge is inside. Can the engine fire multiple times? Can the thrust be finely adjusted? Can the valves work reliably in high temperatures, low temperatures, and under vibrations? How do you calculate the rocket's attitude when it's falling from the sky? How do you correct for wind? How do you brake when it's going too fast? In the final seconds, a little too much thrust can cause a bounce, a little too little, and it'll crash. Even a slight deviation can cause it to flip. That's a highly complex control model. In simple terms, it's about how to make a giant metal tube, tens of meters tall, fall from the sky and land without smashing. It takes engines, materials, sensors, control algorithms, flight data, and trial and error experience. You ask, is it the computing power that's the problem? To be more accurate, it's not just the computing power. The problem is that the model hasn't been run, the controls haven't been tuned, the experience hasn't been built up, and the entire engineering loop hasn't been practiced. It's like driving a car. If you watch an experienced driver drift into a parking space 100 times, it doesn't mean that you can do it the moment you get behind the wheel. You need to know how to turn the steering wheel, how to press the gas, how hard to press the brake, when the car will start to drift, and when to pull it back. These things aren't something you can learn just by watching a video. Rocket science is even more complicated. SpaceX has been flying, blowing things up, and tweaking the rockets over and over to make it second nature. The most painful part for the Chinese system is this. It likes to announce success. It loves to promote how it's leading. It loves to have leaders do inspections. It loves to make a huge splash the first time it appears. But rocket recovery isn't something you can just learn on the first try. It has to allow for failure. It has to let engineers take the failure data and continue improving based on it. The real data has to be valued more than just saving face. What China lacks most is this mindset. China's version of Starlink claims it will launch 200,000 satellites. It can criticize Musk for taking up orbit. It can shout about global coverage. But in the end, it always comes back to the same question. Who will launch the satellites? Will it be fast enough? Will it be cheap enough? After launching, can the rocket come back and launch again? Until these questions are answered, the Chinese version of Starlink will only remain a pipe dream. Some Chinese commercial rockets have made a joke out of themselves. Even before they flew into space, they had already caused problems on the ground. In June 2024, the Qianlong 3 conducted a ground test. Normally, a test is supposed to secure the rocket tightly to the platform, fire it up, and check if the engine works. But the platform couldn't hold the rocket down. The rocket was supposed to stay on the ground, firing up safely, but it broke free from the restraints and flew off. It flew for a few seconds, and then crashed into the mountains of Gongyi, Henan. Then it exploded. The test platform is meant to keep the rocket secured, but the platform couldn't even do that. This situation shows a lot about the problem. China is always talking about system engineering. Rocket recovery is precisely the test of system engineering. It involves the engine, the restraints, ground control, sensors, emergency shutdown, structural strength. If one part is wrong, the whole thing can go from a test to an uncontrolled launch. Musk's rocket recovery is tough, but it's not just the landing that's difficult. The real challenge is that before every launch, the ground crew, the rocket, the software, the engine, and the control systems all have to work together like a finely tuned machine. China can't even stop the rocket from running away on the test platform, yet it's shouting every day about catching up to Starlink. So the Chinese version of Starlink isn't stuck because of a slogan. It's stuck because of the entire engineering capability. To launch satellites, the rocket has to be good first. To reuse rockets, the ground system has to be good too. Aside from the poor technology, let's look at the military capability that the CCP loves to boast about. They say when they go to war with Taiwan, they'll take down Starlink in no time. Actually, back in 2022, a researcher from the People's Liberation Army's Strategic Support Force published a paper in Modern Defense Technology. With great confidence, he stated that China must develop both hard and soft capabilities to take down the entire Starlink system. So, what happened 3 years later? In November last year, a research team from Zhejiang University and the Beijing University's Technology of Yangtze River Delta Research Institute did a mathematical simulation that concluded that to suppress Starlink's downlink over Taiwan, China would need at least 935 synchronous interference platforms, or around 2,000 electronic warfare drones. In other words, 3 years after the PLA said that they would take down Starlink, Chinese scholars used math to tell them that it's impossible. Just look at Russia's experience. In 2022, Russia deployed its top-tier electronic warfare machines, hoping to knock out Starlink over Ukraine. As a result, SpaceX, with a few programmers in California, typed up an over-the-air system update overnight. The next day, all of Russia's electronic interference turned into useless junk. A Pentagon official testified at a hearing that the result was astonishing. Russia's entire national electronic warfare capability was destroyed by one line of code. The Communist Party's own military papers clearly state that Starlink can't be taken down, yet its propaganda mouthpieces turn around and tell the public the opposite. The CCP lies so easily, it's like they can't help themselves. Let's go back to the issue of airplane Wi-Fi. Why hasn't the Civil Aviation Administration of China dared to release Wi-Fi data for airplanes in recent years? Because it's just too embarrassing. The last time there was any decent data was in 2020, when there were over 37 passenger planes in China, and only 213 of them had internet access. Less than 6%. And even for that 6%, they still had to pay a hefty amount for data. The connection speed was only 0.5 megabits. Sending a WeChat message with that kind of delay would make you question your whole existence. The industry had boasted about pushing the coverage of Wi-Fi on airplanes by over 50% by 2025. But now that boast has fallen apart, and they won't even mention the numbers anymore. Not a single Chinese airplane can use low Earth orbit satellite Wi-Fi. A few years ago, China ran to the United Nations, throwing a tantrum, accusing Starlink of barbaric growth and occupying orbital resources. But behind the scenes, in December last year, China rushed to the International Telecommunication Union and registered a plan for 200,000 internet satellites. They accused Musk of stealing parking spaces in orbit, and then they applied for 4 times more than what Musk had planned. After drawing all those spaces, they turned around and realized they couldn't even assemble a relay team in the sky, let alone find 3 companies selling rockets. But it doesn't stop there. Early this year, another shocking incident occurred. In December 2025, a Chinese satellite, launched as part of a mission, was pointed out by SpaceX to be only about 200 meters away from a Starlink satellite. SpaceX said it didn't receive any effective coordination beforehand. On the ground, 200 meters might not seem like much, but in the high-speed orbital lanes of space, that's dangerously close. Ironically, China criticizes others for messing up orbital traffic, while at the same time, it's also adding to the congestion. There's another thing that must be mentioned here. The operating company behind the Qianfan constellation is called Yuanxin Satellite. Guess how much revenue Yuanxin made in 2023. Public reports show that Yuanxin Satellite's total revenue from 2022 to 2024 was only about 1.2 million RMB. And in the first 11 months of 2025, its revenue was 0, with a net loss of 4 billion RMB. A company with 0 revenue for the year claims to disrupt global telecommunications. In March this year, they turned around and started asking 3 national-level funds and 2 major state-owned banks for money. The real issue is, commercially, they can't make it work. So here's the question on the table. What is the Chinese Communist Party aiming for with its version of Starlink? Isn't it afraid that in the future, people will have easier access to break through the Great Firewall? The truth is, the CCP isn't setting this up for the freedom of the Chinese people. What it wants isn't a free internet. It wants another network it can control. It wants this for the borders, for the South China Sea, for military ships, for airplanes, for drones, and for wartime communications. It wants it for Africa, the Middle East, ports, mines, and overseas projects. Musk's Starlink is about getting internet where there is none, so regular people can access. The communist version of Starlink is more like building a firewall all the way up to the sky. That's what they really covet. Starlink isn't just an internet product anymore. It's a whole space-based communication system. The rockets are theirs, the satellites are theirs, the ground terminals are theirs, the software updates are theirs, and the military, the airlines, and ordinary users can connect. Of course, the Chinese Communist Party is in a rush when it sees this, because once a war breaks out, ground stations will be destroyed, undersea cables will be cut, radar stations will lose power, and traditional communications will be jammed. But if there's a low Earth orbit satellite network in the sky, the military can still communicate, drones can still send images, fleets can still receive orders, and the front lines can still see what's happening behind them. If this isn't useful for military purposes, the Communist Party wouldn't be in such a hurry. If something's really useful, they'll want to grab it. The problem is, even if they want it, they're stuck. They can't launch thousands of satellites cheaply, frequently, and reliably like SpaceX does. Low Earth orbit constellations aren't about launching a satellite to celebrate. It's like a delivery service, delivering every day, every month, fixing broken ones, and replacing missing ones. If there's a hole in the orbit, you've got to fill it. So the most ironic part of this whole thing is that the CCP isn't not trying. It wants to do it so badly. It doesn't want to give Chinese people free internet. It wants to connect its military, borders, oceans, overseas projects, and wartime communications to a network it controls in the sky. But the problem is, their capability is nowhere near the level of their ambitions. What's even more absurd is that the people running this massive project aren't stable themselves. The former chairman of China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, Wu Yansheng, has been out of sight for a long time after he was stripped of his position as a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The former president of CASIC, Yuan Jie, was replaced after disappearing for months, and the procurement system for the rocket army has been embroiled in a massive supplier scandal. So, not only can satellites not get off the ground, the people running this entire thing are disappearing one by one.
I have never seen a sky like this. What does it mean?
Recently, a netizen captured a terrifying scene. A dark, red glowing object appeared in the night sky, looking like burning charcoal. Some spiritual mediums and folk experts have said that 2026 is destined to be an unusual year. Many strange and even unimaginable things may appear in large numbers this year. On the evening of April 28th, several residents in Xi'an, China, an ancient capital with a history of thousands of years, witnessed a stunning sight. A long, dark, and narrow unknown object kept twisting in the night sky, constantly changing its shape. Several eyewitnesses at the scene said the mysterious object was flying at an astonishing height, far above the nearby 34-story residential buildings. It was estimated to be more than 100 meters above the ground. It rolled along the edge of the clouds for nearly an hour before slowly disappearing. Because the scene was so rare, many people filming it could not hide their excitement. In the videos, someone repeatedly said that after living in Xi'an for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such a spectacular and hard-to-explain sky phenomenon. As the videos quickly spread online, the comment section exploded. Since the object's movement looked very much like a creature from legend, a flying dragon in the sky became the most frequently mentioned phrase. Netizens began making all kinds of guesses. Some even analyzed videos from different angles and believed there seemed to be 3 dragon-like figures circling through the clouds. Some Douyin accounts with suspected official backgrounds soon came out to debunk the claims. Some said it was a plastic bag, while others said it was a swarm of insects. A person questioned, "Can insects really fly that high? If so, wouldn't high-rise residential buildings be overrun with insects?" The claims that it was a plastic bag or agricultural film were also widely rejected by eyewitnesses and netizens. They said an ordinary floating object could not stay suspended in the night sky for 1 hour, nor could it twist, turn, or fly backward on its own. This does not fit basic physics. One netizen said, Why are so many people not curious, but rushing to explain it away? What are you so anxious about? Some netizens claim that a well-known UFO research organization in the United States has already taken notice of the incident and listed it as a key global UFO sighting case for 2026. After analyzing the footage, experts clearly stated that this is neither a natural phenomenon nor any known man-made aircraft. Its ability to hover for a long time, change shape on its own, and move in ways that seem to defy physical laws goes far beyond current human understanding. The possibility that it could be an extraterrestrial probe or an unknown high-altitude life form has not been ruled out. Some users also commented, Xi'an is truly a mysterious place. Unidentified flying objects appear here frequently, and there must be a deeper meaning. On May 2nd last year, a similar event was reported in Xi'an. During a thunderstorm that night, several netizens recorded a dark shadow moving rapidly across the sky. Witnesses described its form as circling like a dragon. On the night of May 8, 2025, Xi'an was hit by a sudden heavy downpour. Amid thunder and lightning, multiple residents, once again, captured a mysterious dragon-shaped, unidentified flying object. Some netizens reported hearing a roar similar to that of a bull, resembling the legendary dragon's call. Many witnesses also said that when such dragon-like forms appear in the sky, there is often a strange fishy smell in the air. By coincidence, at 7:23 p.m. on April 24th, in the Ancient City National Wetland Park in Yuanqu County, Shanxi, a local resident captured another unusual scene while filming a thunderstorm. A massive snake-like dark shadow could be seen moving through the clouds, traveling from the left side of the frame to the right before disappearing. On April 2nd, a netizen in Binzhou, Hunan, recorded what appeared to be a dragon-like creature moving through the clouds, accompanied by a chilling low sound. Some netizens said they had seen waterspouts, often described as dragons drawing water, but had never seen anything like a dragon drawing soil. It looked almost like a living dragon. Tornadoes are not very common in China, and this type of phenomenon is even rarer. On the night of April 3rd, a netizen in Shandong captured a strange scene in the sky. A mass of light and shadow rolled rapidly, with bluish-white light glowing along its edges, expanding and shrinking. In the comment section, one user wrote, "Some things really can't be hidden anymore. From now on, supernatural phenomena will be more and more common. You'll get used to it." This footage was taken by a netizen in Guangdong on April 23rd. Two streaks of light moved quickly across the night sky, resembling scenes from an animated film. Some people suggested it might be caused by ground lightning, but others argued that the light clearly spread downward from within the clouds and could not be explained as a light show. A mysterious creature seemed to burst out from a well. Did you see it clearly? A villager encountered a very frightening incident in his own vegetable field. Watch closely. The moment he stepped in, preparing to weed, the ground suddenly changed. The soil split open into a wide crack, and clear water surged upward continuously. At the same time, ancient wells in nearby courtyards also showed unusual activity. The water surged upward violently, and the well structure began to shake intensely, as if a mysterious force was moving deep underground. Even more strangely, the fish pond at the entrance of the village showed the same phenomenon. The water churned violently, releasing strange bubbles, while a cold, low rumbling sound seemed to come from beneath the surface. This scene left the villagers watching in complete shock. When they returned to the vegetable field, a dark shadow could be seen moving rapidly beneath the nearby riverbed. A netizen captured a strange scene in which a group of birds were circling in the air without moving their wings. Another bird kept flapping its wings continuously, yet remained fixed in the same position in midair. The netizen said that the bird had been flying for a long time, but simply could not move away, which felt extremely hard to explain. A rural netizen suddenly heard thunder and lightning, and then saw bursts of fire flashing repeatedly from a dense forest on the mountain. Clusters of white, spherical, unidentified objects were moving back and forth among the trees. The entire forest would light up from time to time, yet it was impossible to see what was actually happening. Recently, netizens from different regions have noticed something unusual. In remote, uninhabited mountains, numerous caves of various sizes have suddenly appeared. These caves are not naturally formed, but have been excavated by hand. Some entrances are covered with rusted metal lids, about 1 meter in diameter. Netizens found steps inside and boldly went down to explore. Although the entrances are narrow, the interiors are very long, resembling a network of hidden tunnels extending in all directions, and in some cases, they even seem to lead all the way to the coast. Some netizens claimed that these tunnels were dug by people from Zhongnanhai to hide after being targeted. A vlogger suspected that these mysterious caves might hide something unspeakable. During a recent exploration, he said he had uncovered a disturbing truth.
经过3天2夜的不懈努力，终于在这所大山找到了他们的藏身之处。
After 3 days and 2 nights of effort, I finally found where they're hiding in this mountain. No matter what, I'll expose it today so you can see. We're here. There must be an entrance to their cave nearby. Found it. Look, this is where they are hiding. Come with me. Everyone, take a look. They are too bold. What is this? This place is definitely not simple.
The vlogger cautiously made his way into the cave and discovered an abandoned gas mask on the ground. Eventually, he found a row of people in protective suits inside the cave. He said at the end that no matter the cost, the entrance must be sealed so that they can never come out again. Many netizens have long suspected that the recurring outbreaks of viruses are the result of bacterial weapons leaking from laboratories. There are drones appearing at night in various places, spraying unidentified liquids. Some believe they're being used to conduct biochemical experiments on everyday people. Some netizens left comments urging the vlogger to stay safe. Recently, at least more than 20 protected wild animals were found dead under unusual circumstances in a certain area of Nanjing. Local authorities said that multiple departments conducted on-site investigations and performed more than 100 common toxicology tests on the bodies, finding no toxic substances and initially ruling out human involvement and avian influenza. However, netizens questioned whether the authorities were concealing the truth. According to an official account of Qingdao Radio and Television on the 27th, on April 26, residents in Nanjing discovered several dead birds classified as protected terrestrial wildlife with ecological, scientific, and social value. They were found in fish ponds near Yongning Street and Qingshan Fishing Village. Under China's wildlife protection law, such animals are defined as terrestrial wildlife with important ecological value, scientific research value, and social value. Photos taken by residents show one gray heron collapsing while vomiting, while several other herons nearby were already dead. A staff member from the Agriculture and Rural Department of Pukou District, which oversees Qingshan Fishing Village, told reporters that local police, the Ecological Environmental Bureau, and the Livestock and Fishery Station responsible for wildlife protection were all conducting a joint investigation at the scene, and no conclusions have been reached yet. However, the incident has sparked concern and speculation among residents in Nanjing. Some suspected water pollution, while others argued that if it were pollution, a much larger number of animals would have died. Some netizens also wondered whether poisoning was involved, possibly to sell the animals, but others felt the deaths did not resemble poisoning. One netizen said, "Based on the footage, the species affected seem relatively limited, mostly gray herons and night herons. In this case, it looks more like a disease." Another netizen said that before the incident went viral online, prosecutors had already begun investigating, testing both soil and body samples. No poisoning was found, and the exact cause of death is still under investigation. The first person to discover the dead birds was a bird-watching enthusiast, who later expressed regret that his report had triggered widespread public attention online. He said his original wording of a large number of bird deaths was not accurate, as more than a dozen birds is not significant for the entire population. He also cited the latest official statement, saying that human causes have been initially ruled out. Test results for submitted samples show no abnormalities. Water samples show no abnormalities. And more than 100 toxicology tests on the bodies found no toxic substances. But many netizens supported him, thanking him for promptly reporting his findings. By drawing attention to the matter, multiple agencies rapidly led a joint investigation. Some speculated that the person who released the information may have already faced pressure from authorities, and therefore subdued his tone. Some netizens mocked the local authorities, saying it sounds like they said a lot, but in the end, they said nothing. A local resident told reporters, claiming to have completed more than 100 tests in just a few days sounds more like a lie. There must be something the authorities cannot disclose. Trust is worn down little by little like this. This was captured by a netizen, a strange black mist rising from underground, like spirits gathering in a horror film. One netizen commented, "I've seen something very similar. One evening after work, I passed by a piece of farmland, and suddenly something like this started rising upward. It looked like smoke, but not quite smoke. There was no wind and no fire, yet it suddenly appeared. The next day, when I passed that same spot, a new grave had appeared. Thinking back on it now, it feels very strange. This is something I experienced myself." Another person said, "I've really seen black smoke rising from graves. That night, I was taking a ride home, and the last stretch I had to walk by myself. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I got off. There was a section of the road with very thick fog, but strangely, it only covered about 1 kilometer. There was no fog anywhere else. When I reached the path, I saw that the graves in the nearby fields were all releasing black vapor rising upward. Even though it was late at night, I could clearly see the black mist coming from the graves, and it wasn't just one. It was many graves emitting black mist. Do you understand that feeling? Even now, thinking about it gives me the chills." Another netizen claimed to have captured a strange phenomenon from a 4-dimensional space. In the video, he said,
"Everyone, look at this. What's going on? Has another dimension opened up? Why are all these boats completely still? Everything else is still moving. If one boat stopped, that could be explained. But why are so many boats frozen in place? This is not a still image. You can see the cars over here are still moving. What's even more bizarre is that the ripples in the water under the boats are also frozen. It's like everything has been paused. This is so strange."
The vlogger kept zooming in and out to show that the footage was not created by AI and had not been edited in post-production. Some netizens exclaimed, "The vlogger actually captured a bet sphere. That's the real highlight." Another netizen said they also saw a bet sphere, suggesting that it might be what caused time to appear frozen in that area. On April 30th, a netizen recorded clear footage of what appeared to be a UFO hidden within the clouds. In the video, several people kept exclaiming, "What is that? It looks like a UFO. Oh my god, I really don't know what it is." Many netizens said this was the most realistic and clearest footage they had seen online. On April 28th, heavy clouds filled the sky over Beijing. Suddenly, after a deafening clap of thunder, a brilliant and colorful cluster of clouds appeared in the sky. Many netizens captured this stunning scene on their phones. Some netizens said that in recent years, colorful auspicious clouds have appeared in many places across China, and they hope this time it signals that light will truly arrive soon.
I'm in New York City right now, standing outside of a Palestine protest, and today we're going to be asking these students why they are protesting. Because I've seen videos and I don't know if all these students understand exactly why they are here or if they're just joining the crowd. I want to know if they actually understand why they are protesting and see if they can give me any good answers. What are you guys out here protesting for?
No comment.
Why are you guys out here today?
Speak to the organizers.
Why can't I wanted to ask you though.
Official statements from the organizers only.
In the simplest terms, why are you guys protesting? Why are you guys protesting today?
Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea if we...
Why are you guys protesting?
Just to be a part of the cause.
And what's the cause?
Yeah, I'm not the right person to talk to either.
It's not our job to talk to. We're just here to support. We're not the spokespeople of this event. This is the wrong people to talk to.
I'm not asking for the spokesperson. I'm just asking why you guys are protesting.
This is...
Even though we would call the police if we're in trouble, the police are a repressive system. They do not do any good for any community. They are not stopping crime. Police arrive after crime has been committed. We fund the police as if they solve all the community's problems. We should defund the police and put that money towards community resources like mental health, drug addiction rehabilitation, schools, community programs, and it would keep people out of committing crimes. The cops, all they do is try to get as many brown and black people into the prison system, because mass incarceration these days is really just modern day slavery. So even if I might call the cops if I need help, f the cops, f the police, f the way that system runs. The police do more bad than they do good.
But you would call them if you needed help?
Yes.
So why are you guys protesting today?
I don't want to talk to press, I'm sorry.
They don't really want to talk. Why are you guys protesting here today?
I don't want to do this, sorry.
We're asking people why they are protesting here today.
Because I want to see empire fall.
What empire?
From the U.S. to Israel, the empire that's propped up by capitalism.
And
free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free Haiti, free Hawaii, free Puerto Rico, liberation for all.
And why are they giving out masks right now? Why are they trying to cover everyone's faces? And why do you guys have the mask on right now?
Because, well, there's a police state, basically, in New York. There are CCTV cameras littered all throughout, and if Fordham admin see me at this protest with my face or my tattoos, which I've been trying to hide, I have very visible tattoos, they have the ability to recognize me and suspend me from the university for speaking out against the apartheid state of Israel.
Okay. And if they do not divest, will you guys be willing to drop out of this university?
Well, that's the issue, is that I am here for a better education, and if I don't receive this education, in some ways I feel like I'm not doing my duty to the world by bettering myself and bettering the world through my knowledge about these injustices throughout the world.
And what percentage of these students do you believe actually know why they're protesting?
100%. Maybe 90 at the lowest.
Do you know why you are protesting here today?
Yes.
And what is that reason?
No comment.
Why can only the organizers speak about what's going on here?
No comment.
Why not?
No comment.
We will not stop, we will not rest, it's closed! Divest! We will not stop, we will not rest, it's closed! Divest!
What would you like them to divest from? What would you like them to divest from?
Fordham hasn't, they don't release where they're putting any of their money. It's very secretive, and so we want them not only to divest, but more importantly, disclose.
Is that the main reason why you guys are here? Because you want the school to divest from organizations?
Pass?
I'm just an independent person here.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm supposed to talk to you.
And who tells you guys you can't speak to other people?
It's not like that.
Why are you guys protesting here today?
Because there's a genocide going on of the Palestinian people, and 17,000 people have been killed.
Don't touch me, please.
Hey, she's letting me talk to her. And so why are you protesting today?
Again, because like 17,000 people have been killed, so that's why. And for the school to divest in funding companies that are providing Israel with weapons and arms.
And what companies would you guys like the school to divest from?
That's all.
Do you think the majority of these college students know exactly why they are protesting?
The majority of them know nothing. I grew up in Israel. I moved here 27 years ago. I've been to explosions. I've been to the shit. I don't believe in any God. I don't believe in any government. I believe in people. None of those people got their info. Okay, this is something that's been going on for years. None of them has anything to do with it, and none of them is going to lose anything where my parents sit under missiles. Not bullets, missiles. So what I think about, I think that's what white kids in America do. We have a country that's so good here, buddy, that we have time to bitch and moan and other shit, and you don't need to sit in the shelter and hope it's not landing on you. That's the reality of it.
And do you think any of these students would be willing to go to where the problem is actually happening there in...
100% now. Basically taking over the school, that's like me taking over an apartment. This is a little more, same thing, we had the riots here, and everybody started breaking into stores. That's not a protest anymore. They've been screaming for days. Nobody's listening. I haven't seen anything done on any level, not even in our government, so.
Yeah, do you think there will be any results to these protests?
Absolutely not. No one in Israel sees this. They see this 2 minutes a day. No one got even electricity to see this. If you want to know your know your That's all, like every piece of history. Nothing is black and white.
In your simplest terms, why are you guys protesting right now?
I'm not going to give you like a specific answer. I have my own reasons. Many other people have their own reasons. We feel a sense of responsibility. Some of our tuition goes to that.
And do you believe these students are standing up for the right cause?
Certainly, I do believe that these students stand up for the right cause, and the same do I. I stand up for Palestine because I believe that everything that was done to Palestine from the very beginning is wrong, And not only wrong for Palestine, it's wrong for the Jewish people. It is fueling this endless cycle of bloodshed where everyone suffers.
And what are you guys out here protesting for today?
Sorry, who are you with?
My name's Nick Shirley. I'm just a YouTuber.
You're a what?
A YouTuber.
I'm good.
What are you guys protesting for?
So we're protesting for Fordham to divest from any connection to Israel or supporting the genocide that's going on in Palestine right now.
And why are you guys here today?
We're not interested in speaking with you.
What are you guys protesting for?
For Palestine. Our college hasn't made a stand yet, and we, as students, are not for it.
Okay, and what are you guys not supporting? What are you guys against here?
The settlement of Palestine by Israel.
Okay. Why do you think a lot of the students here are afraid to talk, or they won't talk to other people that have cameras?
I think it's because the school has been threatening that they would suspend students and like make arrests.
A lot of people are getting doxxed. That means like people are finding out their personal information and they're threatening their personal life, things like that. That's why people are scared and are wearing masks.
They're gonna scare us off, but
is it gonna work?
Not really, no.
How long are you guys willing to stand here for?
Until they, I don't know, like until they do something about it. Until Tanya Tetlow speaks.
Until we reach an agreement.
What's that agreement gonna be?
We'll have to do some negotiations, but we want like most of the 4 tenets that we just discussed over there, and part of that is condemning Israel, letting the Palestinian student organization have funding and have their club, and the overseas program as well canceled. We want that.
Yeah, none of the students want to cause violence. We're just here to get to a solution. So, yeah.
Welcome back. Today is the deadline for Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents to Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention Committee. They're investigating the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. At issue, Omar's alleged communications with the people tied to the scandal. The case's mastermind, Amy Bach, now convicted, awaiting sentencing. Defendants billed the government, as a reminder, for meals that were never provided through existing restaurants and sham companies. And court exhibits show Omar's name appeared in several emails with Bach. One of those, entitled Ilhan's Office, was also a text chain involving Ilhan Omar. Now roll back to 2018, Omar's victory party. That was at a Minneapolis restaurant, the Safari restaurant. The owner also caught up in the fraud scheme, convicted on 21 counts. Omar did, in fact, receive campaign donations of more than $7,000 from 3 defendants in the case. Her office says that money has now been donated to charity. There are also questions about Omar's finances, a massive swing in reported net worth. The Wall Street Journal says an Omar disclosure filed last year showed she and her husband had assets of between $6 million and $30 million. And that's a massive rise in wealth from her previous annual filings. An amended filing since then, viewed by the Wall Street Journal, shows the couple's assets have been adjusted down to $18,000, somewhere in that range to $95,000. They don't require exact values. Now, Fox directly asked Omar about that change in her net worth, and she had nothing to say.
Could you tell us about your net worth dropping down to about 100,000? Could you just elaborate on what mistake was made, Congresswoman? What mistake was made on your financial disclosure forms to bring it down to 100,000 from up to 30 million? Just want to give you a chance to clear it up.
Fox Digital reporting that much of that value was tied to 2 companies. One, her husband's business, a venture capital firm that jumped from near zero to as much as $25 million in a year. The other, a California winery, surging from tens of thousands to millions in the same time frame. That winery has since been shut down. Omar was pressed on all of this last month on The Breakfast Club.
They're not net worths. They're like the asset
things for the companies, and so I don't know what percentage of it my husband actually has investment in. Like, that's not, you know what I mean? It's not a full picture of the numbers in the way that it is presented in the document, because in the documents we have to do ranges and we have to like report in a way that is not detailed. It's not like your tax return that you're submitting for the public record to see.
But that is a big increase, though. So you could understand why people would ask questions.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it'll get like adjusted at some level when those ranges are looked at.
Why are they being adjusted so far up and far down? Of course, there's also allegations surrounding her brother. President Trump likes to bring it up.
Ilhan Omar. She comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights, and I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out, what a phony. I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much. Good night, brother. Let's go to bed. Good night. Isn't she despicable? I can't stand watching.
Omar's spokesperson has called those accusations absurd, disgusting, and offensive in the past. We reached out again on these allegations, but have not gotten a response. Minnesota State Representative Walter Hudson joins me now. Representative, thanks for being with us here today. Let's walk through a couple of these together. Let's start with the Minnesota fraud scheme and her deadline to turn over documents. Will it reveal any further connections between her and the fraudsters?
Well, it potentially could if she actually turned those documents over. Apparently she has not. And that's not surprising, of course. She knows that the subpoena power that we have as a committee requires one of the House Democrats here in the state of Minnesota to put up a vote in order to subpoena her. And she knows that her friends are going to protect her. And so we're in a situation here where both she individually and the Democrat Party collectively in the state is defying the very justified expectation of the people of this state and the people of the United States to account for all of these red flags that indicate that she was very likely entwined in the billions of dollars of fraud that we've seen here in our state.
Why does her net worth fluctuate so wildly?
I mean, look, you can only speculate, right? There's not a benign and innocent explanation for it. I don't know how you make a 6-digit, 7-digit error in your reporting from one year to another. And what we have seen, listen, in terms of the investigations, the prosecutions, the indictments that have come forward involving all of this fraud that we've seen a pattern of money transferring overseas. There's been a lot of attention on the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, suitcases full of cash flying overseas. You seem to find a lot of foreign money currency exchange businesses in direct proximity to a lot of these organizations and businesses that have been accused or suspected of being involved in fraudulent activity. So one can only imagine where those millions of dollars that Ilhan Omar apparently thought she had and then decided she didn't actually ended up.
Or never did have, or ended up, as you point out, not actually on her balance sheet. There's a lot of questions about her net worth and where all this money is and isn't, as there is, by the way, about her marriage. Walter Hudson, thanks so much for being with us here today.
Happy to
be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
So apparently Alex Jones is signing off from the InfoWars studio.
Just for context, Alex Jones right now has to pay almost $1 billion in damages after his Sandy Hook defamation case, and so he had to sell all of his InfoWars brand, which apparently has now been acquired by The Onion for millions.
Look at this.
I never bluff, folks. If you knew what we had, the whistleblowers, the documents, we have royal flushes. They are screwed to the moon. We are committed, and if God stands with us, who can stand against us? And that's how I close out. What a crew. The hell we've been through has only made us stronger. Let me ask you, would you have it any other way? No! Are you not stronger now in this fight? Yeah! I salute this crew and all the viewers and listeners to this fight. God bless you all. That's it. The next phase starts. The real war begins now.
Oh boy, the real war begins now. So anyway, apparently the Onion bought InfoWars, and this is how they introduce the new InfoWars that they have taken over.
But I'm going to sip from the blood of the Forsaken. This is real human blood. You can find this at the InfoWars store. This is human blood curated from the Forsaken and the sinners. All right, this is pure premium blood, tested, FDA unapproved. And this is just human blood. As part of my satanic ritual, I am a servant to Satan, and thank God I was able to get him and the Lord to sit down.
This really isn't very good. This is really bad.
Come to their senses and get things back to before Satan was cast into hell. So I'm part of that. I'm part of the peace movement. It's thick. It tastes like blood. And this is Satan giving me the powers to continue to fight. And we will continue to fight. Wow. And I cheers to you. If you have access to the blood of the Forsaken and of all the children, this is not blood. These are adult. This is adult blood, by the way. Ain't no question. I made sure of that because I don't want to get in trouble. But this is the blood of the Forsaken. It's hot.
Wow. That's really embarrassing. Painfully unfunny, zero imagination, and cringe as fuck right out the gate. Norm Macdonald said that in order to do a good impression of someone, you have to at least like them a bit.
You can't play someone and have contempt for them at the same time. You know, it doesn't work as an impression.
The whole project was doomed from the start because Tim is too spiteful and doesn't really get Alex Jones. No, he doesn't. This is embarrassing. It's so pathetic and embarrassing. What would your mom think? She'd just think he's an idiot. She'd be like, okay, well, where's Alex? Was he going to be online somewhere else? Like, I don't know.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. And so what if there was? That's a lot better than World War III, Owen. I never sucked any ding-dongs. But I'll tell you, if they were going to blackmail me to start World War III about one, I'd say, hey, I sucked a golf ball through a freaking garden hose.